Hello, hello. Giel, can you say something if you... Can you wave if you hear me? Yes.
Ha!
Exactly.
Good morning! What bright, happy, smiley faces. We were just...
Adjusting the setup.
yes, and making sure that we can hear you, because so far everything's working except we can't hear you, which would be the end of the world, of course. That is not our plan. Oh.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah. Good morning, Nick.
Good morning, Michiel. How are you, sir?
Great.
Michiel, Axel. Yeah, you cannot see us, right?
Yeah, I can see you.
Yes.
Yeah, we can see you.
So if we look at, I think it's that camera over there.
Yes.
But it's not this camera here. It's definitely that one there.
Is it that one? There.
Yeah, you're pointing now in my direction.
Fabulous.
In our direction.
Yeah. So
that
that actually is not as simple as you would think. That was a slight miracle at, I don't know, what time was it? It felt like 3 o'clock this morning, but I think it was 9 o'clock last night. When I said to them, to the tech team, I would really like it if the folks calling in would be able to see us. And they're like, don't be ridiculous, we never do that. That just creates feedback loops, and then they see you and themselves and you and themselves, and we get the whole infinity thing. Nick, you know this. Don't be an idiot. I'm like, no, that's not good enough. I need to be able to look at Michiel, although I'm looking at you in the screen and not over there, but it still works for me. And I think it works for you, because you kind of know whether I'm talking or Rutger and not just a microphone symbol. So.
And we can't do it through the live stream, because that has a lag, of course. I can tell you that that's a total mindfuck if you have the live stream as well. That's ridiculous.
And in fact, yesterday, and I know this, I do this often enough, but no, not yesterday, Friday, when we did the when we did the count in with Constantine.
Yeah.
I was like, hang on, I'm doing this on my clock, which is real time, but it's 15 seconds delayed. So what experience are you having at home? Because you're looking at the real clock going, it should have happened already, but it's happening now on the screen.
Yeah.
I don't understand anymore. Should we have gone 15 seconds early? Anyway, we will
evaluate that. We can go live.
I think we can.
Right? Yes. Stefan, can we go live?
Sorry?
Tell them off for the live stream, yeah?
Yes.
Shall I mute?
Good morning, or at least it's morning our time. I am not going to be able to get through today without referencing time in Europe. We're here at the Odyssey headquarters, where Odyssey Momentum has just taken place here in 2020, and it's been a bit of a ride this weekend, to say the least. Not just for us. I'm here with Rutger van Zuidam.
It was not boring.
It was not boring. And I have a whole bunch of people in the call, not least Michiel Sintony, because this is the Monday finale for the Fossil Free Future track.
And Axel Eriksson, both challenge leads are in.
Exactly. And we got some team captains or team representatives in, so good morning to you folks too. I can imagine you might be somewhat nervous at the moment, so we're going to get through this in a reasonable pace. I'm not going to be like that guy I usually am on stage, where I keep teasing it and teasing it and teasing it. But we do have a script to get through, because we're making this content actually for you, so that you can use this not just as your finale show today that you have deserved, but actually to take it forward and share with your partners and your stakeholders and maybe potential clients and, well, whoever you need in the world. Fossil Free Future had 2 challenges. This is important to explain at this moment, so that anybody watching this in the future understands that we're actually going to give away 2 prizes. And one track was regarding smart meter data, and the other one was about balancing the grid. And both of these are stepping stones on the way to becoming fossil free. Michiel and Axel, good morning to you. How was your weekend experience? Let's start with Michiel, because I see he's already unmuted.
Yeah, good morning, Nick. Good morning, Rutger. It was a great and a really weird experience, and amazing that we can do this kind of stuff during COVID-19. I was really happy that Rutger called me and said, "Well, do you want a hackathon? But we have to do it online, or don't you want to do anything?" And respect to the team of Rutger and Rutger to push it forward, to make it virtual and make it an amazing experience.
Thanks for the incredible amount of trust and great input that you have provided. Also, Axel and Michiel, we saw each other in February in Sweden. It was amazing to see your research and development facilities and all the projects you are working on. This was really, really inspiring. We've been working together since the first hackathon in 2017. And we couldn't have built it without your amazing input and also the incredible amount of trust we get from you. So thank you for that. And of course, we are very, very eager to learn about the results of this weekend, because even though we couldn't share physically a beer or two together, we did it in online Saturday evening. That was incredibly cozy, and I'm now looking forward if we also managed to how the teams did. I heard a couple of things. I'm curious. Can't wait to hear.
And Axel, if I can ask you also to follow up on what was your experience during this weekend? Have you done an online event, anything like this before?
Well, I participated in some of the online hackathons that became more normal during these times, but I think that it was amazing to see how flexible everyone was to solve all the issues that came up, and that we managed to pull it off. Really, that was really inspiring, and I also think that the potential of this is massive. Be able to just tap into the potential of people all over the globe anytime. I think it's just so good, and I think that's something that we will have to work with in the future, no matter if we're in a pandemic or not. So yeah, really appreciate the weekend. I'm very tired now though.
Yeah, I can certainly share that last feeling. I happen to agree on the first, but then I would, this is kind of what we do. I mean, obviously, you folks have all been around in Momentum, getting involved throughout the weekend. What was different from, let's say, a more traditional physical event that made you think, okay, this has a potential to go even further, even better, not just, we could have taken, wow, it is morning, I still need coffee. We could have taken the digital event online with Hangouts and more traditional online tools, as you said, built something quite unique. Can you see it going way beyond in how do you see that little, those little signs and hints? Axel or Michiel, whoever may.
Yeah, sure. So what I think was really interesting was the whole feeling of just being within the platform and flying around and being able to just go to a space and have a read about it, because I feel like, well, while I didn't participate in the previous hackathon, I feel like the information available and how easy it was to connect with people, I think that was one of the strengths with what we were doing.
Mm-hmm. Well, that is something we hoped to achieve, of course, because that's one of the key features of the offline hack as well. So happy to hear about that, Axel.
Great. We're going to keep rolling here before we end up in a sort of pub style hangout, because that's not the goal of today. We're just making sure that everybody who needs to be in this call is in the call. A few folks have joined us, so good morning to you folks, or good day wherever you may be in the world. We are here for the finale for the Fossil Free Future Challenge with our challenge partner there, Vattenfall, Axel, and Michiel representing. What happens next? Well, we're going to announce the winners shortly, but it's not just about celebrating the weekend that we've had, it's about looking forward.
Especially that.
So we're talking to the team captains or representatives here. Of course, this was perhaps a memorable weekend for more reasons than one, but after today, today is chapter 8 in Odyssey speak, and then we go into chapter 9, which is where hopefully you take the lead in the stuff you're doing, and of course that is whether you win your challenge or not.
Yeah, I would say it's chapter Ignite, where you want to go from prototype to actual, see how you can implement this. And yes, you're referring to a rocket that's, I think it's cool. At the same time, these kind of things are more like cooking a brisket, right? Than doing a hamburger. And in that regard, and Michiel understands this this reference like no other. But these kind of projects need slow cooking, and because they involve such a multitude of stakeholders. The trick here is to move with small steps together. Because if you make small steps together, that's a collective huge step.
Yeah.
But that is also what you have to get used to. Because normally with a project, you want to pace and you want to execute. But in this regard, if there are so many stakeholders involved, you depend on all kinds of governance structures and how all these organizations make decisions. And sometimes it's one step forward, two steps back. And
as long as it's collective, it's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
It's for the right reasons.
Yeah.
My dad always used to tell me that doing the impossible was one thing, but miracles might take just a little bit longer. And of course, if we're walking towards a fossil-free future, that might be there. So Rutger, what I basically heard you saying was, Nick, don't talk about Ignite and rockets anymore today, but of a spark, a flame.
Well, that was done this weekend by all the teams.
All right. So how am I supposed to talk about this then? So it's
Go
not the spark,
for it.
It's not the rocket.
No. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
I'm kidding. Okay, I see that. I think everybody who needs to be in this call is almost in. If we could just, there we go. Let the last ones in. So
I'm very eager to learn what happened.
Me
Who's
too.
the winner? Who's what's?
Well, so I actually know that because I have it on my screen, and I've double checked that none of these cameras can see that. So we're going to put them out of the misery. And Michiel, just because it happens to be in this order in the list I've been given, I'd like to start with you on the smart meter data challenge. Yeah. And why smart meters? I think there's lots of people in the world that are already aware of them, or maybe they've got them, but it's not the meter that's the issue at this moment, right? It's the data. What, in a nutshell, what is this challenge about?
Yeah, it's the most boring part of the industry. But it's the core metric that matters the most. So what we saw in the past is that we have a really good system in the Netherlands. We have a really good system in Sweden. We start rolling out the system of smart meters in Germany. But the way the system is built up, I think with emerging technologies and what I saw in the last 3 years of the hackathon, we can do much more with this core metrics, with these smart meters. If we improve the quality of the communication, if we improve the data quality, if we have it real time available, we can help people in changing their behavior to become fossil-free within one generation.
Fabulous. And there's an important distinction in this track. It's not just about smart meters for consuming data, right? For consuming energy and electricity, because of course we have what I think Vattenfall now calls prosumers, which is people who are both consumer but also producing. Maybe they have solar panels on their roof, or multiple ways of doing that. But that's also important and useful data, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we see a huge challenge coming to the horizon of the energy market, and then you need your core metrics to be able to steer on that. And if you look at all the energy challenges that were in Odyssey this weekend, all of them are focusing on those core metrics. There, the journey begins for for the new challenges that we have for the future.
Yeah. Okay. And this is not your first rodeo with Odyssey, so I'm going to put you just a little bit on the spot here, but you know me well enough, so I think you might know what's coming. Are you able to say something about the team or the potential pilot projects that this team has put towards you without giving away who the winner is? What was it that just nudged them into the spotlight?
We had several years of experience now with also stakeholders that are not into deep tech, and so we always tell the teams, be explicit, be really clear on what you're building, make it really simple to understand. And this team did a tremendous job in doing that, and they really used all the expertise in the market or in the galaxy to really improve their decisions, and even made the pivot in momentum due to legal issues. They had a working prototype. They listened to our needs, so they checked all the boxes and had a really good demo as well.
Alrighty, I think there might have been just a little bit in there to get some people excited because they're wondering if they recognize themselves in that description. I don't think we should take it anymore. This is normally where I would say to the tech team, roll the sound effects, but that's not going to happen. So Rutger, today you are the sound effects. If you would be so kind as to give me a drum roll. And Michiel, I'm actually going to let you do this one, because this is your show, not mine.
Okay. So how do we do it? Do I say the name or the winner is?
However you want it.
I mean, however you. This is your show. We'll give you a drum roll. I'll count down 3, 2, 1.
The winner is Bencom again. They did a tremendous job. Listened to the stakeholder, made a good blueprint, a working prototype, and pivoted due to legislation, and did an awesome job on the hackathon. Congratulations, guys.
Indeed, congratulations. And
Congratulations.
we have Thomas here on the call. Thomas, don't unmute yet. I'm coming back to you. If I can ask the tech and camera team to take me back to the wide shot of everybody, because we have some team captains and representatives who are now, the pressure's gone, the energy's gone. I want to say, oh no, but you're not losers, right? That's the one thing I've got to stress here. You're not losers because you're trying to change the world. That gives me goosebumps. And you also don't walk away with nothing as well. There's a financial appreciation for those who've ever been in physical hackathons. We don't believe in an outright winner. This is a collective, collaborative thing to change the world with everyone. So you're going to walk away with some cash monies as well. And of course, you're part of the ecosystem. You're still connected. Whatever we can do to help you move forward, we're here for you. But I am unfortunately going to say goodbye to you. You can drop yourselves out of the call very, very quietly. And if you don't, we got a man over there who will kick you out. Thanks so much for being part of this journey. It's not just about this weekend. It's been months and months and months and months, and I can see some relieved and scared faces. It's okay. You can go if you want to. It's no problem. We will see you soon for some sort of digital beer or a cup of tea, I'm sure. And if you're part of the balance the grid aspect, obviously you should not leave the call yet.
No.
Because we've got to get to that in a moment.
Exactly.
And I'm so confused when we have 2 awards in one award show. It's fine.
After this weekend,
fine.
Oh yeah.
Let's go to Thomas. Thomas, I actually wanted to give you a moment to just breathe and maybe get yourself together, because I know it's been a tough weekend. How are you this morning?
Quite happy. This year, the award ceremony really after 48 hours of no sleeping. So we actually had a good night last night. So we're quite fit all again here together for this morning for the award. So everybody's spread out through the office. We have a very big office and everybody's sitting 10 meters apart here celebrating. So it's a good morning so far.
Awesome. And you say here, if I'm not mistaken, you are actually here in Groningen, correct?
Yeah, we're not that far apart from each other. Well, you were probably closest thing to your headquarters out of the whole hackathon.
Yeah, and you happen to be the first one we have on the show. That is obviously pure convenience. Logistically, that would have been smart, but obviously we're separated all around the world. Tell us a little bit. I'm so curious because I talked to some of the teams over the weekend, but not 105. What did you build?
One second. Thomas, if there is a colleague of yours with a good headset around, then this could drastically improve the quality of your voice. So I would suggest if you give an explanation to use that, so that we have a clear, clear footage.
He's got that. He's plugging in.
Yeah.
Oh, he's already in. Wow, that was lightning fast.
Are you hearing me?
Oh
Yeah,
yes,
10 times better.
All right. Okay, perfect.
Let that be a warning for anybody whose finale is coming up this afternoon or later this morning. Headsets work far better than laptops. Thomas, I'm curious, what did you build this weekend, in short?
Well, the smart meter is not so smart in our opinion, and we wanted to make it smarter. So we created, simply said, an add-on to the flow, and we changed the protocol for the new meters and the old meters, where you can adapt old meters, a very, very cheap and simple add-on, and use the protocol also for the new meters in the future, so you don't have to invest a lot. For example, in the Netherlands, all the smart meters that has been placed cost about 1 billion euros, so that's not something you want to pull out of everybody's wallet and adjust them with the new one. So we extend the lifetime of the old versions of the smart meters, and the new smart meters will be ready for the future also, because for example in the Netherlands, most smart meters communicate, at least a very large part, through GPRS, and that's bandwidth like 4G, 5G, and that's going to be stopped, provided by the providers. So a lot of smart meters cannot communicate anymore. Wow. So that's why we want to work modularly. So in the future, if 4G or 5G doesn't exist anymore, you don't have to replace all smart meters again, for example. So that's basically a few of the topics we solve.
Great, and that's more on the technological and software sides of things. But this weekend, this momentum was not like the previous Odyssey hackathons. This was not just about creating what we call the MVP, this minimum viable product, to prove the concept. It's about, can we take, you take this to an actual pilot program and show that it could work out there in the real world and not just in our bubble. So we have 3 slides that you presented, created and presented over the weekend. Can you talk to us just a little bit about the pilot program that you hope to be able to get going with the folks from Vattenfall?
Yeah, all right. I focused primarily on the pilot part. Well, since we already built the whole structure from A to Z, and now I specifically explained about the smart meter, but we also create a situation where you have a database centrally, and on top of that, a blockchain solution for permissions. In that, we need to know, for example, who needs to have the smart meter, who owns the smart meter, what consumer uses that smart meter. So we use it in the Netherlands an IDIN solution, that's a connection through the banking. And then they can check if your address matches with your address that you are claiming. And then through the grid operator, we know that the smart meter belongs to you. And then through the blockchain solution, we can see what kind of permissions you're giving as a consumer, who is reading what data, and that is something we fully built actually already. Only the IDEN connection is something we have to add on, so we can start from there and roll it out. We want to start with a small pilot with 100 households, with 50 old meters, where we do the add-on, and 50 meters who are currently able to communicate the way we want them to communicate back to the database. And then scale it up from there and see how everybody is using it, how the stakeholders are satisfied with the solution, and then scale it up to probably 25,000 people, and then you can roll it out abroad even if you want to.
Global domination.
Yeah, for everything, it is possible. It's not bound to the Netherlands, this system.
Great, so, thanks.
Just a question, Thomas, you were talking about the central database. Who is going to maintain that one?
Currently, there's also the grid operators in the Netherlands, and that is independent and government partially owned in the Netherlands, so they can control the database. We're going to split that through the different entities, so there's multiple databases spread out, but it's centrally, like in paperwork, it's centrally located database. And on top of that, we have, like I said, the permissions we do use decentrally.
Yeah.
Awesome. you know, if you were paying attention throughout the weekend to the live stream, and maybe you weren't, maybe you were busy prototyping, etc. But we, beyond the financial prize, there is an award, a very unique award that has been created for you, not per se by us, but actually by your entire track. It's a digital award, and I'm looking at the tech team to see if we can get that on screen now. That is on screen. This is a digital piece of art that was created by the teams. It consists of 2,940 minutes. That was the duration of the hackathon. It includes all of the wows that the track generated, plus all of the ecosystem pilot joins. So that's kind of like the reach out and the handshakes. But of course, we can't give it to you yet because it's not ready. And the reason it's not ready is because we needed your organization name, Bencom, of course, and some more details. Those are going to get incorporated into it today, and this will go online this afternoon. Maybe even by lunchtime if we're lucky, as a truly unique piece of digital art. And I don't understand the tech, but I understand the keys will get sent to you as a team, and then you have ownership and you can prove it. It's all on the blockchain, thanks to our partner Waves
and
Coin.
and they're listed on the coin ranking.
Of course, there's some cash coming your way. If I'm not mistaken, that's €7,500, which we hope you put towards getting this thing live and piloted. Back to Michiel, if I may. Now that the cat's out the bag, we know who it is and kind of what they've done on a conceptual and tech side and how far they went. But also, what I really liked about the pilot program is like we just want to start with 50. That sounds to me like the sort of thing that is easier for you to justify internally. It's a low risk kind of thing. But then you're Vattenfall, you're one of the largest energy companies, certainly in Europe, if not the world. Does this even scratch the surface for you?
No, we're one of the one of the energy companies in Europe, but in the world we're a really small player in the world. But we are not taking this to Vattenfall. We are taking this to the ecosystem of the Netherlands, where all representatives are joining in and looking at this solution and how we can make this an inclusive model. So this is not going to Vattenfall. This is going to the energy industry in the Netherlands, where we want to see how we can move from a prototype to a minimum viable product to a pilot. So I'm really, really excited, and this is also something I do with the number 2 and number 3 of our track. So we really want to push these prototypes forward.
Great, and thank you so much. It's like we've rehearsed this. We really haven't rehearsed this, but you give me the segue to move over to Axel. Axel, if I can get him on screen as well, thank you. Axel, you were focused on the balance the grid challenge within this.
That's right.
And that's a logical extension is if you've got data, you can do stuff with it, because in the energy world you have a problem, right? And that is that every time our favorite soap opera goes on, commercial break, we run to the kettle and we want to make a cup of tea. I'm English, we do that. And there is a huge spike in the energy and then it disappears again. And that one might be predictable, but actually predicting energy data is really important. Can you tell us shortly why?
You're completely right. You're completely right. So actually in the power system, electricity generation and demand has to be balanced at all times. And as you say, when one spike happens, the other one has to follow somehow, or at least we have to keep them in balance. And this is something that we do all the time, and it works great in the power system. The problem is that when you integrate more renewables, the spikes will happen on the other side as well. So we need a lot of more flexibility in order to be able to balance these together. And what we wanted to do with this challenge is to explore how can we leverage all the flexibility potential that is out there in the households. I'm not thinking necessarily of the kettle, because the kettle is you want to run when you want the tea, but with your EV chargers, or when you put on momentum, the sort of focus of the computing power can be distributed as well. So all of these things is needed to consider in order to have a fossil-free grid.
Yeah, and from your perspective, we talked about smart meter data not just being about consuming, but about consumers who are producing. That's also, I mean, perhaps not in your world, but out here.
Kester.
They brought some.
Good morning, welcome. We're live here from Odyssey Momentum Mission Control in misty Groningen. It is still morning. I'm completely confused.
It's light, so it must be, yeah.
Somewhere. Yeah. It's been a long weekend. I'm here with Rutger van Zadam on the table, and as you can see, a whole bunch of people here representing the challenge from KLM Cargo
the teams,
and
and
the
challenge lead Kester.
And also, I see the Trackmare. Henk has also joined us. Welcome, Henk. So this is the finale. We are doing two things here. We are broadcasting live, but we're also recording this so that the team members and, of course, Kester from KLM can use this in the future to make it easy to explain what this weekend and, in fact, the preceding months has been all about. We're going to be revealing who the winner of the challenge is and why, and talking a little bit about what comes next. But first, because this is being broadcast live, and you may not have any idea what this is all about, this is a challenge led by KLM Cargo. I'll bring Kester in a moment. And the challenge is about shipping, and it's about how we can bring transparency to the shipping industry across all different parties. If you know anything about supply chain, obviously it's a very, very complex industry with many different players, many different systems that maybe don't talk to each other, and that makes it really easy for undesired things to happen with cargo and products and you name it. I'm going to bring in Kester Meyer. Kester is from KLM. This Odyssey Momentum was his first Momentum, but it's not his first rodeo with Odyssey. Kester, I see you may be somewhat distracted, so you could be having a technical issue. I will keep talking for you. This was obviously not scripted. Rutger, tell us a little bit about this weekend. It was the first time we did Odyssey Momentum. What was Odyssey Momentum?
Odyssey Momentum is the online mass collaboration arena. You can still fly around there. And it was really cool to see all the team platforms there progressing over the weekend, where we could see really clear what the problem is that they're working on, what is the solution they're working on, how do they work together, how is it being appreciated by all the other participants.
And of course, most importantly, the progress they made as they were building stuff in the weekend.
Especially that, and I think that goes for everyone. Yeah. All right, so in that regard, I also was able to have a look at some of the boards. Of course, we started the journey with these teams a long time ago already.
Months.
And some of the teams and people we know from previous hacks as well. And I'm very eager to learn about the results because I think amazing things have been built also in this track. So looking forward to that.
Although we are about to talk about who has won this track, it's not finished today. In fact, today is what I call Chapter 8. We had 7 chapters over the weekend. Chapter 9 begins tomorrow, and that is what Rutger likes to call the Ignite phase. It's not about launching a big rocket ship. It's about taking it one step further, fanning the flames that you have created this weekend and turning those into real pilot projects. I see Kester looks like he's looking at his webcam. Does that mean he can hear me? He can. Kester, if you would be so kind as to unmute yourself. I will remind the world that this is Kester Meyer from KLM. You are our challenge lead for this challenge and track. Good morning to you.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? Did you sleep well? I did, so I'm ready to go.
Well,
very good.
I'm glad you did. I got some sleep, but I got to say, the Christmas decorations behind you do make me very happy.
Oh yeah, do you like my tree?
I do. It's fantastic. Don't forget, you're sending this to all your stakeholders and boss, so maybe we should focus a little less on the Christmas decorations.
I think it's great.
And more about the topic at hand. Sorry for the distraction there. I was just explaining a little bit about the challenge whilst you were dealing with your sound issue or whatever it was you had. It's about providing transparency in the shipping industry, and shipping doesn't just mean boats, of course. It can mean air cargo, it can mean road and train cargo, and moving packages around the planet and hopefully later universe. Why is this important for KLM?
Oh, it's extremely important to have this as we call multimodality, very reliable. And KLM celebrated last year our 100-year anniversary. And I think what we do is we make sure that the goods that are vital to, especially now, to healthcare and protection of health workers, that it's shipped from origin to destination at a really good speed, because our customers, they want speed. That's why they go for air cargo.
Absolutely. And how was your weekend? I mean, obviously, well, I say obviously, the folks watching this live and maybe in a week or an hour or a month from now don't know. KLM has been, and you have been involved in the physical hackathons that we did here in Groningen, but this was the first time anywhere ever for anyone that we were doing this online in Momentum. How was the experience for you?
To me, it was fantastic, and I'm a glass half full person, so I will not talk about the little things. No, it was great, because what I like about it, since the COVID outbreak, we have been working from home, but I've never seen anything of this magnitude with so many people. There were multiple channels, and it was at the first day a bit, finding your way, getting in touch with people, but I really liked it. We had a fantastic track mayor. I have to thank Henk for doing that, getting people together. We had DHL, Nina, you saw her a time ago. She came in for a special session with everybody. It was the best session, and she was very happy with that. And to us, she's a very important stakeholder. Mm-hmm. So a great experience. And of course, I am KLM, so flying around made my day.
Well, let's hope that cool. KLM can fly around like we do in Momentum somewhere in the next 100 years through the universe. Yeah. Because of course we were zooming around like little spacecraft, I guess, because we were. This makes no sense to anyone watching in the future, so we're just going to leave that right there. But what did this? From your perspective, being able to do this event online, mass collaboration with teams from all the world, what has it delivered for you that couldn't necessarily have been done 6 months ago, Kester?
Well, for me, the biggest change was the way the teams work. Typically, you work in kind of competition setup, but this was, So in principle, it's kind of a competition, but to me, everybody was a winner here. That's the difference. We are all talking to one another. We're sharing, we're building. It is a true implementation of an ecosystem around global shipments that we are flying. We're talking about transparency, and what I liked about this experience that we could not have done about 6 months ago, people would be like, no, this is my solution, this is my thing, and that was totally not present in this setup. So for me, it gave an additional dimension. We did miss the physical interaction, like, you can go to somebody and say, hey, how are you? Show me something, where are you? But I think we've all gotten used to working from home or from an office in kind of isolation. So what is brought to me that it's not only looking for a solution, but a new way of collaborating between supply chain parties. And I think I want to extend that experience into our working practice. As you know, we are a very fragmented industry. And I think what we have seen this weekend is a perfect example how you can bring many parties together and create something together.
Fabulous. And if you talk about that sort of sharing an ecosystem and an openness perspective, I think we should move on to announcing who the winner of this track is. But you throw me a bit of a curveball here, Kester, I have to admit, because we say to all of our challenge leads, look for the clear winner in your track, because you have to commit to some sort of pilot program, right? This isn't just about building a prototype or a proof of concept in a weekend. We've done that for a couple of years now. We've now upgraded to how do we take that thing and get it out there in the real world. And so yes. by selecting a winner, Kester, on behalf of KLM Cargo, of course, you're sort of committing to taking it one step further and trying your very best to get it out in the real world through a sort of pilot program. And of course, that has a double meaning in your world. We don't mean, literally pilots sitting in cockpits, but A launch program is perhaps no launch is rockets. That doesn't work.
No,
Anyway,
it's okay. It's okay.
anyway, a pilot program.
Let's not talk about pilots now. No.
No, exactly.
Okay, and over.
Swiftly moving on.
Yeah.
So we recommend, not because it benefits us, but because it benefits you, try to find the clear winner in your track because, you want to try and make that thing reality. And
Exactly.
you pretty much said to us, yep, great advice, guys. Thank you so much. I'm throwing that in the bin because I want 2 winners. Tell us why.
Yes. The real curveball is I have 5 winners. Let me be clear about that because we had a very tough jury deliberation. We had some people who were, and I had to add some people from my own team, the compliance team, to look at it. So, but as you want to know who the clear winners was, let's go back to our challenge. Our challenge was very widespread. It was to give transparency. It was about collaborating in the supply chain between the parties. And it was also about how do you prove a compliant air cargo flow. So that's a big chunk to bite off. And I said before, I don't believe that there's one team there that can bring all. And therefore, we have selected as a winner a combination of 2 teams. And I guess you want me to tell you right now who they are.
No, not yet.
So
No.
Okay,
Kester,
okay, I'll shut up then.
Kester, you know me better than that. We don't let the teams get away. Look at their nervous little happy faces.
Yeah, they are. They are very nervous.
I mean, I saw the looks in the eyes when you said there are 5 winners. No, we put our foot down on that. I totally get your perspective. There are no losers in this, right? Every team member that has come along on this journey, whether it is just for the weekend or over the last many months, you're all winners in some way because you're trying to change the world. You're trying to change the world for the better. Rutger, I remember shortly, I think it was either just before or just after you had your first child, you said, "This is why I'm doing Odyssey. It's not for me, it's for him." Right? It's thinking about the future, and that's what you're all doing. So there are going to be some team representatives here who you might be a bit upset that you didn't win the big prize, but I want to point out last year in one of the tracks, one of the teams who did not win the big prize actually went the furthest, got the biggest pilot program I think we've ever seen in Odyssey. So winning is one thing, but getting it out in the real world is what we all live for. If you didn't win, you still walk away with some money because nobody goes away empty-handed. But Kester, this is where you know me. I like to do it on stage and I build up the tension. That doesn't work well on the live stream. So I brought some sound effects with me. It is the Rutger van Zoudam drum machine. I'm going to say 3, 2, 1, and Kester, you, because this is your challenge, are going to tell us who has won the challenge for KLM Cargo. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, drum roll, please. 3, 2, 1. The winners are
Cryptomice 8 and Gimli.
Woohoo! There we go. Take a second to breathe.
Excellent job, guys.
There we go, and we're gonna give them just a moment to breathe, and then we'll bring them in. So that's Cryptomice. I see on the call have Thomas Rossi, also no stranger, not your first rodeo, and from Gimli we have Casper. Thomas, if I can come to you first, just because you're looking very composed there.
Yeah,
Good morning.
sure.
Are you unmuted? Can we hear you?
Hello.
Yes. Hi, Thomas. Congratulations.
Yay.
I don't know if it just doesn't move or if it's
On the
frozen.
stage. So weird.
So weird. I think we've got a bit of a lag with Thomas.
Eesh. Can I?
All right. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ask the tech team, can you flip me over to Casper and let's give Thomas some breathing room for either tech or Thomas to get a headset on or whatever he needs, because we can't run late on this show. I have obviously shows for every track and challenge.
Yeah, we only have
14
hours of content. Yeah.
So on screen right now, I believe, or right in front of me, is Casper Roelofs from Team Gimli, one of the 2 winners of the KLM Cargo track. We hear you loud and clear. I love the angle of your webcam. It makes your eyes sparkle. How are you this morning?
It's my iPad, so it's a new angle.
Perfect.
Wow. Thanks, guys. Wow. I'm flabbergasted. Well, because I was very surprised, but I'm really honored and really happy about that. And I guess taking the advice to focus on a simple and small step worked out well. Extremely happy and looking very much forward to collaborating with Cryptomice/Eon Pass. And we're gonna do that.
Great.
We're gonna do this.
Great. Hold that thought for a moment. This isn't the Oscars, but I love the I love the acceptance speech because I want to know more from you. I don't want you to just say thank you, get an award, and walk away. I'd love to know, somewhat short, what is it that you built in this? You just mentioned we took the advice of building a small step. What is it you built that you think means so much to KLM Cargo?
Yes. Well, we built with these NFC cards, and they are a physical identifier that can be used with SSI solutions in an enterprise settings, because most SSI solutions, self-sovereign identity solutions, require a personal device. But in an enterprise setting, you can't have everyone walking around with their personal mobile device. So these cards will become employee ID badges, and they can log in and they can sign transactions, they can sign documents with these cards.
And just in case, because we are live to the general public, but also this movie could be played in the future by people. NFC is a sort of radio frequency communication, right? So it's a contactless tag thing. It transmits for short range information. SSI, you said there, is self-sovereign identity. So that is you know who that card is attached to, but they understand where it is being used and they can see and control that data.
That's the most important part, that they control their own data.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're saying it's used as a sort of employee identity card. It's not for them getting in and out of a building per se, but it's more for them authorizing transactions. Is that right?
To start with, yes. Once it's integrated in the ERP systems of the companies and enterprises, you can also make it an entrance authorization card. But for here, we're focusing on signing transactions, and that's what enables a team like the Cryptomice Eon Pass to make use of these benefits of self-sovereign identity. So that's how we are connecting some SSI solution to the team of Thomas.
Awesome. And
nice bridge.
Well, no, not quite actually, because that's the what's, but that's the old MVP thinking. What did you build? I'd like to know how do you intend to take this forward? What's the pilot program?
So the chips they're made by a partner, Tangem, and a Swiss company. And they can be connected with any blockchain. There's a crypto wallet inside, and can be also connected with any SSI platform. So we are going to have to talk with Thomas and with the stakeholders which platform they would be looking for. And then we will be connecting with the appropriate SSI partners.
Awesome.
To start drafting up the pilot.
Perfect.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. Obviously, you've been around for the weekend, so you probably should know this, but there is an award that has been created not actually by us, but by you all over the weekend. You all in this track and challenge. I think that's on screen now, or will be shortly.
Yeah.
So this is what it looks like, and it's a digital representation of 2,940 minutes. That was the duration of the Odyssey Momentum event, plus the amount of wows within your track and the amount of ecosystem joins within your track. That has resulted in this, but we couldn't actually finish it because we need to add the data of the winning teams, etc., etc. So that will be done today and uploaded on the blockchain, not as a piece of just nerd, but a singularly unique piece of digital art. And we will share the keys to the winning team so that you can always prove and claim ownership to that. If I may, let's go back to Thomas. Thanks for Casper. And see, I see he's gone from landscape to portrait mode, so he's probably on a different device. How is this working now? You're still on mute.
So yeah, I wanted to share
Hi, Thomas.
technical difficulties with you.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Does it work?
It
Yes,
does.
it does.
We're all good.
I don't want you to have all the technical issues. I want some technical issues too. So
Thank you for taking our pain there. No problem.
Yeah, very
Appreciate
good.
That. Thomas, not your first rodeo at Odyssey. You've been around before, but tell us in this track for KLM Cargo, what was it that you built this weekend?
Yeah. So this started with an observation I did when I began working on this project. So I created my own contract with DHL and I wanted to try to ship something. So I wanted to try firsthand how it is to be a shipper. And basically I saw that whatever I say, then it's the burden to prove the truth is to DHL. So you have a cargo in Singapore, I can give you a price, it's going to be a bad price, but we can ship it and we can try to lie on everything. So this was one of the initial observations. And on this, we built a system of incremental signatures from the brand owner to the logistics to then the distribution that proves that the shipment has an origin, has a legal origin. And it works well with Gimli because you can imagine these signatures being from company to company, but inside a company, you can go down to the employee level. So you can see that inside DHL, what the truck driver was in charge of doing the operation. And you can see this chain of signature can go down a level of detail to the employee, which, to us looked very interesting and looks we will do it. So, yeah.
Great, and as we were just talking about with Casper, building a proof of concept or a minimum viable product that says we can do this was not enough for Momentum. We asked you to go further and say, and how would you create some sort of pilot program to implement it in the real world? How do you see that pilot program coming together in the next few months?
Yeah, so first of all, we'll need to onboard one brand owner. Could be MSD, but we can find many. With the product line in place, we can then start to deploy this peer-to-peer network, which shares the data of the shipments. Mm-hmm. And this is going to be the first part to set up the infrastructure. And this can start very early. In the slides, I've put January 2021. Just to stay out of 2020, just to be sure.
Wise decision, yes.
Good plan.
But that would be the first step, and then we have to add this real-time signature also from the employees, and for that we need some coordination with Gimli. But that it looks, it looks something we can close quite soon. So yeah.
Really good. And as I understand from you, Thomas, this can work with any type of product or brand owner. But of course, I mean, you need kind of different sealing techniques, I guess, or not. How do you actually prove, right? Mm-hmm. The product.
Yeah. So one of the important points for our hackathon was to explain what is Aeon Pass and Cryptomize limit. So we are expert in the cryptography and the data layer. We are not expert in the physical world. So we have to be agnostic. So Gimli will be the expert in the physical person identification. Then DHL and KLM will for sure, they already have companies which is providing sensor data or location data or whatever. So we have to be agnostic and import those information.
Yeah.
And on top of this layer of data, the one proposal that we made for the Odyssey was a risk analysis tool for KLM, so that when you see this data streaming in real time, you can update the risk score of the shipment. So this is like you build this layer for sharing data, and on top of it, you start to plug in applications. So first application.
I like that. It's kind of you're already upselling your product and saying, hey, no, we're building the nuts and the bolts, but here's one way you can use it. Here's a shipment, and it's 100% certain, 100% certain. Hang on, there's something not quite right with this. So you've got a whole risk team going, oh, maybe we should go look at that in almost real time instead of 6 weeks later when it didn't arrive where it should have arrived. That's awesome.
Yeah, and at the same time, I think it's very interesting to see that, for example, now there's, with such a solution in place, if you fast forward 1 or 2 years when you start using this, the companies that can help producers of products and manufacturers to actually connect their products and shipments to this infrastructure, then that's just mind-blowing, right? That they can help the brand owners and the manufacturers to really prove the authenticity of the product all the way down to the consumer.
Yep, there is no way this could have got switched out halfway down the chain.
Exactly.
Chains of custodies, etc., etc.
Yeah.
I don't have a huge amount of time left, so Thomas, thank you so much. I'm going to flip back to Kester, if I may. Kester Meyer, obviously the challenge lead here from KLM Cargo. If I can get him on screen, because it's weird to hear Kester and see Thomas. Kester,
I'm here.
Fabulous. You already told us that as far as you're concerned, all the teams were valuable to the challenge, but we limited you to absolutely 2 winners. But I think both Thomas and Casper really showed why they need each other. Now that the cat's out of the bag and we've announced the winners, can you tell us a little bit more about how your experience with this sort of multi-team collaboration was?
Yes, and as said before, we are in this very special situation around the world, and we, Nina said, we cannot do this alone. Mm-hmm. And that's why the 5 teams, again, we had a very difficult jury deliberation, and I think if you look at every component that they bring to the table, maybe you're not the number 1 and today, but you are still the winner. And I believe that what I would like to do with the other teams is to see how can we fit you into the ecosystem, because everything you have done is extremely valuable for this situation, and we need to battle this situation together. And of course, as Thomas was already upselling, whatever we build, we can then bring to other realms or other domains. But for now, the focus is for us surviving, bringing these vaccines and medicine around the world with our supply chain partners, and everybody needs to play their role.
Perfect. Fabulous. And in terms of the pilot program, what do you see happening over the next few months from a KLM Cargo side?
Well, so I think one of the lessons I learned from last year's episode was to build a lot of support also internally inside our company. And again, a big thank you, if they're watching, to my colleagues. I think we have over 20 people from KLM and maybe even 30 watching in, providing feedback, giving data. So what we'll be doing together with Armand and Sanne and Stijn is see how we can build the use case, get people connected, talk to DHL and say, okay, how are we going to take one flow, or how are we going to go to the next step? But we'll be moving, we will be going forward, and develop and put this thing into place. We need it.
We do need it, especially when we're talking about, as you say, vaccines, which is a pretty hot topic right now, of course. There may be people, Kester, who are watching this live who think, I can add to this, I need to be a part of this, I've got something of value, or I want to partner up. And of course, there may be people in the future, because we're recording this live, but somebody might be watching it a week or a month from now. Who do you need? What's your invite or call to action for those folks? How can they find you? What should they do?
Well, the call to action, actually, I've just said, but it's what I need is stakeholders. So if you already are a stakeholder somewhere in the supply chain, or you are providing solutions to that supply chain, you have your contacts, you have your people. We need road feeders. We need, meaning trucking companies. We need other airlines. It's not KLM only. It's not Air France, KLM, Martinair only. We want our competitors to be part of this ecosystem, because it's not about us, it's about our entire industry. So my call for action is, if you have something to contribute in whatever role, whether you're a handling agent and so forth, connect and let's co-create this fantastic solution and build on this, because I truly believe we're building a new tree here, something really new, and we need to get this out, and the more the merrier.
Fabulous, love to hear that. And of course, it sounds like a very gracious thing. Everybody come along and join, but if they don't, it simply doesn't work. It has to be this way.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's not just words.
Fabulous. Rutger.
Yeah.
You must have something to say about this track, because
I think
it's one that's been brewing for some time.
I think it's just perfect. Kester couldn't have said it better. I think also what has been produced by the teams, but also the fact that the combination of the winning teams are solutions that perfectly fit together, that show how the system would work with other types of solutions. Even Gimli understand that if there is another type of person identifying solution in there, then even if they would be part of that ecosystem, then that ecosystem would be better for Gimli as well. So I think this is the whole picture we're seeing here together, how collective corporate innovation, where you are open and you say, okay, we have to out-collaborate our way out of this situation into a much better situation. I think that is what we are seeing here in front of our eyes. And I think also the fact that DHL is one of the important stakeholders who contributed, not just in the preparation of this, but also during the weekend. Yeah, I think that is something we are going to see a lot more over the coming years. And I'm very, very proud that KLM Cargo is one of the front runners in this, that they are the innovator they have always been from the beginning, as
100 years already.
So in that regards, I think that a pilot is very much doable, and the plumbing is there. It only needs connecting, and that is what has been proven over the weekend. So this is going to fly for sure.
Wow, somebody get this man some caffeine.
Over here.
Wow, you completely throw me off my script.
Usually you do these things,
I know. That's why I'm so confused.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this live, we're here at Odyssey Mission Control. This was the finale for the Compliant Air Cargo Flow track from KLM Cargo here in the Netherlands. We were online with Kester and the teams. We announced two winners. That was CryptoMice and Gimli with their solutions, which were deeply interconnected and collaborative. But actually, Kester said the other guys are not losers. We need them in the ecosystem, and has committed to try to find them a space to continue going forwards.
Yes.
Kester, unless you have some last words to say, I'm going to call this one a wrap.
Yeah, I have a very short one for you to say goodbye to everybody. So again, we are in a very extremely special situation as airlines. We are in dire straits, but nevertheless, I want to thank the teams for feeling our pain, feeling the pain of our entire supply chain. We are restructuring, but at the same time, we are working so hard, all our people, day and night, weekends, to get these vaccines around the world in a safe and secure manner. So thanks again for feeling our pain. We will be back again to fly together.
Yes.
Fabulous last words. Thank you all so much. Good luck, Kester, and the rest of you, of course. That was the finale for Compliant Air Cargo Flow. And we're going to call that a wrap. We'll be back in about, I think, 15 minutes, maybe a half hour. That'll come on your screen with the next installment of the finales. Thank you so much. Over and out. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day to you, wherever you are in the world. We're here at Odyssey Momentum headquarters at sunny Groningen. Now starting to rain. Never mind, I'm an optimist, half full kind of guy. We're here for the challenge finale, for the challenge and track of circular economy for freight packaging. I have with me Mr. Van Zoudam, of course.
Yes, hi Nick.
And calling in from all around the world, we have, of course, the challenge lead from TVM, Thomas van Noort. Good morning, Thomas. And the team
and
representatives that were, and Danny, of course, sorry. And of course the teams that were working on this. We'll talk to some of you shortly. There's two types of folks watching this, at least I hope. We're live to the world now, hi, who may have no idea what this is all about. But we're also recording this so that actually you folks can use this later to share it with your teams or stakeholders or bosses or who knows. So they're actually going to be watching this in the future. So if you're not watching this now but in the future, hi to you too. And this track, this one's actually a little close to my heart. I don't know if you know this, but I began my career
in supply chain,
in logistics. Supply chain.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about here? We're talking about freight packaging. So it's not just things like cardboard boxes, but we're talking about pallets and roll carts and wooden stuff and plastic crates and all that kind of stuff that gets moved around the world. And most of the time we think about the content, but not the packaging itself.
Apparently. I did not know that.
And it seems very simple, but it's actually incredibly complicated because you own it, but it's now on the other side of the planet.
Yeah, maybe...
So I'd love for Thomas to tell us a little bit about why TVM as a challenge lead finds this so important and how complex it is. I see you're still on mute. There we go. Welcome, good morning.
Thanks.
Tell us a little bit about this challenge, if you would.
Indeed, it's an issue that is not widely known. It is known, of course, within the sector, and for us, it's a very important challenge because it not only is about just the packaging itself, but it's also about the supply chain. I mean, if we are able to better track and trace packaging, then we're also better able to track and trace the supply chain. And by using this angle, so to say, to enter the issue, we must solve some very difficult issues, like if all the information of every supply chain is very transparently shared with all the world, then we have a big issue because then all the competitive advantages of every participant in the supply chain also is out there. So nobody's going to participate in a system like that. So how to solve that? We also have some other issues like, it's not just about software and registration, it's also about connection to the real world. How to make sure that issues like that are solved.
Yeah.
So there's many issues important in the supply chain that we have to address by addressing this as a challenge. That's why we chose it.
Yeah, and Thomas, TVM is the biggest logistics insurance provider in the Benelux. Why is it important for you as an insurance provider, a mutual? You are owned by your customers, which I think is an awesome idea. It's a kind of a DAO avant la lettre, I would say, but then very well crafted, typically Dutch, I would say, a corporation. So why, as an insurance provider, is this important to you? I understand why it is important to your clients, because they don't want to lose the packaging, because that costs money. You have to replace that, and you don't want the waste. It's also annoying because you can get into conflicts about it potentially. So as an insurance provider, can you explain a bit your interest in this?
Well, actually, in your the way you posed the question already, there's the main part of the answer. Indeed, TVM is an insurance company owned by its customers, a mutual insurance company, founded in the early 60s. So indeed, DAO has been around for a while already. But it's in the interest of our clients, and that's the main reason. So the existence of TVM as a company, not just an insurance company, but as a company, lies within the interest of its clients. You could also say TVM is a company that works for the interests of its clients that happens to go into insurance. That's not exactly the storage of origin, but the story of origin, but you could say it like that. So if we look into the future, and then I'm talking from TVM itself, if we look into the future, we think insurance is going to change. The pace at which it happens, of course, is unknown. But with data coming available about everything within logistics, in the end, risks will change because I think we are going to be better at predicting where accidents might happen, where damage might occur, and that will have a massive impact on insurance. And in the end, that's for the good, because less damage means less loss in the industry. So and that's good for everybody. And as a company, I think we need to find a new purpose. Luckily, we don't need it in a few years, but maybe in 10, 15 years, we do need a purpose. Or if there's not a purpose anymore, TVM will cease to exist. Don't tell my colleagues, please. But I do think within ecosystems like we are trying to develop right now, there is a very important role for a company like ours to enable, to facilitate, and to speed up developments.
Yeah, I think Thomas, you don't have to be afraid about that purpose. I've experienced your stakeholders throughout the program as incredibly devoted in this challenge, where companies have been around for a long time, have built up, you could say, quite a bit of legacy, and legacy always has two sides of the token, so to say, and in your particular challenge, I have to say it's really impressive that logistics providers and the providers of the crates, the manufacturers, and all your other stakeholders have been involved in this. And I think if you have this as TVM, this connecting, forward-moving role where you are working to ensure continuity wherever you can. So I think that's a very impressive to see.
Well, it's funny you say that. I talked about the beginning of my career being logistics and supply chain, so me being able to connect to this, but I connect exactly to what Thomas is just saying. And Thomas, I agree with Rutger. If you're already sitting here today as TVM, and not just today, but for some time saying, hey, look, our world is changing and the work we do today may not be necessary in the future. That's very different to we are not needed in the future, because what you're doing now is saying, how do I already make myself relevant by thinking for my customers on things that they don't have the headspace, because they're busy moving stuff around, they're doing their work.
Yeah.
Then I can't promise you that you're going to stay around forever. Obviously, that would be irresponsible. But that mindset tells me you're onto good things, and because you're owned by your customers or set up by your customers, they're not going to say, Thomas, calm down, stop making our lives easier. Stop saving us money. Stop, it's not going to happen.
And I think this is also a perfect example of how you go from for the customers to with the customers. Exactly. And that is in the DNA of TVM. So let's
enough
see
about the future of TVM. Although it is, of course, super relevant. We are here for collaboration, innovation, and.
Yeah.
Thomas, I'd love to know, just, take it down a moment. How was your weekend, your collective weekend?
How was my weekend? It was a very interesting weekend, I must say, because what you guys did was, I don't know how you did it, but to go from a very big event in the factory in Groningen a little over a year ago to a full online experience, flying from station to station, I find it quite impressive, and I think some hiccups must be there if you do a transition like this. Mm-hmm. And I must also say that you and the teams already also have been very creative in finding each other, finding ways to collaborate, to exchange information, views, and stuff like that. So I must say, up front, I was very eager to experience this weekend. And now that we have, I must say, I'm quite impressed by the amount of interaction that happened through an online collaboration like this. So I found it a very interesting weekend. I think we also, all the teams made a lot of progress and impressed the jury. So we had a lot of difficulty and a lot of deliberation to decide who's going to win this challenge and how all the teams performed, because they all did very well and came up with some interesting solutions and additions to the ecosystem. Maybe that's a better way to put it.
Yeah, great.
So we had a very good weekend.
Great.
Awesome, and thanks for giving that segue, because I want to remind the folks watching this why we're here. This is a finale moment, so we will be introducing the winner. And I say we, I actually mean you, Thomas, but don't worry, I'll guide you through that process. The winner of this track. But the word winner is I have immense difficulty with this, because obviously the inverse of winner is loser, and for the other teams, I don't think you are losers. We as Odyssey don't see you as losers. We've always had a perspective of an appreciative approach, because it is about collaboration and ecosystem, and you're focused on trying to make the world a better place. You can't be losing. So for those that aren't the winner, there'll still be some cash prize for you.
And there are connections to be made after this, right?
Well,
and that will get you forward. Even if you are the winner, then you still are into building connections. And I think that's what it is all about: making the connections and move forward.
And for me, the only way you lose, and it's still not quite the right word, is if you stop. And there's from my perspective, no reason why you should stop tomorrow. I mean, obviously, if you've
especially with this results, I think
exactly. So
let's go for it.
You know, don't stop trying to change the world. And even if you've found out the thing you were working on this weekend isn't quite right, just keep pivoting and innovating, and all the innovation buzzwords that you need to throw in there, because this is a huge. I want to say a huge problem, but it's a huge opportunity to be solved. And as you hear, TVM and I guess companies like TVM really would like this to be solved. So let's talk a little bit about the winning perspective here. Thomas, I wonder, are you able to say something about why this team won without giving away which team it is? Is it easy, or is that too difficult?
No, I can.
Okay.
Well, and maybe I'd also like to take the chance to address I fully agree with you. There's no losers in here, and I think there's been a lot of interaction between the teams as well, and that's indeed the spirit we love to see. So that was very energizing. And if you look at all the teams, they all came up with interesting solutions and perspectives, as I mentioned before. So there was a team that was very creative in the way they looked at the problem and came up with all kinds of added value propositions, which is great for the ecosystem. And there was a team that had a very solid base, so they were very precise in how the chain should be working and how solutions should be getting into place. There was also a team that was very focused on an important issue within the chain, so they chose to address a specific problem for the ecosystem. And there was also a team that had a very impressive demo where they demonstrated how the whole chain was going to work eventually by walking through the different rooms and delivering packages at several locations, which was all quite fun to see in the demo, but also showed real progress in the weekend. So we saw with all the teams very interesting developments. And now that I've said that, it's very difficult to mention something about winning without exposing who actually is our number one amongst all the number ones, let's say.
All right. Shall we get that over and done with, and then you don't have to stress about leaking it?
That's more easy. Yeah.
All right. We have
in the end.
Exactly. We have a very high-tech solution here. We have a drum machine, Fanzada Mark 1, I'm going to give you a countdown, Thomas, 3, 2, 1, and then you can name the winner of your track, and we'll have a conversation about that. This is the grand moment. I see these folks are like, get it over with, Nick. Stop teasing me. The grand moment where we're going to reveal the winner of the circular economy for freight packaging track with TVM. If I could get a drum roll, please. And Thomas, in 3, 2, 1, the winner is
OV Software.
Woohoo!
Congratulations.
And again, if you're not OV Software, you just heard it from Thomas. You're not losers. Don't walk away from here feeling like the world has ended. It's a beginning. If I could bring, is it Leo or Leo?
Leo or Leo? I'm Dutch, so
you're
Leo
Dutch.
is okay, but Leo is also okay.
So Leo, no problem. Welcome, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
How does that feel after a long weekend?
Yeah, very rewarding. So I'm so proud of my team. I basically, I just facilitated it and helped them out wherever I could. But my team was fantastic, so I want to thank them. Yeah.
Great. And tell us a little bit, what was it that you built this weekend that must have impressed the jury?
Well, we did a lot of brainstorming, and in the end, we came back to the basics. And that was that there are so many parties working in this ecosystem that we understand. We have to respect them all. We have to connect them all. So we really went back to we need a very basic, safe, secure, open protocol that everybody can use, that everybody can share, that's completely free, that's open. So we worked on that. So we decided to use the IOTA blockchain and put a very small token on it with just the basics, and try to get that working. So we were very glad with all the Jedis. The Jedis helped us a lot also. So I want to thank them also. I'm going to thank a lot of people. But,
No worries. So that was what you built, but of course, Odyssey Momentum is not just about a proof of concept or an MVP, as we call it. It's about, can this be taken out there to the real world in some sort of pilot program? And so we asked you as teams, along with your challenge leads, of course, to talk about what might that pilot program look like in a month or 2 or 3 from here. Can you let us in on what you see coming next?
Yeah, for us, it would be very important to get stakeholders together, do some technical confirmation in the concept. And our goal is within 6 months to have those tokens flowing at least between 2 parties. Mm-hmm. And then when we have that established, then we can ask people to join in and connect using these tokens.
Yeah. Fabulous. And as well as the cash prize, we did promise you over the weekend, if you were in the live stream at that moment, that there is a special award that has been created. That's coming up on screen any moment now. Obviously, this is not the final version. The final version has to include your team name and details, because this has been created not by us, but actually by your track. There's 2,940 small blocks in this piece of art. They represent the minutes.
I see the name is already in there, Nick.
They've done it?
Yes, over the night.
Wow. So the wows have been integrated, the ecosystem joins have been integrated, your team name, etc. has been integrated. So there is this unique piece of digital art has been created by you all and is already available on, help me out here.
They will be available on coinranking.com during the day. I have a question to Leo. You've prototyped this version with use of the IOTA blockchain. We've seen the Eon Pass Cryptomize solution before in the freight, the air cargo compliance challenge from KLM Cargo. Do you foresee that this kind of protocol you're envisioning would use on any type of blockchain? I mean, how important is is interoperability in your case?
Yeah, it's very. I would say, don't get stuck into one technology or the other, or one architecture or the other.
Exactly.
Try to be as open as possible. And the whole idea of a protocol is that that it's setting the rules that we all want to comply to. And I'm also very much a fan of keeping those rules as basic and simple as possible. So not too many rules. So, but a basis of trust. Yeah. So
good one.
And I think because you mentioned the previous finale, I see a theme coming here from these two tracks, and that is the simplicity that is being focused on. And Leo has just said, we realize that the more parties are involved, the simpler it has to be. And even with your pilot program, you're not talking about how do we get hundreds on. You're saying how do we get two organizations to test this, because without two we can't get to three.
That's the perfect way to go.
So
Start
I think
with small steps, but these small steps will have massive impact.
Yeah.
Because once you have done it, once you have shown it, especially because you're talking about a collective problem, then the question all of a sudden in the market becomes, maybe I can find reasons not to do it, like. You can find reasons not to use email, right?
Sure.
But if you're in a competitive market, what if your competition does and gets the advantages? And that is, I think, a really fun way of doing this, intersectoral open innovation, especially through protocols, not platforms. Because then you can start coordinating on fixing this problem that raises the water for all boats.
And what is it you said? Don't outcompete. That's old school thinking. Out collaborate.
Exactly.
Thank you, Leo. If it's okay with you, I'm going to say congratulations one more time and flip back to our challenge lead, Thomas. Are you still with us, Thomas?
Yeah, yes.
Fabulous. So now the cat is out of the bag. We know who has won. Tell us a little bit more about why OV Software for you and the jury just took that #1 spot.
Well, as Leo just mentioned and you all confirmed, we are in a very complex situation where there's different parties involved in the ecosystem which all have systems in place, solutions in place. So the way not to go is to try to replace everything that's already there, because then you would create a huge threshold to participate. And what OV Software did very well is they provided us with a very important part of the puzzle to bring all these companies together in the ecosystem. So what's missing is a solution to exchange data in a very safe way. And safe means not just that the data itself is safe and the quality is good, but also that you do not immediately expose yourself by sharing your data to the competition, to everybody in the ecosystem. But they came up with a solution where that problem can be solved, we think. Also without putting a lot of data on the blockchain and stuff like that. So although Leo mentioned it should be as simple as possible, let's not go into systems and architecture. The protocol and the setup of the solution they provided, we think offers a very big opportunity to start sharing data in a safe way. Also it must be possible to connect this to existing systems and software solutions.
Right.
And I think that's also a challenge for the near future, because the fact that it's possible doesn't mean that it's in place. And I think a lot of work needs to be done there to make sure that happens. But
exactly,
one challenge at a time, maybe.
Exactly, and it's like you are creating my script for me. You give me the perfect segue every time, because of course as TVM, you don't do this for fun, and you didn't do it for the weekend. You do it for what comes next, which is some sort of pilot program. I mean, that's what you commit to in terms of hoping that will be the outcome. So what do you see happening over the next couple of months? And more importantly, if folks are watching this, they want to get involved, how can they do that? What do you need?
Well, I think what's very important is the fact that with different stakeholders joined in this challenge, we already discussed the way forward. And so it's very important now to start focusing on the next step and see how we indeed come to a situation where 2, 3, maybe 4 stakeholders within the challenge, but it might also be a company that's not involved in the challenge yet, but wants to get involved, how to come to a coalition of a few stakeholders to say, okay, we're going to do the first project and we're going to validate the solution and see how it operates in the real world out there. I think some sort of a showcase, to build some sort of a showcase, I think that's very important. I see opportunities there, but what we learned from also from the last hackathon, that it's not, it's nice that we see the opportunity, but we need to see it together. And I think that's the main next step, to make sure that we address maybe the next challenge or the opportunity, sharpen it, focus, and see if we can collaborate on that.
Yep.
And with OV software, of course, but if I may, for me, all the 4 teams joined in this challenge are more than welcome to join us in the next step. So I think that's also. There's no losers here. So we're all winners, and let's go together forward.
Great. So I'm going to put you on the spot slightly, because what I think I heard you just say was, the other teams are in fact not losers, and don't stop communicating with you, because they're welcome. What they're doing is valuable in some way. So keep the connections open. Don't disappear on Thomas. He might need you. Fabulous.
Maybe if I may, Danny. I think you want to.
I was just going to say,
busy this weekend.
I've got a feeling that Danny might want to say something, because you guys are awesome. You do that. So, Danny, if you would unmute yourself and join us.
Yeah, thanks. Just one more thing I wanted to say. I think it was a very, very nice ride. Really different than last year. Then I was a track mayor. Track mayor of the APG track, and I know a winner of one challenge, right, Leo? So it was very nice to see you all again, and I really want also to thank the teams, but also our stakeholders. It was very important to get the whole story of the whole supply chain, and they delivered it to the teams, and collaborating with the teams and our stakeholders, it made a success. So I want to thank you, Odyssey, the teams, and also our stakeholders, Containercentrale, T-Consult, Alex van der Slot, Roy Floor Holland, but also my colleagues at TVM, the legal part, it's called in Dutch preventie and risicobeheer. They were all there. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, great. Danny. I think you have achieved a great deal here, and I know how much effort you and your colleagues have put into this, and I'm really especially impressed by having all these stakeholders on board, and even the manufacturers of the freight packaging themselves, who would actually benefit normally in the short term from the problem, that you have these on board. That's very, very well done. So I look forward to seeing your next steps together, and joining you at the Ignite sessions.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. So once again, congratulations to you all. That was the finale for Circular Economy for Freight Packaging with TVM here in the Netherlands, with the winning team being OV Software, but there are no losers. Enjoy celebrating today, sleeping, or getting back to work, whatever it is you're doing. We're here in Odyssey Mission Control. We're signing out for this finale, but we will be back. Yeah,
Thanks,
Danny's already falling over. We're signing out. We will be back shortly for a discussion about the future of acute healthcare.
Yes.
That time is coming up on the screen in a moment, because I have no idea what time it is.
It's now 11:16 and we're back at 11:30.
Fabulous. See you then. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys.
Good morning from sunny Groningen. I say sunny, it's obviously cloudy and rainy, but it feels sunny because we are here for a day of finales. You might be watching live, hi to you. You might be watching this at some point in the future. It's a very strange concept for me, having to do time travel in the moment. Welcome to you too. We're here to talk about the future of acute healthcare. I'm here with Rutger van Zoudam in the studio.
Yes.
And a whole bunch of people online who have been a part of this track, and we're going to start by introducing, we have two of our challenge leads, and that is Thea and Monique. Good morning to you. Monique, I just heard Thea say Monique's going to take the lead on this. So Thea, I would love to start with you with just a very simple question. Can you, in just a couple of sentences, tell us what this challenge was all about?
This challenge was about the future of acute healthcare. We wanted to create a coordinated infrastructure that supports all the entry points to the acute healthcare, so that the patients can receive the right healthcare at the right time, the right place, and by the right healthcare professional.
Wow, that is extremely articulate. Thank you for that. And is this about information, or is this about resources? Is it data, or is it about getting the right people and stuff?
Both. Data transferable between stakeholders and the people and the best resources.
Yeah, it's about the data, about the people and the resources, I guess. Why is this such a hard challenge? I mean, why is this a challenge?
Why is this a challenge? It's a challenge because at the moment all the stakeholders have their own systems, and we have too many patients coming into the emergency department that could have also been helped elsewhere. And to achieve this, we need to have insights in the capacities of all the other acute entry points, so we can make sure that the patient will receive the right care from the other healthcare professionals as well.
And I can imagine that whilst this is not necessarily a new, and I hate to use the word problem, but let's just separate problem and challenge for a moment. It's not a new problem. I can imagine in the last 5-6 months you've really felt the pain of this more than perhaps ever. So this is a very timely challenge as to why it's important to get this solved as quickly as possible.
Yes, true. The COVID crisis has really shown the importance of this challenge.
And I've got to say, Corona has obviously knocked the whole world slightly out of sync at the moment, but I have a lot of respect for you and your healthcare colleagues to be able to take the time to focus on this in pretty tough and challenging times. Yeah, I work on innovation, so I always say to companies, when the chips are down, that's when you have to double down on innovation, no matter how much it feels impossible. But of course, you're talking about people's lives. It's not about making money. So my hat's off to you and your colleagues for likewise being able to focus on this.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. If I can flip to Monique for a moment. Monique, this is not your first rodeo with Odyssey. You have been in the physical hackathons we've had before. How was your weekend experience this time?
Very Odyssey-like.
I'm not sure what that means, but I think it's a compliment.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Good.
Sorry, can you? I desperately need to cough. I'm trying not to do that online. Very Odyssey-like. Could you expand on that just a little? What? You're smiling. That's a good sign. What was your feeling this weekend?
It's been a crazy ride from the beginning, going into this galaxy with all the, especially the first moment when we heard the music, like going in the intro. The very first time I felt like I was on a movie set or something like that, or in it. That was crazy. The only thing is that I think I've listened to this intro like 15 million times this weekend, right? Getting in, going out, getting in, going out. I had difficulty sleeping because of the music, repeating.
Would this be a good moment for me to tell you if you just press X, you could skip the intro?
Yeah, no, I know.
Oh, okay.
I've learned throughout the weekend.
we did predict that might become an issue. Anyway, thank you. Great. But collaborating in a building, as we have done before, is very different to collaborating online. I'm going to make an assumption here. How did that work for you? And was it better? Was it different? Was it what surprised you there?
Well, I think, yes, obviously it's different, and we missed the physical contact, but I do think that the past few months, we all had to work from home, also from the hospital, working on different projects. So that really helped getting into the flow and knowing how it is to work together. The only difference is, obviously, we've never had the opportunity to meet the teams in person. So that was a bit strange also in communication, but I think it worked out really well. We just had all the tabs open, from WhatsApp to Discord to Momentum to Google Meet to I don't know what kind of communication. You just tried to go and reach each other and work out the things you needed to work out and grab people together and get a room, get the stakeholders in, get them in touch. I even walked to my neighbors during the weekend to try and find out whether they were at home, because one is a GP. So I guess that part didn't change that much in like real life or online. Mm-hmm. It's just you have to keep on hustling, right?
Yeah. And that's really great, because I mean you do a lot of innovation here at the University Medical Center in Groningen. So to hear that you can potentially continue to innovate even with Corona keeping us at home, that's great. Because again, we are talking about, the work you do helps people to help people to even potentially save lives. I don't want to over dramatize it, of course, but it would be horrible if you couldn't do your work remotely. So that just gives me a little warm feeling that we're all just a little bit safer with you being able to do your work online. We are here because it's the finale. It's where we're going to, and I say we, actually Monique and Ortea are going to announce the winner. They don't know that. We haven't prepped them. It's okay. I'm going to take you through the process. You may have seen how I operate before. I'm not going to leave you hanging. It's not my job to embarrass you here. And you did come up with a clear winner, I understand, or at least that's what my notes say. So I don't know who's best to have this conversation, but I'm going to put you on the spot and say, is it possible, which means you can say no, either Thea or Monique, to say something about why this team won, but without giving away which team it is? And I fully appreciate it might not be possible. It might be that the reason they won is so integral to something they did or they built or they said that if you talk about it, you give it away. I see Monique has unmuted. Can we do this?
Well, that's a difficult challenge. And I don't think I'm the right person, because I'm always the one, like if there's a surprise party, I'll be the one to ruin it by saying something wrong. Okay. So I'm not going to go into this.
All right.
However, I can say something about the process, but I don't know if that's what you want to talk about.
Well, this is actually your show, so why don't you tell us a little bit about the process?
Nice. So it's my show now. No, it's all our show.
Thank you.
Okay. We can say something about the process, indeed, because we knew from previous years that because of if you wait until the jury moment, it's too difficult to decide on the team. So you need to be able to take the jury along with you during the whole journey. So we tried to keep them involved. What we did, we had a logbook. So we updated the logbook throughout the weekend with all the Jedi and the people involved, the mayors, to make sure that the jury could read up on the progress of the different teams and what they were doing. We had an extra jury pitch moment on Saturday morning. We updated the jury again on Saturday evening. They flew around themselves. They were also available as Jedi to talk to them. So in some specific moments. So I guess that really helped with the whole process and the judging. Not saying that that was easy, the judging part, because everybody scored the teams with the pitches individually, and then they created like a top 3. And then during the deliberation, we had to go through all the criteria where the jury members differed from one another to try and reach consensus. And that was really challenging, because during the track celebration, we already said that basically, if you put all the solutions together for this challenge, you take every part of it, like from predicting when the patients will be coming to making sure the patients don't come in at all, during the communication when the patients are actually arriving at the ER until they leave again. And a team has worked on trying to make sure that the patients go home. So that made it really, really difficult to make a decision also for the jury. And the thing is that they didn't really want to make a decision. So we're going to go and get in touch with all the different teams to evaluate and discuss and try to find out how to move forward.
Fabulous. Well,
Perfect.
I have to say, I've like Monique, work in innovation, so I've been to a lot of these hackathon and related type events, and I have to say the only role that I really am glad that I never ever have to play is in the jury. It is such a hard thing because ultimately you're making a decision with not enough information, although it sounds like you as a track did a great job of getting them even more information.
Yeah, it's really impressive.
That's cool to hear. And we're also going to take that, I think, as feedback as to things that we might be able to build into the system.
Yeah, well, each year we share the best practices together at our Next Level event.
Yeah.
So this is definitely one, Monique, that we would like to get out there as a brilliant story, because I think that really helps the jury make a proper assessment. And I think that also ties into your intrinsic drive to continue after this weekend, building from prototype towards a pilot, right?
And yeah, she's giving us a good nod there because obviously the camera may be focused on us, so Monique is nodding. And what I really like, Monique, I'm going to put you a little bit on the spot, and because I think what I heard you say is, yes, there is a winner for the sake of today in the finale, but the other teams are not losers, and that's on multiple levels. One, folks, you're trying to help make people better. You're trying to help change the world, so you can't be losing. This is a collaborative and appreciative event, so nobody goes home without some prize. But if I put Monique just a little bit on the spot, I think she says, here is an invitation to just keep the lines of connection open, keep talking to us, and I see Taya is nodding as well. Don't run away, don't hide, don't assume it's all over. Let's keep going because the work you're doing is important, and maybe we can actually make it happen. Is that... Yes, and if I've put you on the spot and that wasn't true, it is now. I can see Taya nodding. Taya, do you have something to add on to that before we announce the winner?
No, I can only agree with Monique. The team has focused on a different chapter of our challenge and of our questions. So combining all of them solves our whole challenge in a pilot in healthcare in North Netherlands. So definitely every team is a winner in its own way.
Fabulous. I think because this is the finale, we should put these folks out of their misery because, they want to know. They want to know. And they're tired and maybe they want to go to sleep and
or get to work.
Maybe they don't want to hear my voice anymore as much as Thijs loves the sound of my voice, as he mentioned off air. So we're going to do this in a really spectacular way. I have the Van Zoudam version 1.0 drum machine here on my left. And because it's your show, I should point to the camera, not to the TV, Monique and Taya. As the drum is rolling, I'm going to say 3, 2, 1, and invite you to announce the name of the winning team, because this is your show. And it's not because I'm afraid to screw it up. I've got a lovely Excel spreadsheet in front of me. But I'm fed up with hearing my voice. So without further ado, I'm going to ask the drum machine to roll up. There we go. I'm going to join in as well. And in 3, 2, 1, Monique, Taya, the winner is...
Okay, the winner of the acute healthcare track is...
Team Wavy.
And Monique, that was a spectacular moment for your microphone to get all glitchy. So just in case that didn't come through on the stream, because it may have been here in the room, but it might have been your end, we're going to repeat that and say the winner is Team Wavy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Fabulous. And I'm seeing some interesting stuff on my screen. There we go. That is Daryl from Team Wavy rocking a T-shirt that says Groningen. Does that mean that you are?
Nice.
Wow!
Yeah.
That,
Well done.
Okay, kudos for going one step further on the branding and the memeing. That is awesome. I see you're based here in Groningen. It's of course it's always nice to see a local winner, but more importantly, you're physically close to your challenge lead. I'm just talking for a moment or two so you can gather your breath and thoughts and stuff. Daryl, just making sure. Yeah, you appear to be on mute. How does that feel?
Yeah, awesome. I mean, I honestly thought Monique is freezing. I was like, no, don't do this to us. But oh my God, we won.
You did.
That is so
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
That is so amazing. Yeah. I have to say I'm really proud of our entire team that achieved this.
You have a nice logo, by the way, with the
stethoscope in the heart.
Yeah,
yes,
really good.
exactly.
Cool.
Thanks. That's my co-founder designed it actually. Props to him.
Love that, and I love the fact you've got your roll-up banner next to the hammock behind you. That really shows the momentum spirit there. I'd love for you to talk just a minute or two about what it was you were working on and what you built this weekend, if you could enlighten our viewers.
Sure. You want me to talk about it, or you want me to walk you through the slides?
Well, so with magic of technology, the tech team here will put up the slide about your solution and problem whilst you're talking. So you don't have to give us a presentation. This is informal. Just tell it from the heart.
The magic of technology, yeah. So pretty much what Thea and Monique and a whole group of care providers in the Northern Netherlands region asked us to do was, solve the future of acute healthcare. Okay, nice, challenge accepted.
In a weekend.
So we looked at the problem, and when you talk about acute healthcare, you have two streams, right? You can have the people coming into the hospital, into the emergency room. And that's of course something that where a lot can be improved. But at the same time, there's also the people going out of the hospital into care homes, for example. And if you have a bottleneck with the number of restricted beds that there are in a hospital, if you have a bottleneck at patient outflow, then of course there's immediately also a problem at the front end in being able to treat as many patients as you could with the means that you have.
Yeah.
So that's why we worked on our solution, which is Wavy's AI matching platform. Maybe we shouldn't call it Wavy Match, sounds like a dating service. But anyway, so what it basically does is currently the process of placing people out from the hospital into a care home if they need additional recovery time, is that on the day itself, a medical professional will give the go and say like, well, today you're well enough, you can move out. And the problem with that is that the entire process only starts running from there. And then usually the only means of transportation that you have is like an ambulance to get you from A to B. So you as a patient, first of all, you're taking away this ambulance that might be needed for an actual acute emergency, someone in a life-threatening situation. And at the second state, if no transportation can be found, then you're actually still occupying that bed while you actually don't need to be here and don't want to be there, and you can't, and the doctors can't help someone else. So our matching system, from the moment the patient comes in and as soon as any data is available, our AI model computes the duration. All right, so our AI model computes the duration of your expected stay in the hospital. And as soon as it says, oh, I expect you to leave in 5 days, it starts making arrangements in terms of which care homes are recommended, which means of transport are recommended. And then, of course, you still as a human will have to decide, well, I agree with this machine recommendations and I will put this into progress. And that should speed up the entire flow of patients going out of the hospital.
Fantastic, and apologies for distracting you there. We actually had, I think it was either an ambulance or a fire engine going right past Odyssey HQ, and I know the microphones are sensitive to that. We've had that problem before, so I was just telling the team, cut out microphones.
That was a part of my pitch, actually.
Fabulous. Okay, if we're going to take a minute to laugh, you said maybe we shouldn't call it Wavy Match. It's real simple. Take that take that M for match and turn it upside down, it's Wavy Watch.
Yeah.
Rutger, I think you wanted to add something in there.
Well, I'm going to copyright that right now.
Take it; it's free, no problem.
It's really impressive what you did. I was wondering how do you envision that this could scale? My other question is, when we were looking at your slides in the live stream, you basically say, okay, we have this solution, that's just the beginning, because the actual real challenge is that the solution is brought in such a way that you actually have adoption. So can you tell a little bit about the scaling and then the adoption?
Yeah, so throughout actually the extended period when the hackathon was postponed, right, that gave us more time to prepare to talk to stakeholders. And even during the hackathon, we talked with a lot of stakeholders in different areas of care. And the one thing that became apparent out of those talks was actually when we first went in with the idea of signing up for this challenge with healthcare, we were like, yeah, we're going to make this smart AI system that will predict what patient needs what care at what moment and how busy it is at the emergency rooms. And then we talked to people and they said, well, we have this system called 224. It's actually built, it's in production. And it's this collaborative thing between hospitals. They can exchange information. I was like, okay, so it already exists. But then the question is, why isn't it used yet? And it happened with more stakeholders who said like, well, I actually work in innovative solutions in health, in the emergency room, in the, how do you call it, the meldkamer.
The 911 center, the dispatch center. Yeah.
Yes, that thing. And they say we build all these nice innovative things, yet literally when I walk into the work floor, there's literally nothing in production. And that must hurt. I mean, there's no lack of innovative solutions. So the problem is, how do you solve it? How do you get just not your innovation, but how do you get it accepted? And how do you get it used? So that's why we wanted to focus on looking at what stakeholders do you need to involve, because usually if you build something, you push it into production, then you're too late to involve people, right?
Yeah.
You want to involve them from the get-go. So that's why it's so important. If you look at the 3 horizons that we determined, we want to have stakeholders with like the hospital, the care home, the care after care zorg, nazorg, who's matching this demand and supply with all these stakeholders, and hopefully even an insurance company, because if it's not like a holistic approach and holistic system, something in this chain will break, and you will end up with this solution that technically works, but won't be used by people. People on the work floor need to accept it as well.
Yeah,
fabulous.
That is brilliantly said. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah.
Really impressive. And, congratulations.
And especially knowing a little bit, having known Monique and obviously UMCG here in Groningen, how complicated a beast healthcare really is. I mean, not only have you got different departments under different things and, but obviously data is a sensitive subject, you know. Literally none of this is easy. So the fact that you're highlighting there are solutions out there, it's actually, you know, solutions are not necessarily the bottleneck here. It's all the other stuff, and that's exactly why here, you know, at previous Odyssey hackathons we said it's you know, about building ideas and prototypes and concepts and MVPs and solutions. But for Momentum we said no, it's now got to be able to get to the real world. We upped that bar. You took that challenge on, as you said, challenge accepted. I'm curious to see how that goes forward. We're going to flip back to the challenge leads in a moment, but Daryl, one of the things we promised you over the weekend was an award, not the cash prize, that's coming obviously, but an award. And that was an award created by your track. I believe if I do that, it's on screen now. This is a piece of unique digital art. It consists of 2,940 small blocks. That's the amount of minutes in the hackathon. But then all of the wows and ecosystem joins, so offers of partnership and help and interest, combined to make this piece of unique digital art. That has been encoded. Obviously, we had to wait until we knew who the winning team was. So it's been encoded, I believe, already with your team name and related stuff. That is being thrown onto the blockchain as a piece of unique digital art. You will receive the keys. I have no idea how the technology works. It blows my mind every time.
It looks really amazing, though.
And that will be online, we hope, sometime this afternoon. But obviously more information on that to come. But that's a little piece of technology and art combined there that you will be able to prove is yours, your team's forever. Congratulations again. If I can flip back to the group screen. I don't know who wants to talk about this next. It'll be Monique or Thea. We've heard about the winning team. We heard also a little bit about the difficulties of getting this stuff adopted. Obviously, I'm seeing Monique nodding, so I think that's where I'm heading. You know, this is your life, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can think of many brilliant solutions, very highly technological, but if you don't get it right and meeting the end users' needs and their practical daily lives, as well as the professionals as the patients, they will never use it.
And luckily for Daryl and these other teams that have this invitation to keep connected with you, they've got you, Monique, because this is your life. This is what you do. You help, or at least my understanding is you help people to navigate the incredible organization that is UMCG, but also organizations like Thea's, who are the ones who need this stuff. And I don't know how you weave magic. You're kind of like Gandalf, but not so grey. What do you see happening in terms of pilot? How can we, and I say we, I mean you all, start to get this in motion as of today or tomorrow?
Way too many credits, Nick, for me. Way too many credits, because it's a whole team, and the UMCG is huge, and a lot of people necessary and expertise necessary to get things moving. So it's definitely not just me.
No, that's true. But I do see you as the face in this perspective. So you're right.
Yeah.
Credits where they're due, and that includes you. Take the compliment, damn it.
Well, thank you. Now, what we'll do is towards a pilot is obviously we have been working together with lots of different stakeholders. Like we've mentioned before, it's about an acute care chain. So it starts right from the GP up till the nursing homes. So it's very important to get everybody on board if you start talking about what is it that we'll be doing. The only thing what we did before starting this challenge is make sure that it's already like a running train we're jumping on. It's already moving. So you have this pilot of the acute care network of Thea. That's why we have 2 challenge leads. And Thea is working at the acute care network of the North Netherlands, and she's also working on the pilots of care coordination. And within this pilot, there's a group specifically focused on capacity, and that's where we are going to be talking to during Ignite and afterwards, and also with the other teams to try and find out how we can collaborate and make sure that this becomes a part of this total pilot, which is already funded and going on.
Fabulous. That was better said than I could have done it. And you segue nicely into Thea, because of course, you know, none of this future perspective is possible at the moment without you and your organization. So what can you add on to what Monique said there about what this means for you?
Yes, so as Monique mentioned, we started with the pilot healthcare coordination in the beginning of this year. It relied on 3 chapters. The first chapter, we need to multidisciplinary assess the healthcare question of the patient. The second chapter is choosing the right care path, which isn't always the emergency room, but also a GP or an ELV, as we mentioned. And the third part is showing the capacity, and this is where these teams can help us and be part of the pilot as well.
Awesome. And you know, part of the, certainly our perspective of Odyssey Momentum is this openness, this sort of willingness to enable other people to come and join. There may be people watching this live for the first time who are going, wow, this sounds really cool. I have something to contribute, or how can I get involved? But of course, we're also recording this so that you can send this to potential stakeholders or partners who would therefore watch this in the future. Somebody wants to get involved. What do you need? How do they find you? How does that look like?
Acute Healthcare Network North Netherlands. We try to connect all the healthcare stakeholders in our region, in Groningen, Drenthe and Friesland. And the more stakeholders connect, the better it will be for our pilots in the future, which will last until the end of 2022, to create a healthcare coordination center where we can together assess the patient to receive the best care as possible at the right time, the right place, and through the right care professionals.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
kaboom! This is like perfect elevator pitch. Wow, I love this. This makes my life so easy.
The cool part about it is that it does not depend on a central something to happen. With these kind of solutions, you can get it all together decentralized and basically combine the flexibility of bottom-up innovation, where each player in the acute healthcare network can connect at its own pace, right? Not everyone can flip the switch at the same time, because you all have your own processes.
But they also have different needs.
Exactly, and yet at the same time you can coordinate together, and that is the top-down part.
Yeah.
So I think as this can progress, that will gain traction, and that's incredibly promising, because what you don't want is to have that central one flip the big switch thing, because that's kind of what has been tried but doesn't really work. And yet at the same time now you get the best of both worlds, and that is now what is growing here. So that's incredibly exciting.
But I just wanted to, can I add something?
Yeah.
Could we stop you if we wanted to?
No, definitely not. So what I wanted to add is that I think I'm also very proud of the cooperation between all the different stakeholders, like from the healthcare perspective, what Thea is talking about, and all the different people involved, from the healthcare professionals and providing insights and access, but also the other side of the challenge, which is very much multi-stakeholder. We're working together with the Hanse, with the RUG, with the municipality and with the province, and they've all delivered and been involved and helped us moving forward throughout the challenge and delivering different perspectives, and they are still involved also in the follow-up. So if we need anything, and they are thinking about this already, how they can all help moving forward with the team. So I think that's a bonus, and I'm really proud of all the people that have been working together. And I guess during the whole process of starting this and preparing and getting to know everybody, we have built really good relationships in order to also have trust between the different partners that we can do this and we can move forward.
Definitely. And all the healthcare professionals that managed to find a spare time for this weekend, even though the COVID crisis is going on, to enter momentum, to help our teams and to give their expertise, it was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant.
And I think what Monique is reflecting there on is what I call the human element, and this is what we've talked about. Is, you know, when we were just 1,000 meters that way in one building, that human element. You know, you can feel it, you can do it, you can say hi, you can give a physical high five, and you know, that's what I was sort of most concerned about. Is I totally get the online collaboration. I know it's the future. I know we're getting used to it. But can we keep that human element? And it sounds to me like Monique is saying, yeah, it's absolutely there. Of course, it helps that you have a regional focus, so you can reach out to these people somewhat easier. But there's no reason that couldn't be on the other side of the planet as well.
Yeah, and that's where all the passion and intrinsic drive, right, comes together. And I think that's the real beauty of it, because that's how you bring it forward. No matter where you are in the world, or whatever your position in that network is. If you have the urge, the drive to contribute, you're enabled to. And that's, I think, the beauty of it.
What is it? Stop trying to out-compete each other and start out-collaborating each other?
Well, not each other. Out-collaborate your way out of the situation you want to get away from, and out-collaborate yourself into a better situation. And that's together is like, yeah, saying it double. Blah.
I think I'm looking at the clock. It's time to wrap this up. So I'm going to say thank you once more to Thea, Monique, our challenge leads, and of course all of the teams. This was the finale of the Future of Acute Healthcare, where Team Wavy, actually from right here in Groningen, managed to snag the top spot. But this wouldn't be momentum if people went away as a loser. All teams are invited to keep going, keep changing the world, keep trying to just make it a little bit easier for our healthcare system to take care of us. And of course, if we would just stop getting sick, it would take away all the problems. So I noticed that they're all healthy, looking fresh. They've been drinking smoothies all weekend. Maybe something I could learn from. Thank you so much. Good luck with whatever comes next in your pilot program. I guess I'll see you somewhere around Ignite. Otherwise, at the next time we can physically grab a cup of coffee or beer, whatever it is. Ladies, gentlemen, thank you so much. We will be back in a short time where we will be talking about conscious cities, scaling,
back in 10 minutes,
secure living labs and adoption of living labs. So totally different set of topics there. 10 minutes. We'll see you soon. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day, wherever you may be. We are broadcasting live here from Odyssey Momentum headquarters, Mission Control in Groningen, the Netherlands. As you can see, it's a fantastically sunny day. I wish I was outside getting a suntan. We're here to talk about conscious cities.
Yes.
That's going to take some explaining because there's two types of people on perhaps watching this. We're broadcasting live, so we're going to talk a little bit about that real time. But obviously, we're recording this so that some of these folks who are in this conversation, I'll introduce you in a moment, can use this in the future. So it's going to feel a little bit interesting as I refer to the past, the present, and the future. Think of it as time traveling because in Momentum, anything is possible.
Yes.
I'm here with Mr. Rutger van Zoudam. You've got all sorts of interesting insights to add to this process, but also we've got calling in from, I think, all around the world, the teams that took part in this challenge, and actually there were 2 tracks in this challenge, so this is going to be a double award ceremony. That's why they're all looking a little bit nervous, because they want to know, did I win, did I win, did I win? But we're going to start with our 2 challenge leads, both from the municipality, the city of Den Haag, or The Hague, as I would say in English. We have Niels, I'm assuming it's Hola, but
it's Hola, yes.
Thank you so much. And Ivo Hunink, who is no stranger to Odyssey. This is not your first rodeo, right?
Well, it is. It is actually.
Really?
Yeah, well, okay.
No.
Yeah.
I've been watching from the sidelines for a couple of years, but this is the first time being inside, yes.
Wow, I'm okay. It's not often I'm speechless, as you all well know. I genuinely feel like I've known you forever, and this is not your first go around. I guess that actually says something about how committed you've been to the process. But we're not here to talk about you. But you can talk about you if you want, because I'd love to start with just how was your weekend?
Yeah, it's been an amazing weekend. I've never experienced any weekend like this. I guess working together with people from all over the world that I've never seen, but really feel I've established an intimate connection with. Even though, that might seem hard, but I think we did that. So it's been a fantastic ride.
Yeah, fabulous. And I think we should just start with conscious city. I mean, it's if you know what it means, it's incredibly accurate and descriptive. But if you have no idea what it means nothing to you. Can you just, in short, explain what your vision, your definition of a conscious city is?
Well, I think it started from the realization that you hear cities from all over the world talking about smart cities, and often the approach that cities take is a technology-focused approach, and we felt that actually the human element in this was missing a bit, and that is why we took a different approach and looked at, okay, how could new innovative technology actually strengthen human connection, awareness of what's happening in our city, and engage people in a better way than is being done today.
Fabulous. Said better than I could. That's why I asked you. And there were two tracks within this challenge, each track with its own head prize, or first prize, or top prize, whatever you want to call it. And the first is Scalable and Secure Living Labs. Can you give us a bit of an insight as to what is the challenge that you've been facing that you wanted to try and solve in Momentum?
So the topic of our challenges actually involves the area you see back here. Of course, this is a picture of history of Scheveningen. Also called Scheveningen in the international scene. It's the beach area of The Hague. And Scheveningen will definitely not like it when I say that. It's a special area. It's busy. There's a lot of tourism. There's also a lot of nature. There's even a prison. There's all kinds of things happening. And our smart city team had designated an area in Scheveningen to serve as a public space where we can test all kinds of digital innovations, not just to innovate and use cool technology, but to solve societal problems first. And those societal problems, as you can see, it's always been busy at Scheveningen. And I think this summer we saw a lot in the news also about what's happening in Scheveningen. So we need a new approach, and the Living Lab has been installed. Let's say so. There's all kinds of infrastructure. Like optic fibers, energy distribution infrastructure, smart hubs, which are like plug and play sensor, sort of sensor hotels. You can see it almost as, and that is sort of ready to go to start and test. But we face a number of issues. We have two challenges for that. The other challenge Niels will explain a little bit more. But the scalable and secure challenge is specifically we want to solve all these societal problems, and we cluster these in use cases. So whether it be a mobility use case or a security use case or maybe an energy transition use case, all these use cases need to coexist next to each other in this Living Lab. And the scalable and secure part of it is basically to facilitate that we can onboard all kinds of different stakeholders in this. And we can facilitate the execution of all these different innovation processes next to each other. And of course maintain a secure environment at the same time.
And I saw Rutger twitching there. I think you've got something you want to bring in?
Yeah, Ivo, didn't you try out a very cool robot a while back on the beach behind you?
Yes, actually the team that did that was also part of the Conscious Cities Challenge, Project BB. It's a robot that basically is driving around the beach looking for trash, cigarette butts, and it can detect these cigarette butts itself and pick it up. Of course, it's not the most efficient way to pick up cigarette butts, but it's mostly an educational tool right now. However, for this specific track, Project BB has taken a very different approach and has gone way more into the data architecture. But
cool.
There's more things happening. But I feel Niels should maybe explain a little bit more about the driving inclusive adoption part of this, because it's not just technology we're talking about.
Of course.
Yeah, and we Niels, not yet. We're going to get to you. We're going to keep these two tracks separate for the case of the finale. So Niels will get his time there. What I find really interesting is, Ivo, what you brought up there is, cities are by definition full of people and things and stuff happening. So there's a lot of innovation happening, but a lot of innovation happens next to each other without any idea of what other people are doing. So whether it's 3 months, 6 months, or 6 years down the line, somebody has inadvertently built something that negatively impacts something that they had no idea even existed. And so what I like about your Living Lab perspective, and that's why the scalability is the challenge here, is how do we make sure that nobody is accidentally screwing up somebody else's stuff, whether it hasn't even happened yet. And that for me is, I understand how complicated a city, a municipality is. And that's mind-blowing perspective. I think we should get into talking about winners.
Absolutely.
Or at least the winner of this first challenge. Here's how we're going to do this, Ivo. I've got next to me the Van Zoudam version 1.0 drum machine. So the drum machine is going to start rolling, and I'm going to say 3, 2, 1, and then you, because this is your challenge, are going to announce the name of the winning team. Is that okay with you? Fabulous. Now let's get a drum roll going. And actually, before we do that, I just wanted to mention nobody here is a loser. I realize we are going to talk about a winner, but for me, all of you here as teams have been working on important stuff on how to make the world better and how to make this a better place for all of us. So nobody leaves empty-handed. There is a cash prize for every team who participated, whether you won or not. And so my my invitation to you would be, please don't stop doing what you're doing. Please keep going. I'm sure, just based on how the Conscious Cities track is formed, I'm sure you can get in contact with Ivo whenever you need, especially if you have something to offer him. He's unlikely to not take your phone call. Let's get that drum machine rolling once more. Yeah, I'm going to do it for real this time. It's not funny when I'm not on stage. Let's get the drum machine rolling. And Ivo, in 3, 2, 1, the winner is...
The winner of the Conscious Cities Scalable and Secure track is Natix. Congratulations. There's many reasons why. I also immediately want to say that indeed there is no losers, because we have already plans to continue the conversation with every team in this challenge for the future. So all of you can expect a phone call from me. You don't have to call me, I will call you. The Natix team was definitely the one that stood out because of several reasons, and all of them came together. I'm not sure if you guys want me to explain right now why all of that is.
Go for it, 30 seconds.
All right. So to begin with, it's been a long process already now since February that we've been working together, and we could see that the Natix team was in that phase the best listener. We felt that the problems that we faced, they most accurately translated into their solution, apart from that, also let's say the political environment that was created during this summer, where we have a lot of issues with a very, very busy Scheveningen, let's say, and a lot of violence, and especially now with Corona, even more issues with the amount of people. The showcase that they took out, it resonated with our jury in that we want to start immediately, because next summer we really don't want those same problems again. And also, what I want to stress is that at first glance, if you look at the Natix solutions, you think it might be just another surveillance solution. It's about sensors, and the police can use it. But actually, it is the opposite. It is not surveillance. It tries to limit the amount of surveillance to the maximum as possible. And I think that is what Conscious City is all about.
Fabulous. Thanks for that perspective. We have the team captain or team representative from Natix on the call. That is Ali Reza. Ali Reza, are you receiving us loud and clear still?
Yeah.
Fabulous. So, first thing, congratulations.
Thank you.
Kaboom.
I don't know if my video was on. I was jumping off my seat. I was very, very happy. It was a fruitful week, tough week, but fruitful week, and nothing can be more rewarding than at least being recognized and having been said by Ivo that we have at least listened and then tried to really solve a problem, not just innovate, but really innovate towards the right direction.
Fabulous. And Ivo was just talking a little bit about what your solution wasn't. He said, it might look like a surveillance solution, but that's not how he sees it. Could you just tell us a little bit about what it was that you did build that impressed the judges this weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. In very short, we are building actually a privacy-preserving event detection platform. Our sensors are basically cameras, but we are turning this around. We don't want the devices and sensors to be owner-based and do whatever they want, but we want them to collaborate and be event-based. So what we try to do is multiple things that we added to this whole system to make it privacy-preserving. One of the things is that, we run the AI locally. You just connect the camera to an off-the-shelf hardware, and that's it. Your camera becomes smart with our software on top of that hardware. The AI runs locally, and of course gives you a notification. The use case that we picked actually with the Conscious City was the crowd detection, because we know that last summer there was a lot of problem. There was lack of real-time insight. There was lack of proactive intervention. The beach was getting a little too crowded sometimes, and it was inconvenient, especially for the COVID situation. So this means that the camera locally can understand how the crowd is what's the crowd density, what's the crowd size, what's the crowd flow, and kind of try to proactively act on it, or the entities, the stakeholders. But we know that sometimes it's not enough just to tell the police or the firefighter about rough information. That's why sometimes they want to look at the footage of the video. That's why we have on-camera face anonymization and body anonymization and number plate anonymization. We call them anonymization AIs. So in case they want to look at the footage, we anonymize everything before anything has to come out of the device. We have a consolidated dashboard for the stakeholders to really see these events in real time, because they can get bombarded with too much information. So our job was trying to making it easy for them. And very importantly, that's, I think, what we learned from the city of The Hague, was that we tried to make this data shareable in a very safe and secure way, make these devices shareable. Just to give you an example, that means that a firefighter, police, of course, they don't want to give you any stream of their video cameras, but with our technology, the police cameras, the firefighters can just send the fire detection AI to the police camera. The police camera can just detect the fire, and upon detection of the fire, send a notification to the firefighters, and also maybe an anonymized video to the firefighter. This way, we're really changing the sensors from being owner-based to actually event-based, and that's what we are trying to change from the current architectures.
I'm going to ask you to hold that thought. Wow, I mean, okay. I was following along. I was understanding this is not cloud-based, and then you just gave a perfect example that just makes it easy for anybody to understand how this works.
This is a paradigm shift, I think, in how you can deal with this. I was wondering, as a citizen of The Hague, how could I leverage what you are building?
Yeah, absolutely. So the goal of our solution is, of course, the short goal is to enable the cameras and sensor to help, but not to invade anybody's privacy. Mm-hmm. The long-term goal is to increase the living standards of you as a citizen. But the fact that Ivo said, we also try to have different aspects, even working with other teams, how to involve you more in what we accept as, for example, a privacy-preserving solution. That means you tell us, and you can vote on, for example, what anonymization is accepted by you. Is it okay if I just remove your face? Or no, you also want the color of your t-shirt to be changed, or complete body to be removed and anonymized before the video is being shared with other entities. So it's not just a solution that the police is using, it's a solution that the police will be able to use only if the citizens agree to it and accept it.
But as a citizen, could I perhaps develop something myself on top of this?
Exactly. So we are also working on the collaboration tools that we are building is exactly for that, for stakeholders and citizens to be able to later on use the infrastructure. For example, we are working on an SDK. We actually have an SDK, and we are improving our SDK. That means you can build any kind of event detection AI with our SDK. It makes it super easy for you. In only a few lines of code right now, you can do it. And we also make it very easy for you that once you have created it, you can put it on the camera of your choice. Now, either you have access to that camera, or the stakeholders have to give you an access, depending on certain policies and permissions. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is what our dream is, to create that collaborative, not just among city stakeholders, but also including citizens.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. Thank you so much for sharing that perspective. Congratulations once more.
And congratulations, City of The Hague.
Exactly.
That's really, really something to take forward.
Yeah. We got one thing awesome. That we need to share with Ali Reza. Ali, I don't know if you were paying attention to the live stream throughout the weekend, or it sounds like you might have been busy working, but your track actually created an award, a digital award, throughout the weekend, and that was created with 2,940 blocks that are minutes, the amount of wows and ecosystem joins / commits, invites that were shared, and that award is probably on screen sometime around now. That's truly unique piece of digital art. We've obviously added your team name to it and some other stuff. That's all being encoded, thrown up on the blockchain somewhere. I have no idea how this technology really works. And the keys will be sent to you so that you can prove that you and I guess your team are the rightful owners of that one and only unique piece of collaboratively created art. So once more, congratulations.
An honor, thank you.
I'd like to move on to Niels, if I may. Niels is going to be talking us through the other track that was in here, and this was the driving adoption, inclusive adoption of living labs.
Yeah, inclusive adoption, exactly. Well, everything just it connects to the story Ivo just told, but this part is about the whole inclusive participation thing around our living lab. I mean, if you talk about smart cities, friends of mine they get nervous. I mean, all those cameras. Is it really for everyone? Those things they bother people, and we really want to make sure that everyone can join this living lab. So it's not only a party of the government or from the big companies like in some other living labs. We want to make sure everyone can join. So it has to be as inclusive as possible, and it has to be easy to adopt because people are wary of tech, and I think that's kind of the goal here.
Yeah. And
well done, well formulated.
Exactly, and ties in exactly to what we've been saying for Odyssey Momentum. It's no longer like previous hackathons, just about creating a proof of concept or a minimum viable product. It's about how can we get that out into the world. And of course, you face the same thing in your living lab. Is how do we get it out into the world? Most importantly, in a way that the world will accept it.
That's one part. I think what I particularly like about what The Hague is doing is that the question is, what does it mean, inclusivity? Does it mean that everyone can use it? I think the next level of inclusivity is like what The Hague is doing is, can anyone contribute?
Yeah.
If you can contribute, you can provide value. You can find purpose in working on that.
Yeah.
So if you are enabled to basically contribute to any idea or any challenge, I think that creates trust, it creates collaboration, it creates connections, and connections within cities. That is something to work on, right?
Yeah.
I live in a very small village, so then you greet everyone on the street. In a city, this is a different thing, right? But if you're able to create cities where there is an intimate connection because you have an intrinsic motivation to participate in your own living environment, I think that is one of the most powerful concepts any city can work on.
And ironically, it's all the way back to the beginning.
Yeah.
This is not a new concept. It's a concept from when humans started to come together.
It's at the very root of our existence.
Exactly.
Yes.
But it's something we seem to have forgotten or have outmanaged along the way. Niels, you know how this works already. I've got a drum machine on my left here, and we're going to talk about the team that you chose, your jury chose as the winner of this track. So, take it away. And in 3, 2, 1, the winners are...
It's been an overhead.
Where is Team Overhead?
Yes. Thanks. Congratulations. So this was a hard choice. Me and the jury, we talked about it for a very long time. Very intense, was it? This also doesn't mean the other teams are losers, because each and any one of them have won in our eyes. And some of them will actually be connected because we really want to work with you. You've got some great ideas, and maybe it wasn't enough to win right now, but it's definitely worth looking into. So everyone, thank you, and congratulations, Overhead.
Great, thanks for adding that, Niels. And I can't reinforce that enough. It's actually part of the momentum, the Odyssey Momentum program, where we push the the challenge leads to pick winners because there is an element of competition. It makes it all fun and provides some motivation, but we don't ever want to be talking about losers. Just before I go over to Mark, I just want to point out there's a team that's in the middle of my screen, three very small, I think, gentlemen, who appear to be sitting in just the most amazing holodeck I've ever seen. Jeroen, your mic is muted, but I just wanted to say thank you for taking that extra step of creating that background.
It's an award by itself.
Exactly.
That's really, really amazing.
And to space and beyond. And the reason I did that was so that you would go full screen so that we can capture this, because you're setting a new bar for participation. Yeah. Thanks. We're going to flip over to Mark now from team, I assume it's Overhead. Is that how we produce it, Mark?
Exactly.
So congratulations. Wow.
Well done.
Thanks. Really.
Tell us a little, what did you build, and how do you see that going into a pilot program over the next weeks, months?
Yeah, well, actually, we started out as some sort of a smart crowd control thing, because I really like the place of Scheveningen, so it has kind of a personal touch for me. As a student, I regularly visited Scheveningen on actually crowded days, so I'm thinking that how can we solve this crowdiness? How can we solve huge amounts of people going somewhere? So this is how the idea started, and we developed a simulation game based on OpenRCT2. Well, actually to manage the crowd themselves. So for instance, we also used the Stork token, actually to have some sort of local community currency in order to let prices of attractions or venues or sites be adjusted dynamically based on how crowdiness or how busy it is. So, for instance, if you are going out for a day of Scheveningen, and you say, well, I would like to go to the beach, but I also would like to go to an attraction on the pier and have some sort of a beer somewhere else at a beach party venue. Then you can form your bucket list, and well, according to your bucket list, you would like to go maybe to the pier first, and then you see on your app that the price on the pier is way too high because it's too busy. So then you decide, well, let's go to another place where the price is lower, and it's also less crowded. So basically, that's how our smart crowd solution will evolve.
Awesome.
Then again, you say, okay, I'm here. How can I participate in, enhance the attraction, or maybe do some voluntary beach cleanup or some maintenance on the pier because these wooden floors are rotting away here. Mm-hmm. So then you can send in a proposal together with other maybe residents or recurring visitors or maybe even business owners to help clean up the place. So you can send in a proposal backed by your Stork tokens, and you can have some voting weight, some skin in the game, actually, to help enhancing the place where you are fond of. And that actually is the second part. Yeah. And we really like to work with the City of The Hague in onboarding people in that part of the thing and use our own FSI infrastructure to do that. So basically it's a two-phased approach. First, onboard people so they have some sort of connection to the city or to the Living Lab objects in order to then enhance them together. So citizens, residents, recurring visitors, and business owners all alike can work together with the government in order to vote on proposals and actually have skin in the game and voting weight.
And what I love to hear there is your focus there, not just on the thing that you built, but remembering to focus on the goal of this track, which was driving the inclusive adoption, right? So that by definition means that everybody. So it's not just about the one thing you built. It's about understanding the dynamic of how to get citizens who, in many cities are disinterested because they've had no access or say for so long. Mm-hmm. and you know that kickstarting that is a thing in itself. So thank you from my perspective for opening doors on how we can start to do that, because of course whatever works in The Hague will work presumably in other cities and hopefully coming to Groningen soon.
I think Ivo and his team are building a network of conscious cities. Ideally, I think the EU should turn it into a massive program. To be honest. And then these kind of solutions can originate from anywhere, but in this regard, you can do a lot. So if you visit another city, it works in the same way. That would be really awesome, and I can't find any reason not to do it like that. Especially what Mark is working on, I think. An interesting perspective. What I'm hearing is that on the one hand, you can give an incentive for crowd behavior, which can be set by the crowd or the elements that are in the neighborhood where it's supposed to happen. Could be even people who are protecting the nature part Ivo was talking about, right? Cleaning that up. And then what will you do with that when you are rewarded with those tokens? I think what they're onto is like crowdsourced governance of seeing how the neighborhood could improve in terms of, let's say, things that stay and people that come in and out.
Yeah.
So then the question is, as a tourist, how can I be part of that? I think
it's such a mind shift.
That is really amazing to see how that is growing here.
Exactly.
Well done.
And before we go too far, because I will forget otherwise, Mark, you're the winner of your track, so of course you get your own track award. That's the cue for the. They're nodding already. I love you guys. You're awesome, and you're awesome, and you're awesome too, Stefan. Not so much. Kidding. Mark, on screen any moment now. You know the story already because we've just talked about it, of course. But this is your very own, or your team's very own, digital piece of art, conducted or constructed in exactly the same way. 2,940 small blocks, a whole bunch representing WOWs, branches that represent the ecosystem joins. That is being stitched up.
Can I show a small thank you from my team?
Absolutely not. No, of course you can. No? Please.
Yeah. No, you can do it.
There.
Oh, now I'm nervous. He's going on for screen sharing. Uh-oh. I'm looking at the tech team because they're the ones who need to sort of approve this. Oh, what are we seeing here? Odyssey on the beach of Scheveningen.
Cool.
This track is. Can I say badass on a live recording? I think I can, right?
Yeah,
we go from cool. Taking our holodeck concept to the 100th degree, and now animations.
Really cool, Mark.
Thanks, guys.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'd like to flip back to Ivo, if I may, as our challenge lead. We started with you. We went all the way around the circus. We took a walk on the beach, and we're coming back to you. Pilot programs, that's what comes next. I mean, it's kind of your world anyway. It's not new to you, but part of winning your track is, of course, trying to get it out and adopted. What do you see the next few weeks and months looking like for you and these teams?
Well, they are kind of already planned in a way.
Kaboom!
First of all, I'm going to make a few calls to some of the teams that maybe feel that they haven't won right now. I can assure you there's more in the pipeline that we want to talk about. But we have some agreements already with Yes Delft The Hague to take part in a GovTech validation program, as they call it. It's a 12-week program to really set the ecosystem in alignment. To formalize agreements, to design the pilot, and then hopefully we can get a go from that too. because I think there's a lot of stakeholders that haven't been involved yet that need to be involved, especially since it's such a complex problem we're working on. So the winning teams will take part in that. We won't be alone in that program. It's the winners from the Subsoft Identity track are also going to take part. So there's some nice overlaps happening there, I think. Yeah, we will definitely have a busy year. That is for sure. I'm excited to start, actually.
Well,
right?
Well, your excitement to start obviously gets me excited, but hearing that this has generated, this is one of the things.
Shall I?
Thanks,
Ivo. Maybe in The Hague, all kinds of things are now coming together, and you're also working on the GovTech lab in this regard. How does that fit in the context and your next steps?
Well, the reason we wanted to do that GovTech lab and not immediately start developing and put out the pilot, because if you find out halfway through the pilot that it doesn't fit, we've spent all this time and basically wasted all this money, public money, I may say.
Yeah.
So we want to be really, really, really sure that all the incentives in the ecosystem are aligned. That also maybe the stakeholders that will see their work changing, maybe in a negative way, we can redesign them to actually create value as well, rather than be left out.
Yeah.
So this is why this validation program, I think, is key to really start mapping those incentive flows, if you may say. So this is more Neil Smith's brain coming to life, I guess.
Really good.
There's a scary thought. No. Thank you for saving my ass there. What I was trying to say was, I'm so glad that this and all of the other tracks is turning into tangible results that our challenge leads can take forward and do stuff with. That's
really impressive.
It's what you set up, Odyssey, and we hope we can never guarantee. We set up the infrastructure. We bring you all together digitally this time, but it works.
I also have to say on a final remark that that's not a final remark. It's actually before the final remark.
Penultimate.
This track also had a couple of brilliant team names, and I will never forget the team name Bangalore Torpedo. That is just.
Why does
in all the years, it's just something I want to celebrate. It's a brilliant name.
Why does that stand out?
I don't know. It's just great. I've been in Bangalore, pretty amazing city. I don't know. It's just really funny, and I really appreciate the international vibe in this track, and they have contributed a lot. And expressed a great deal of humor there. I think it's really, really amazing. So best team name award for this year, even though it's not additional money, but definitely Bangalore Torpedo shout out.
And that is live on camera, broadcast to the whole world, so you can take that as official bragging rights Shivaram forever.
Yep.
Or at least for 1 year. Next year, maybe somebody beats it. I don't think that's something we really should be setting out in the world, is coming up with the best team name. I think it should be left with an accidental, serendipitous moment of happiness.
Agreed, Nick.
You said a penultimate
I think it's time to say goodbye for this session. But it's really amazing. We were able to start this season in the Hall of Knights in The Hague. A lot of us came together in The Hague Hogeschool, exchanging an incredible amount of knowledge, all pre-COVID. We are now seeing, not just in this track, but all the other tracks as well, also how that plays a part in the results that are achieved. I think with the winners in this track, I am at least going to check out all the other teams in this track, because holy moly, what I think what has been created is super impressive, and there's a ton of work to go through. So I would highly recommend anyone just log into Momentum and check out all the boards and what the teams have been working on, because I think what you all have achieved is really, really unique and super impressive. So look forward to see what is coming out of all of that in the next couple of months. Ivo, no pressure there. And Niels, of course.
I would like to add one thing that I think I left out, which is kind of important, is that what these teams managed to do is create not competing ideas, but ideas that actually strengthened each other.
Yeah.
So every team links into another one, and this is, I think, the wildest dream we had at the beginning, and it came through to life. And this is also the reason why we want to continue the conversation, because we started this ecosystem now, and I think if everybody remains included, we'll get those living lab goals the way we envision it.
And awesome. I think that's a really important point you bring up there, and I just want to point out, because last year we had a team, I think it was Space for Good, who didn't win on the day, but actually went ahead and scored the biggest pilot program that Odyssey has ever seen. So there really is, no excuse if Ivo's saying you very cleverly interconnected all your stuff, so actually he can't kick you out even if he wanted to. Of course he can, but he's not going to. Then there's no excuse for not going forward and doing more awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us on screen here. That was the finale for the Conscious Cities tracks, where teams Natix and Overhead took the prizes. But as Ivo just said, they collaborated so well that the future is bright. We are going to sign off now because I desperately need a break, and we will be back, I believe, in approximately 1 hour from now, and we will be talking about something that tickles my heart, and that is the Generation Now track.
Looking forward to that.
So curious to see what was happening there.
Yes. 2 o'clock, we're back.
Congratulations once again. Thank you so much for joining us, and over and out.
Thanks.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are in Odyssey Momentum land. We're here in Groningen. The sun is shining, the sky is blue, and we're ready to get on with the finale for a pretty special track.
Generation Now.
Generation Now. This is, this was the first time we've ever done Momentum.
Yeah.
But this is also another experiment on an experiment, and that is the Generation Now. And Rutger, I know from the previous hackathons this was important to get in. Why? What is Generation Now? What does it mean? Generation Now is the future. But yeah, got you there, especially after such a weekend. No, we are trying to find a way to become the most, let's say, open program and environment in the world where people, anyone, can take their ideas or their challenges and turn them into solutions through collaboration. And I'm always inspired by the ideas you get from the, let's say, unusual suspects. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I think at some point we said, okay, how can we bring younger people in, let's say from 8 to 18, especially the people who cannot usually participate in the process of finding tangible solutions in collaboration with the big companies, with governments, regulators, universities, etc. And if you flip that the other way around, why aren't these organizations working with these people? Because they are super creative, they have a very fresh mind, they look at the world from a very different perspective. They haven't been poisoned with decades of experience that leads you to say, oh, that will never work. Exactly, and they understand a lot of things a lot better than, let's say, adults. That we give them credit for as well. So yeah, I really believe in a society where people who are at school are not kept there and kept, let's say, at the sidelines of how we shape our society. Yeah, or you can join in later when you're big enough, old enough, smart enough. What we have determined for you. So the paradigm I think we have to break is that we, or let's say adults, think about things continuously that the others, let's say the younger people, have to do, and what we think is best for them. Yeah. I think they have some ideas on the things to do that would actually be better for us. Yeah, so how can we flip that around? How can we break through that paradigm? And this is an experiment to look for answers and new questions. Absolutely. In that regards. And so for those who are just joining in after our lunchtime break, we're here at Odyssey Momentum headquarters in Groningen, and we're about to, we're in the finale for Generation Now. Generation Now is a special track for more reasons that I'll go into in a moment, and Rutger has just explained. But I'm also here with some guests. We have a whole bunch of Generation Now team members joining us, waiting to get in this call, and I guess they're all a bit nervous for whether they have won or not. But I noticed there is something missing from this finale compared to the other ones, and that is a challenge lead, because every other challenge has a challenge lead, but Generation Now is not the challenge itself, right? True. So why is there no challenge lead here? So what we said, okay, we have for this first time, let's take the challenges that are coming from the big companies and the governments. The other challenges in the program. Exactly. So 20 challenges to pick and choose from. Yeah. Let's see what the young ones want to work on, so to say, right? Yeah. And and that's also part of the experiment is, it doesn't matter what the challenge is, as long as you're interested. Well, if they find it important enough, if exactly. I shouldn't talk about them, they're here in the call. Exactly. If you found it important enough, then why would we, and again, this is exactly what Rutger is talking about, tell you what you should work on. Why would we make up some fake project? No, this is about real life. This is about actual collaboration. So I'm super excited to hear what some of you have been up to. I'd like, actually, unusually compared to all of the others, to talk about all 4 of the teams.
Yes.
And in my list we have the Groningen Schoolvereniging as the first, but they have a technical issue with their microphone. I'm going to give them one last try. Did it get fixed, or are you still in quiet mode? No. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Luckily, I've been given a spreadsheet of information because we know everything, so I can explain to the world a little bit about what you were working on. And if I remember, or if I read correctly, you were working with the Conscious Cities track. Is that correct? Yes, okay. And actually in the Conscious Cities finale, it was mention of I believe it was a robot from team, Project BB. Does this make sense? Am I talking about the right stuff? Yes, there we go. Mm-hmm. And it's a robot that needs, that can, through all sorts of smart technology, walk or move across the beach, look for trash and litter, and specifically the ends of used cigarettes, and collect them up. Is that correct? Yes. And then on top of that, there was a gaming element that was built, and that was where you focused, testing that game, right? Yeah, great. I love it. See?
And did the game work? Did the game work? Critical guy there. Yeah,
and did it work first time, or did you manage to break it and give some feedback? Let's say, did you? This is really hard. Did you manage to break it? A little bit. A little bit. Okay, that's good. And did you manage to give some really good feedback on how it could be made better?
Nice.
Look at the smiles as well. I'm not going to leave you with too much more pain with those technology issues, but there's no challenge lead, but of course there was a jury, and that was populated by some folks from Deloitte and the Software Improvement Group. Mm-hmm. And what they actually did was gave us some feedback for every team. So we'd like to share some of that with you now.
Yep.
And Rutger, I'm going to ask you if you'd be so kind to do that.
Yes, I have it here. So for the team from Groningen Scholenvereniging, top was the enthusiasm to learn new things and develop themselves. So that's you. And very mature communication. I think that's also very cool. I think we're doing quite well with the mics turned off. So I can understand what the jury means. And what they were wondering is, because they say it was great to see you bring such an amount of enthusiasm, and great that you wanted to learn, and would you like to come back with more of your friends in a new version, so to say, in a new round?
Look at that.
That was the jury question for you, and I think you can be incredibly proud, because they were really impressed with what you did together, especially working with another team, because a lot of the grown-up teams don't manage even to do that, to collaborate this intensively with another team. And this one even, I mean, it works with robots and everything. So yes, you can be. I am at least very proud of you all, and I'm very impressed that you managed to succeed in this. Well done.
Alrighty, good job, GSV. Let's roll on to the next team, and I'm just going to go in the order they are on my document, and that is Team Lifesavers. If I remember rightly, that is young Madeline there. Greetings.
Hi, hello. Yeah, we're Team Lifesavers.
Fabulous. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Could you tell us what you as a team did this weekend?
Well, actually, Cez can explain really well, because she studied to say this. So if I can, I will switch over to Cez, if that's okay.
That's perfectly okay with me.
Yes.
Hello. So we work with safety and security with that adult team. And we started by interviewing all our different adult teams. We asked them what their ideas were, and then we divided their ideas into so it's basically when an incident happens, how the community can be more involved with the incident. So we divided it into pre, middle, during the incident, and post. So pre is like how you can prevent an incident from happening. During is how you can work quicker during the accident, right after the accident happened. And post is how you can analyze the accident and then improve for next time so that it doesn't happen again. And so we first divided their ideas into those categories, and then we chose what we wanted to use from their ideas, how we wanted to combine it into ours, and where we wanted to put ours. So we decided to do something for preventing the problem from even happening. And we created a platform where youth between the ages of 18 and 28 can learn about preventing all sorts of accidents.
Wow.
Wow.
Was there any coding being done in your team? No, you.
A demo app, but we never actually coded anything together.
Okay. But you did have a mock-up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
And Stefan out here is making all sorts of funny gang symbols at me, but I think what he's trying to say is collaboration. Is that yes? Tell us a little bit about the collaboration. I mean, you got to work with the police, right?
Mm-hmm.
How was that?
That was really cool. We talked to Sander, the team leader, about what the problem was, what his biggest problem was, what he wanted us to solve. And then with that, we used it. And when Corona's over, we're allowed to go to the dispatch center here and go see how it is there. So that will be fun.
Wow, I'm actually genuinely jealous of that because there's probably no way they would let me in.
Really good.
Rutger, you've got some feedback there from the jury.
Real quickly, I think let me see what's here. You guys, persuasive storytelling. Well, I can tell you, your pitch is really, really good. So yes, that's right. I can definitely recognize that. And the data collection and presentation to support the problem statement. So that interviewing that you did, that's really well done. I think that also got you a lot of wows, right? So well done on that. And actually, what I hear as well is that you were pretty, let's say, effective on goal setting. So what you wanted to achieve together. I think that's also a really good one. For the next time, as the jury says here, is you might also want to think about how people will use such a new idea, such an app or platform, as you call it, in their lives, while they are also using all kinds of other apps. So that's part of the feedback from the jury. But again, really impressive. And I got to see some of your videos on how the atmosphere was with your team. That must have been very good together. So congratulations on that. Well done.
Thank you.
Fabulous. Let's keep moving right on. Which team have we got next? We've got
Senate.
The Senate.
Ooh.
Now
they memed the beep out of you, man.
Didn't they just? Who from the Senate is in this call and dares?
Hi.
There we go. It looks like it's going to be Aiden. Welcome. Thank you so much for memeing me, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I can take it. I think you figured that out already. I found it hilarious. Right up until the point I kept bumping into it over and over and over. Then it got a bit creepy, but that's not your fault. That's everybody else.
I think you know Rick.
Yeah, Rick.
Rick, who's
rings
that?
a bell. Did he give me a high five or 10,000?
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys are actually pretty close here to Groningen, right? You're in Roden.
Yes.
And my notes tell me you connected to the health challenge. Can you tell us a bit about what you were working on this weekend?
So we are trying to take pressure off the ERs and get the best possible care for the patients. So a lot of important data should be get to the emergency services as fast as possible. So we are trying to create an online mandate to access the patient data as fast as possible, and then further improve and make an efficient acute care network.
Fabulous, and we've already done the finale for Acute Care Network, so if you're watching this live, you can go find it later. If you're watching this in the future, it will be online as well.
Yeah.
Because we had a really great conversation, and I wish we could repeat all of it now, but this is so important. This is literally saving lives.
True. So I'm curious, what did you actually build together?
So we didn't really build something, but we connected a lot of our teams and Jedis to really evolve our ideas and make it actually work. Cool. So that when we make a prototype, we are already at the point who's ready to start, and we would like to do levels.
So what was there like one thing where you said, "Wow, I didn't know that. It's great that we were able to talk to these experts, and now we have a different way of thinking about it"?
So we connected really with team Conduction from SSI and Wavy from Acute Care. And they really gave us new insights on how to really do things, and we really changed our ideas with them.
Cool.
Good to know. And of course, Rutger, you have some feedback, I'm sure.
Yes.
I say I'm sure, like I don't know, because I'm looking at the same screen Rutger is.
Problem statement, very well established and relevant with our lives. The stakeholders in the domain were captured, so to say, here, but I can imagine what they mean by that.
Yep, captivated probably.
Yeah.
Kidnapped.
But, well, I mean, very good that you managed to work together with not just a team from the identity track, but also from the healthcare track. I think that's really where you can get magic done, and of course the scope of the kind of solutions they bring challenges as it's not easy, right? So identity is complex, and healthcare is complex. So you're making this mashup, which has also a certain level of complexity, just to put it mildly. So they say also, okay, if you're going to the next step, think of how can you make the next step a really tiny part of the bigger vision that you have. And let's say, what can you define as, okay, let's try this first. And so with the KLM cargo track, they said, okay, let's first try it in a small setting with the TVM track.
We just want 2 participants.
Exactly.
That's how.
So that's really how can you take it, bring it back. Not of course first you want to think big, but then when you start moving forward, you start as small as possible, and when you have that, then you can move forward. So that was also a tip from the jury.
Fabulous. Aidan, thanks so much. We'll move on to the, I think, final team in this, and that is the team of 16s. And your team name, who do we have here from 16s?
Yeah. Good afternoon.
There we go. We have spoken before, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
Would you like to let or remind people when and how we did that?
Well, you have just visited us on the live stream, one of live streams. Actually, yeah, that was a huge experience because we had just like 20 questions right after you have visited us. So yeah, that was fabulous.
Brilliant.
Cool.
And I see
nice pillow.
I was going to say, I see what looks like a rugby ball or a cushion behind you. That is just a little bit of pride going on there, I think. So good job for representing there. Tell us, you connected to the challenge that revolved around plastic. What were you up to this weekend?
Well, yeah, we worked on plastic pollution. Actually, the challenge's name is Plastic Pollution to Upcycling Economy. So we worked with other teams from Outcompeting Destructive Systems. And yeah, I think that was quite productive. And these 49 hours, we spoke a lot with Jedis, with the team leads, so with many people, and they gave us so much info. So that we can maybe improve our project for a couple of months, if not years, I think.
Wow, that's really great to hear. And if I remember rightly, you were trying to or wanting to help incentivize people to recycle plastic, right? How can we stop people just throwing it away and forgetting about it, but actually get it back into the system? Is that right?
Oh, well, yeah. We were working on an app, actually. It works like we want to encourage people to not to just throw plastic away, but to collect it and to give it to fundamentals, where and other people who can invest in installing fundamentals, they can collect it and then sell or get it to the recycling factories. And then it just works. We have counted the numbers. So if we collect plastic just instantly and continuously, these fundamentals can become profitable in 5.5 years. So that's quite promising.
Fabulous! Great to hear that. You've got some tops and some tips.
Yep. First the tops, and it begins already with what we're ending with here. The financial feasibility of the proposal was investigated.
Yeah,
so
what is the business case behind this? That's, I mean, wow.
Taking in plastics and then selling it to people who want it. But I think it's very, very impressive that you already started working on that during the weekend. It's an important part of can you actually do such a thing? Of course, it's not something you want to how do you say it? It's just something you want to take with you, but in such a early stage, it's also not something that should hold you back from having any ideas, because if I've learned a thing or two about putting numbers on papers and in Excel, you can make anything you want add up in there.
And that doesn't mean you can achieve it or not.
Exactly.
When I used to work in supply chain, we had a saying that there are two types of forecasting, and that is lucky ones and wrong ones. There is no such thing as a correct forecast.
I haven't seen them really before. The problem statement is actually touching something that was not addressed before in a detailed way. So I think it's very nice that you were able to look at what are the teams in this challenge building, and then have an additional idea and start building that yourself. And I think that's also where one of the tips comes from. Then it's also interesting to see, to look at how would your solution go together with the existing infrastructure, with the solutions that are already there. How can you connect it to what is already there, so you can also get ideas about, okay, how can people actually start using this, and what is the impact on what they're already using. And then of course, you also might want to have a look at how such a solution could work for other materials, or in other countries where there's not much plastics to get away from or to get rid of, but other resources, for example.
Exactly, and that was a bit of a mind shift for me as well, because of course I'm not Dutch, but I live here, so I've got a kind of Dutch perspective on things. I was kind of like, oh yeah, you've made me realize that it's not like this all over the world, and that the different countries are at different levels of taking care of this kind of problem. So
but if you can do it together with such a thing, then it's even better.
Exactly.
So really, really well done. Hats off. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, good job.
Thank you.
Great. So that's it. We're done for the finale. Oh no, wait. We probably should announce that there is a winner, according to the jury.
Yes.
But nobody is a loser, right?
Nope, because they all win something. They have already won something.
Well, I mean, on a philosophical level, I think you're all winners because
big time.
You spent your free time, and not just this weekend, time preparing and getting ready to come and work on this stuff and get involved and try to create a better future. So I gotta say, seeing you all and from such different ages, I can see some of you are a little bit older, but then we've got the younger ones from GSV. It just makes my heart beat a little bit faster when I see you thinking about the future in these ways. So let's talk a little bit about prizes.
Yes.
What are these teams walking away with?
Well, they all get at least 500 euros. So they every team receives 500 euros.
For sure.
For sure.
But there is one who's going to get just a little bit more. Because the jury declared them the winner.
Yes.
I believe, I'm just going to check my notes because I really don't want to get this one wrong. The winner is getting an extra 500 on top, is correct. So the winning team, one of you, is going to walk away with 1,000. All of you, the others, will walk away from 500. And of course, we hope that you will spend that in good ways, maybe to continue with your project. But if you decide to have a really good team meeting that involves some lovely food and maybe some fizzy beverages, then that's also really important to moving your project forward.
And maybe celebrate with your classmates.
Exactly. So
I would do that.
That money is for you because we truly value that. Yeah, loving the reactions on screen. You are no less important than the adults in Odyssey Momentum. So, Rutger, shall we review? Let me ask the folks, and give me a thumbs up or give me a thumbs down. Do you care who wins, or are you happy to just say, no, 500 is enough? And I see one thumb up saying, yes, I care who wins, for sure. Yes, okay. They are awake, they can hear me, and no, Madeline, it wasn't you. Yes, it was you, Madeline. No, you're fine. So here's how we're going to do this. We don't have a challenge lead, so I'm going to give a drum roll. And Mr. Van Zoudam is going to announce the winning team. Are you ready? You do know who the winning team is, right?
Yes.
You want to check just to make sure?
Yeah.
I've got this wrong in my life before as well.
No.
Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
But
I'm going to do something that has not been agreed with Stefan, so he's going to kick my ass.
You're going to screw my plan, aren't you?
Yes. All teams get 1,000 euros.
Sorry that again. Your audio, by the look on the faces, nobody.
Yeah, sorry.
Nobody heard that.
Yeah, all teams get 1,000 euros. Yeah, I think you're all winners, guys. So each team gets 1,000 euros. Congratulations.
Wow. Cool. And I'm going to add in. Hold that thought.
Wow, this is great, guys. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Hold that thought for a moment, because I just want to remind the folks on camera who may not have been watching yesterday that actually one of these teams was so good, this is the second prize they've won. Because, and we've got a slide for this, yesterday we did the finale for the Ecosystem Award. And that was not decided by a judge or a jury or a panel. It was decided by all of the people within Momentum. And if I remember rightly, and I think the slide is up, that was Team Lifesavers, right? So yesterday, I'm trying to remember, you got 1,500 euros and you just walked away with another 1,000 on top. So double congratulations there. I got a little bit of time left over, so Rutger, I don't want to give you the last word.
Well, yeah, I have.
No, I'm not going to give you the last word. I'm going to give that to the youngsters.
Yeah, but I also have a message from Cesar, the track mayor.
Oh.
So we're missing one guy here who has been with you the whole weekend, Cesar Trijselaar, who has done very well, I think, because at least I hope you agree with me. Otherwise,
that would be awkward.
Yeah, it would be really weird. But knowing Cesar, he did great. And as I see what you all have been doing this weekend, that must be the case. So I wanna. He sent me a note because due to his schedule today, he couldn't be in the call. So I'm going to read what he sent to me to give to you.
And it's a lot of text, so we're going to send it on as well, right?
Yeah, sure. Great. I had the pleasure of being track mayor, this is Cesar Trijselaar, of what I consider to be the most thank you, Nick, important track in this year's hackathon. Generation Now. In this track, 4 teams in the age of 8 to 18 worked on some of the challenges, on the same challenges that the adult teams were working on. What makes that so special is because all teams are working on solutions to make the future smarter and better. And that specific future is even more the future of this generation now, so having to work on these solutions together is quite special on itself. It was exciting because it was also experimenting, and we couldn't predict how Generation Now was going to work on these solutions by themselves, but also how adult teams and Generation Now were going to interact, and if adult teams could find the time to connect without losing their own flow and process. But from the start, at the Getting Ready sessions, teams were eager to connect, mostly in response to Cass's contribution that stole the team's hearts at the Getting Ready, I can remember. And we saw that happening during the hackathon, and we saw some great interaction between all the teams and the Jedis. Adult teams were genuinely interested in the collaboration with Generation Now, and that was exciting to see that happening. But what stands out the most is the level of the Generation Now teams. That's you guys. There was a great diversity in the Generation Now teams, with a younger team from GSV that have been working on the Conscious City track of the City of The Hague, working on a beach robot, to some older teams like 16s and the Senate that can easily compete with the adult teams, having built actual prototypes and business models. And the jury followed their progress closely and decided to judge the teams the same as they would judge the adult teams, and to do justice to the hard work and impressive achievements of Generation Now. And they were also very impressed with the achievements of the lifesavers. The jury was impressed by the mature way of communicating and articulating, especially with regards to their age. The result, this demo of their solution, was an example in team effort, so big thumbs up. All the teams can be proud of what they have achieved during the hackathon, and I'm looking forward to expanding and improving the Generation Now track next year and to be part of that journey again. Thank you, Cesar.
Wow, that's a lot of words. And I've known Cesar for a couple of years. He's not somebody who gives out praise or credit easily,
nope.
or where it isn't deserved. So for him to say that, and with so many words, means that he really does believe that. I think you can be really proud of yourselves. There's something that we can't forget, and that is, as you know, because I know you were all tuned into the live stream over the weekend, there was an award that was being created by you and your peers, the Ecosystem Award, Momentum Award, and that's a piece of digital art that, if I go something like that, should be coming on screen now.
Yeah. And you will all get one. This is just an example.
This is, because Rugge screwed with the process, and that's absolutely fine. Upgrades are always welcome. So I don't know how much you picked up over the weekend, but this is a truly unique piece of art, digital. It consists of 2,940 small blocks, which were the minutes in the hackathon. It consists of, I don't know how many, but all of the wows that your teams gave each other, and all of the ecosystem joins, so all the handshakes and offers of help, combined together, plotted over time. It's hugely complicated. I have no idea how the tech guys think about this stuff. It creates a genuine, unique piece of art that's digital. That gets signed and stamped as the original. There is only one, and put on the blockchain. And then you can view that on the internet on, is it Coinbase? CoinRanking?
Coinranking.com. I will send it to them.
We'll send it to you, of course. But obviously we couldn't put that online last night because we didn't know who the winning team was. So what we're going to do is blend all of your team names into that. That gets put online. And then what happens is you get sent, and I think we call it the key or the token, or I don't know, it's nerdy stuff. I don't understand. But that gets sent to you so that you can prove that you own a part of that digital thing forever. It's cool. It's cool.
It's awesome. Yeah, I'm so happy that you all wanted to be part of this. It is a real honor for us, and hope to see you, your friends, classmates, whoever, back in the next edition.
And I'm 1 minute over time, but if you could break the rules, so can I. I think I saw the team from GSV, Groningen Schoolvereniging, change computers. Did I see that right? Are you on a different device now? So I'm going to try something. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
Yeah.
We hear you. I think because you should have got the first words and you didn't, but you did really good with your thumbs up and your shakes. I think we're going to give you the last words to tell us whatever you like in the next 30 seconds. Okay.
How was your weekend? How was your weekend?
It was fine. It was super cool.
Good, it was fine.
And you said you'd consider maybe doing this again next year. You put your thumbs up, but that's easy. I want to hear it loud and proud. Would you do this, and would you recommend it to your friends?
Yes.
Ah, nice. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you all so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. The tech team is also waving. They're having a great time with you as well. This is the end of the finale for Odyssey Momentum Generation Now, where all teams
big applause for your
their head prize. Give yourselves an applause, and for your teammates and for your competing teammates as well. You've done a great job. I have to cut the live stream now. We will record. This has been recorded. We will make sure this is online, so you get your 5 minutes of fame, and you guys can cut the camera. And after that, we will be back shortly to talk about the track Inclusive Safety Communities.
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Thank you so much, folks. Great to see you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good whatever day it is wherever you are in Odyssey land. It's the middle of the afternoon here in Groningen Odyssey Mission Control HQ on a beautiful sunny day, as you can see out of the window next to us. We're here. Why are we here? We're here for the finale of the Inclusive Safety Communities track.
Yes.
I mean, all of the tracks are important, but safety is obviously a word that immediately rings alarm bells. Ha ha! Yes, my humor is still there, despite a lack of sleep for the whole weekend.
Your sleep is still there because your lack of humor?
Exactly, yes. As you can tell, I'm here with Rutger van Zoudam in the studio, and we got some people called in from Momentum, from it doesn't matter, from wherever they are, wherever they want to be. But one of those is Sander Koot, that is the challenge lead for the Inclusive Safety Communities Challenge. Hi Sander, could you unmute yourself? Oh, we did it for you. The tech team is awesome. Oh no, we didn't do it for you. No, well, never mind, you're unmuted. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome. I just want to keep it really easy to start with. How was your weekend?
Yeah, very quiet, had a lot of sleep, very easy going.
Yeah, you and Rutger too. Yeah.
Tick the box there, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. No, it was insane. It was a lot of energy, a lot of good vibes from the teams, and a lot of connections being made, and it was just awesome.
Great. And you mentioned connections. We just did the finale for Generation Now, and of course one of those teams was working with you. They're not in this finale because they had their own, but I've got to say they were super excited to have been working with the police, who you obviously represent, and I believe you gave them a trip to one of the incident rooms or one of the call rooms, something like that.
Yeah, we already promised them a visit in the dispatch center so they can see what they're actually working on, how it sees in real life, and just experience it.
Yeah, they're super excited about that. So I just wanted to say, from my perspective, thank you for that, because you know that
makes it special, right? I would. You can only hope that you would do such a thing, Sander, because that makes it really tangible, right? So they can really see how it actually goes there. And I think that brings a lot of context to them, very good input, so they can really understand what kind of incredibly efficient machine, basically operated by humans, works. Right, the dispatch centers in the Netherlands are extremely advanced, and yet you're trying to do something with them that hasn't been done before, that you think that it needs to be taken to a whole nother level.
Exactly.
Is it time to explain about that?
I was just going to say, before we get too far down the rabbit hole, because we do tend to do that, I'd like to take one step back, and I'm not going to ask you, I'm going to ask Sander, because this is his challenge. Inclusive Safety Community. If you've heard it described once, it kind of makes sense. But for anybody who's listening in now live or watching this in the future, hi to you too. Can you tell us what this challenge was all about? Why is this a challenge?
Yeah, basically because as a dispatch center, we try to combine those who need help with those who can provide help. And ironically enough, those who provide help, we only look at the guys and girls wearing a uniform. So basically the police, the ambulance, and the fire department. Some examples left alone, of course, but if you look at our mission, combining those who can provide help and those who need help, why don't look at everyone based on their skill set, their knowledge, and their needs? So that's basically the challenge, because someone can be nearby that can really save your life, and why wait minutes for the guys in uniform?
So to make this a little bit tangible, to make sure I understand it, I have done my wow, how do I say that in English? And I am English. I've done my first aid training. I know how to give people resuscitation and use defibrillators and that kind of stuff. But obviously, I don't wear a uniform. Well, I do. It's a red jacket. But you know, I'm not police. I'm not fire brigade. I'm not ambulance. And of course, I could be close by to somebody who needs my help, but they don't know me. I don't know them. There's no way for them to easily contact me. Is that kind of what you're describing here?
Yeah, for the viewers who probably know it, you have something like Hartslag Nu. That's a CPR app that's exactly describing what you're saying now.
Yep.
And I think, and we could do that for every incident, and not only based on your skills, like performing CPR, but also knowledge and attributes like the casino brand in Groningen where they used the drone. But we didn't get to leverage the footage of the drone, for instance.
Exactly, and of course I brought up the easy example, which is healthcare related, but you're talking about safety, so it's actually broader than just illness or threat to life. In that case, it could be many, many different things. I'll leave you to explain that later. What else do we need to talk about? It is a finale, of course, so we will be announcing. I believe you had a clear winner in this track. I'm sure the judging wasn't easy. What else do we need to talk about? I didn't get to breathe between generation and now.
I think it's cool to understand a little bit more what kind of stakeholders are involved in such a transformation. And if you're talking about opening up the dispatch center, you can go, oh yes, okay, let's welcome everyone, but at the same time, the integrity of the organizations that are now working with the dispatch center, that is like kind of a holy thing, right? The amount of trust the police, the fire department, and the ambulance has is not something to meddle with, so to say. So how do you balance this? How do you balance this?
Yeah, it's. I think that's especially where the dispatch center comes into play, because they are something like almost the trusted third party to make sure it's a valid incident or it's a valid way of help or type of help that can be sent to the scene. So I think that's especially what a new role should be for the dispatch center. Making sure it's a real 112 situation, but also making sure there comes actual help.
Mm-hmm.
So with integrity, we already know from the fire department, from the police, from the ambulance services.
Yeah. So that if I listen to that means that this has to be a truly collaborative effort on both ends, not just the ability to help people, but making sure it is safe and secure and can't be abused or misused, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Whoa, what a challenge. Now I understand why it's a challenge.
Yeah, indeed, yeah.
Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to ask the tech team to take the screen back to grid view if they are working with me. I think, yeah, there we go. That's coming. So that I can see all of you. It's not that Sander isn't pretty, but I want to see. Yes, there you go. You're all back. Because we're going to announce a winner. And I say we. I mean Sander, because this is your challenge, so I think you should have that glory. And it means I don't get to screw it up. But, Odyssey wouldn't be Odyssey if we just said, and the winner is, because, yeah, we might be far away, but we can still make it exciting. So I have some special effects here. I have the Van Zouden 1.0 drum machine.
Yeah.
So we're going to get a bit of a drum roll, and then on a 3, 2, 1, Sander, you can tell us who the winning team was. But just before we do that, I'm going to put Sander on the spot. Can you tell us, and maybe the answer to this is no, maybe you say this is impossible, but can you tell us a little bit about why this team won without giving away which team it is?
I think so, yeah. And I was also wanting to explain especially how it went, how the jury process went a little bit, because they've made it really, really hard. I'm not sure if you're hearing a beep between me and you.
Just a little beep. Is it your end? Is the building on fire?
No, it's gone.
I'm not sure it's already stopped.
It's gone. No problem. Somebody was sent out, dispatched, problem solved.
Let's hope someone with the right integrity comes to help.
There we go. Where were we? You were going to tell us a little bit about the jury process, and you were going to just tease these teams a little bit longer to find out who the winner was.
Exactly. Let's make it a bit more exciting already than it is already.
Yeah.
This was a very difficult jury process because we obviously gave them a complex situation to deal with, and they all did it in their own way, and they all basically built a piece of the puzzle. Actually, when combining these challenges, you might have an entire solution already. But again, this is a competition. This is not like an Oprah Winfrey show where everyone is a winner thing. So we had to pick someone. So that was a very tough decision. And we actually Yeah, we agreed on a lot of things. We agreed on the winning team. We disagreed on how the rest should look towards the winning team. I would like to mention before that all stakeholders, because another question and answer was who are stakeholders, all stakeholders came to me, and there was no team left out by one of the stakeholders or any stakeholder of which stakeholder said, I would work with that team. I would have loved to work with that team on a solution. I think this team can help me in my challenge. So that's a big compliment to all of the teams.
In that regards, they're all winners, what you are saying.
I'm turning a little bit into Oprah as well. So,
very good.
It's okay. It's okay. We love Oprah too, and in fact, it is part of the Odyssey and the momentum spirit of appreciation. So there are no losers because, you know, all of the teams, and we have the representatives here, but you represent people behind you, have come here to try and make the world a better place. So you were winning before you started. And you're going to take some cash away with you as well, because, you know, we appreciate all the work you've done. There is one team that we're going to call the winner, but it sounds to me that Sander's suggesting even if you didn't win, there are stakeholders who are open to keeping the connections open, and maybe you can find your way through there to continue. And I want to remind you, last year's physical hackathon, the Space for Good team didn't win, but they did land the biggest pilot program that we've ever seen. So don't stop. That's the only way you lose, is when you stop.
Yep.
Sander, did you have some more to add about the process, or shall we put them out of their misery?
I think it's time to put them out of their misery. Yeah.
All right, then if we could go back to the grid view, because we want to capture the look on somebody's face. There we go. And here comes the drum roll.
That's me.
That's you. And on 3, 2, 1, the winner is...
The winning team is Identifier.
I'm going to make a small guess that that's Anna's team.
Correct, yeah.
Well, I think you're unmuted now. Congratulations.
No, not yet.
Oh no, not unmuted yet. Just full screen.
Now I'm right?
Yes. Hello.
Thank you so much.
Well, I think thank you.
Indeed, thank you.
This is so amazing. I was actually just talking to my team that the prize money we won last year at Odyssey was the very first money we got in the bank to start our company. And so now to win, it feels like everything is coming full circle.
Wow.
Fabulous. So you've just mentioned something there that's really important. This is not your first rodeo. You were part of Odyssey when we were a physical hackathon, and now we're no longer a hackathon, but momentum and digital. Just before we get into what you built, and I just want to give you a moment to calm down. How was the difference in the two experiences for you?
Well, actually, before it all happened, we were kind of hesitant. I think just like a lot of teams who already experienced the real or the real life situation on what it would be and how it would translate. But eventually, I mean, it's the exact same nerves before you have to pitch. It's the exact same late night rushing and moving, and even the same wacky conversations, this time through Discord with other teams and other stakeholders, and also with the teams within this challenge. So actually, I think pretty much the same feeling, but digital.
Great. I'm pretty sure that makes you a happy man, because
it's good to hear.
That was the grand experiment from your side of things. So tell us a little bit, what was it you built this weekend, your team?
Yeah, we built a protocol to connect the dispatch center to a pool of volunteers existing from, or that was collected from existing citizen volunteer applications. Because we have around 40 or 50 in the Netherlands, we didn't want to make the new one that everyone would have to get attached to. So we want to be a connecting factor between the dispatch center and these volunteers who are already in their communities and able to help. We did this by building a protocol where there's a filter on location, so approximate location until it's accepted, and then a transmitted location, and on certifications through verifiable credentials. So we filter the existing Skills like, for example, CPR, as we already mentioned, but also just someone who is able to help or stay calm and collected in an emergency situation and can do some crowd control. After this, the dispatch center sees a location, can track someone, can move them, or can manage them through to the situation until everything's resolved. That's our solution, basically.
Cool. Fabulous. And there's a word you mentioned a couple of times there that perhaps not everybody watching this now live or in the future is familiar with, and that's protocol. And Rutger, this is something that you also brought up, I think, a year or two ago. You were kind of sensing, we've been through the era of tech of there's an app for that. We're completely familiar most of the way around the world with apps. The last few years, it's been all about platforms. And you can have an opinion on that, is that good or bad, but it's just the phase that we're in. And you said protocols are coming next. I don't know whether I should ask Anna to give a better description of protocols or Rutger.
Let's go for Anna.
Okay. Why did you go for a protocol? I mean, obviously you said there's plenty of stuff already out there. What does a protocol add or do differently?
Well, when we talked to both the dispatch center and also the centralists, we found out that there's not a lot of innovation and new stuff easily connected, but so we wanted to make use of the existing building blocks, basically, and that's it. So both from the dispatch side and from the user side, existing stuff, just basically making a protocol so everyone can easily connect in the same way and implement into their own existing structure, instead of believing that you are the one true genius who can solve a problem for everyone else.
And I think, and I'm going to look at Rutger because you're far more knowledge about me than that, but that last bit. So, I mean, you were triggered by, hey, there's a whole bunch of folks over there who are already doing this. There's a whole bunch over there. We can't keep interrupting them and saying, oh, you're good, but do it differently, because that's not going to work. And then you hit the nail on the head, because that comes from an egotistical perspective of, we know it better, everybody has to change to us. And you become kind of like the glue in the middle of connecting it all together. Is that right?
Oh yeah, and of course, I think the opportunity there is that you can work with as many people as you want on that, because it has, of course, this open source spirit to it, where basically anyone who has a great idea that fits, that connects to that, can build with that, and then. When, for example, an operator at the dispatch center thinks of a solution, she or he can start working on it, but also perhaps people, just let's say ordinary citizens, also may think of will think of brilliant solutions.
Yeah.
So how do you envision, Anna, that would happen?
Yeah, well, it's a really good point, actually, because one of the reasons that this solution, I think, really fits well is that it's endlessly scalable. So maybe at the moment we start with CPR certifications, but eventually, as long as it's provable, you could have a credential for it. So you could add, I don't know, a Tesla hobbyist who might know about a specific situation, or painters who can offer their ladders. Like we can't even imagine the type of stuff we can connect to yet.
Mm-hmm.
And you say painters who can offer their ladders.
Yeah,
that's not.
It was the example from Sander.
Yeah, I love it. But we're not necessarily talking about I need to fix my light bulb. It's there's a safety situation. We need a ladder to get to right. So
yeah, I always think that is a really good example that speaks to the imagination, so to say. I think what you are basically doing is instead of having a dispatch center that is, let's say, putting information through to just a couple of organizations, basically you turn it into one big collaboration hub to make our society a lot safer. So I think that's really, really awesome. Really impressive. Yeah.
So I'm curious, Anna, you said endlessly scalable. There's just a little under 8 billion, 8 miljard mensen on the planet. There's no reason you can't reach all of them eventually. I mean, perhaps not today, tomorrow. Because between now and then, you've kind of got to get this out into the real world. You were with us at the physical hackathon previously, where we were talking about building MVPs and proofs of concepts. You've done that this weekend, otherwise you wouldn't have won. But that wasn't enough. We pushed the bar higher and said, how do you get it out there in the real world at a pilot level, right? So not let's just go live with this tomorrow. That would be irresponsible. How do you see that pilot working over the next couple of months? And I realize that nothing's set in stone, but what's your hope?
Well, I think it's one of the most important things, especially within this challenge, because stakeholders are sometimes risk averse, but the dispatch center and the national collective dispatch centers is more risk averse than anyone, and rightly so. That's their entire thing, to avoid risk. So I think starting with very small steps is still very important in this case. So start with trusted qualifications already, like CPR, or start with trusted situations like crowd control and crowd management, and then really get into the boardrooms and the organizations and really build trust within the organization first. So show success in small cases and then build it out and grow. I mean, we love Odyssey, we love big ideas and the hackathon vibe, but tomorrow we are going back into the organization of people who might find it a bit scary to send a citizen volunteer to a situation, and rightly so. So I think build trust from inside and then grow is the way to go here.
And that start small and build trust is not the first time we've heard this today. This is a recurring theme through many teams. So I think you're right on the money, and especially when we're talking about safety.
Yeah, there's I think one thing you can take along with you, because what you have built is so spot on and clear that I think the people who you are mentioning on the board level will easily understand why this is so important. And I kind of know because my dad used to be on that board level as chief of the police as well as the safety region, and he shouted to me through WhatsApp, "Top idee!" So I can tell you, let's say he's not in that board level anymore. He's enjoying pension, but still,
he knows people.
He knows a couple of people, but rest assured, I think your idea, if you tell it to the right people, will be picked up quite easily, because it's very well understandable, and indeed, of course, for your implementation, the small steps are big wins. But people will understand what you are doing, and you're doing it very well.
So
thank you, and thank your dad for me.
Yeah.
We'll make sure that happens. He's probably watching live anyway. I'd love to go back to Sander, but not yet, because Anna, there's something we promised you, and that was an award not created by us, but by you and your track. If you heard during the live stream over the weekend, it's a piece of digital art. It consists, we'll edit that out later, of 2,940 blocks, which represents the minutes in 49 hours. There is also a representation, I don't have the numbers of course, but of how many wows your team was given within your track, and how many ecosystem joins. That's kind of like the invites, the handshakes to collaborate. That's all mashed together, pushed through a system of ridiculously complex stuff. I mean, I saw Olaf doing it, I was just like, I don't understand any of this. Creates a piece of digital art that looks something like this, and we will add, if it hasn't happened already, maybe it's happened already, your team name to that. Yeah. That'll be uploaded on the blockchain. You will be given the keys to the kingdom that say your team is the one and only owner of this truly unique piece of digital art. And that's the trophy, which you can hang proudly next to the one I guess you got last year. But this one's digital.
I got second place last year.
Well, congratulations on the upgrade. So that's your award. Good job, well done. Let's, if you don't mind, flip back to Sander. Sander, you can talk a bit more freely now about why the team from Anna was the one to take the top prize.
Yeah. Yeah, well, basically, as you just mentioned, there are a few reasons. I have to say that it was obviously very difficult because all of the teams built good solutions, had a good network, had a good ecosystem. We had 3 out of 5 teams, including the Generation Now team, on the ecosystem prize. So there were a lot of collaborations. So that was very difficult. And the main thing that set this apart was it's the essence of the challenge. More teams, the essence of the challenge. But it was also the approach. So there were also the things just being explained, the approach thing on how to implement, how to move forward, where to start, where to focus. I think all those things combined made sure that Identifier came out on top. And it's basically also because it's really, if you talk about how to include people based on their skills, knowledge, and attributes, how to do it in a way that is tangible, just go to the jury format on how to implement it and how to really achieve that a citizen comes to the rescue, basically, because he or she can in that particular case. Well, I think the solution explains that this is possible.
Fabulous. And I'm wondering from your side, how do you see this pilot program potentially working? Because, as I said, by definition, you'll be working with people who, have to be risk averse. I mean, you're dealing with risks by default. You don't want to add more to it. So, what's your insider perspective?
He's also working with people that have courage, right? So it's a good mix, I would say.
Exactly. Yeah, well, I think I would like to start with the other teams because we would do the other teams short, not to just give that a moment. All of the teams worked very hard, and all of the teams, there were some tangible leads in the stakeholder field. So to start with that, we are going to further explore the tangible leads in those stakeholder fields and see how the other teams can still get some connections in the dispatch center side, on the police or the fire department safety region side, to really move their solution forward, because for all of them, they're still being said, we believe in the solution. So that's one thing.
Great, thank you so much for that.
Yeah, it has to be mentioned because the effort was great. So thank you guys again. But that's one thing. The other thing is the winning team will guide them towards an MVP. So make the first step really possible, and do that on. We had the so-called innovation table, mainly to mix courage and risk aversion, of course. So we have a small position in multiple dispatch centers where you can try out new things, and we'll guide Identifier towards the MVP, to the prototype that we actually are comfortable with in testing in real-life situations, and we'll actually do so. So the promise that I have made in the beginning is still to make is that we will probably you can present next year how if Identifier works very fast, of course, but you can present next year how Identifier is being implemented for a test situation, a real-life situation, in both the civil app side as the dispatch center side. So that's how we're moving forward.
Wow, Anna, no pressure.
Absolutely
fast,
brilliant.
And you heard it here.
Yep.
I've got one question, which I'm going to put a whole bunch of people on the spot if I do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Obviously, we're recording this to be used by any of these teams, and Sander, yourself, of course, to send to stakeholders or to help explain what you're doing. But I wanted to ask, and I guess I should be asking Bodan, but I'm asking all of you, I guess. Something special happened at around 2 a.m. on, I think it was Sunday morning, Saturday night, something like that. And that was the team from Bodan found a poem about a ladder. And they decided to cheer the rest of their track up by recording a song with a ukulele and a beautiful singing voice of that poem. Should we, I'm not going to play it now, I don't have time, I'm sorry. But should we somehow try to edit and cut that back into this recording as kind of like, I'm going to say, thank you, well done, it's all done, cut, and then we'll kind of like glitch it in and we'll just let it fade in as a kind of magical extra. Do you want me to do that? Give me thumbs up if it's a thumbs up. Yeah, done.
Yeah, sure.
Done.
Yeah.
I say done. I don't have to do the hard work of making that happen, of course, but I'm going to do my best for you. I thought it was a beautiful moment of just human connection across the ether, through the momentum, around the globe, and all that sort of stuff. Ivo, I've got Sander, I've got about a minute left. Any last word from you?
Well, basically just it has been epic, and the collaboration has been epic, and all of the teams did such a good job that I basically I think that's the closing remark. I wish I had all of these teams working with me in the dispatch center every week. That's the closing remark.
Wow. Okay. Well, no pressure. We're not going to hold you to that, but that sounds like you're motivated enough to do it yourself. Rutger, what do you think about all of that?
I think it's what Sander says, epic. Sander, I think you can be very proud of what you have achieved with the teams, and vice versa. And I'm very glad that you are going to take this forward. I've seen this is your first challenge in the Odyssey program, but I've seen this is a great result. And I look forward to keeping in touch on how you're making progress, and see wherever we can help you, we will do that. So incredibly well done. Thank you.
All of you. Fabulous. Hold that thought for a moment, because that was the finale for the track of Inclusive Safety Communities, where Identifier took the top prize, but promises of potential collaboration and connection for all teams were granted. So that really shows the collaborative spirit. We're going to end this finale now and move on to the next one in about 10 minutes time on the live stream, where we'll be going from Inclusive Safety Communities to Open Source 911, or I guess 112, for digital spaces.
Yes.
See you in 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Good night, good whatever it is, wherever you are, whenever you might be watching this now or in the future. I'm here with Rutger van Zaram and a whole host of people calling in digitally from the whole world. We're here in Groningen at Odyssey HQ, Momentum Mission Control, as it has been for the last, 10,000 weeks that was consumed during this weekend. We're here. Why are we here? We're here because it is the finale show for the open source 911 for Digital Space challenge. The first thing that strikes me when I hear this is we're in Europe. Why 911 and not 112? And then I think, oh well, it's a global challenge, and maybe 911 is just more understood globally.
Yeah, I think it's more of a global phrase.
I mean, I grew up in a very backwards, oddball country where we don't use either 112 or 911, so I'm totally out of my depth.
You call 42 for help?
Personally, yes, but the country uses 999. Of course, we had to do it differently, as the UK is doing right now. Screw Europe, all that kind of stuff. That's why I live here. Anyway, I'm here with a whole host of people representing this track, including, and where we're going to start with Mr. Erik Rutkens, who is the challenge lead for this challenge. We're going to put you full screen. There we go. Epic beardness going on. And we can hear you. So, Erik, I would love to ask you to just introduce for the folks watching this, what is the challenge and why is it a challenge?
Oh, I hope I can try to keep this as short as possible. That's not what I'm well known for. But,
we will help you out, Erik. No problem.
Basically, we defined a challenge to increase the cybersecurity resilience of small and medium enterprises by challenging our teams to develop an ecosystem where information is shared in an easy way with all kinds of stakeholders small and medium enterprises have to deal with, like their IT service providers, the police, the prosecutor's office, the privacy authority, you name it, and use this information to prevent hacks, to get advice, implement security controls, but also share it with each other to get better. Because that's what we see in from day to day or in real life, that there is a lot of information out there, both technically also within organizations, but yet it's hardly shared. And also small and medium enterprises, if you talk about the real small enterprises, hardly have the right knowledge to act on their own.
Fabulous. I think that was perfectly succinct enough, because it is a complex thing.
Yeah.
But just for me to help out somebody who's seeing this for the first time, the 911 might be a little bit misleading. We're not talking about there's a fire on the street or somebody has had a medical emergency or how do we call the cops because my car's been stolen. It's not that. It's like that, but for the digital world instead of the real world. Is that right?
That's absolutely right, where we see 911 sort of as an analogy for a warning system. So you can warn each other, you can learn from each other. And what you were saying in the beginning is right, 911 is because it's international. The digital space has no boundaries, as we have seen this weekend, flying around. So,
perfect. And actually, that was my next question to you. You're no stranger to these types of challenges and events. How was your weekend?
Wow, it was a blast. Nothing like it, I would say. Starting with all sorts of, like my kids say, "Oh, Dad, your computer is glitching again," and fixing things on the spot, moving from Momentum to Discord, using Slack, WhatsApp, whatever means to communicate with each other. And there were lots of people involved. So initially, and I also really have to thank our 2 track mayors who were awesome, fixing everything. And then as of Saturday with the teams, we really got into the groove, so to speak, resulting in nightly sessions with people discussing, even Klaas, who was here in the session, talking about network segregation. So
cool.
that was
really well done, Klaas.
Whoa, what is happening here?
Yeah.
Although I have to say, especially these nightly sessions, I would have loved to do that in real life. I hate drinking alone.
in Momentum, nobody is alone, let alone if they're drinking. You just don't know who the other person is, where they are, or what they're drinking.
You're absolutely right.
But you know there's somebody drinking somewhere.
Yeah. Oh, well, were some busy tables in the Grand Cafe.
Exactly. Klaas, I don't usually bring too many people in to respond, but you got name checked there. Even Klaas joined our nighttime sessions. I don't think it was meant as a personal dig about you. It was more the subject matter that you were talking about. Network segregation. Help me out here.
That's for in the when we have to drink. It was very interesting that what I mean, that they translate that in the word network. That's I don't know even the word.
Fabulous. And how was your weekend? How did you experience the momentum?
Yes, it was intense to work on more levels and more screens. It was nice that even a guy from above the 60 can follow these things. We had a lot of nice conversations one-to-one with the teams, and that gave me a lot of fun. Thank you for that.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. What do we want to talk about? We want to talk about the fact that there's a winner.
Of course.
Because I assume that's what the rest of these folks here are dialed in for. They want to know, was I the winner? And the first thing I'm going to say is, yes, you were the winner, without calling out any particular name or looking at any. It's great. I can look straight at the screen and see all their faces and not look at one of them in the eye. But if I look at one of them in the eye, they will think, oh, is he looking at me? You'll never know. You're all winners. This is, we do provide a competitive environment, but we are talking about doing things that make the world a better place. So I don't want anybody to want to walk away from here thinking that they're a loser or have failed.
Yep.
In fact, last year at the previous physical hackathon, a team, Space for Good, came, I think, second or maybe third in their challenge, but went on to land the biggest pilot project that as far as we know, that Odyssey has ever seen. So you have that opportunity in front of you as well, I'm sure. So don't stop, keep going. Challenge lead, Eric, is there a way that you can talk to us about why the team that won did so without giving it away? Or is it
It's very difficult.
Okay. Then why don't you tell us? Why don't you tell us just a little bit about the jury process then? How was that?
Well, actually, I think our jury was very involved throughout the whole weekend. Also, we involved some members for our delegation in helping us with the judging. What we did is that we had a round of preparation presentations where we invited stakeholders, but also members of our delegation who visited on Saturday to help us with the judging process. And then after the end show, Robert, Klaas, Sander, who is not here, and I went discussing all the teams, and it was not easy. Everybody of every one of us in his own way, and I think I can show you. I first did it like in the old-fashioned way, on a piece of paper with all the criteria and numbers, and looking at like, okay, what's the code quality and how many wows and how is it in the ecosystem, and well, later on I put it in an Excel, but we all kind of did that, and well, I think we all have had sort of the quite well immediately had the same winner in mind. So it was actually pretty smooth.
Yeah.
Cool. Nice.
I happen
Go
to
for
walk,
it.
Yeah, no, I happened to walk past one of the laptops that was running those judging sessions. Don't worry, it was on silent. I couldn't hear anything, but I did notice the faces of your jury were very tense. And in fact, I took a quick snapshot and sent that to you. Like, Eric, why so serious?
I saw it. It was a combination, I guess, of course, we have to take this seriously.
Yeah.
But to be quite honest, I think we also were very tired.
Really? I can't imagine why.
Weird.
Okay, here's how we're going to do this. So having acknowledged that there are no losers, this is just the team that wins the prize, or this prize. We're going to do this super high tech. I'm going to start up the drum machine for a drum roll. And Eric, on a countdown of 3, 2, 1, you're going to announce the name of the winning team, if that's okay with you.
That's okay.
And Klaus, if you want to join in with that, you're more than welcome. So I'm going to fire up the drum machine for a drum roll, please, sir. And Mr. Rukens and Mr. Holtman, 3, 2, 1. The winning team is...
Cyber Justice Warriors.
Woohoo! And there he is, Mr. Alexander going wild. Hello, sir.
Yeah, I have a little comment on that because, well, first of all, I want to thank all teams. I can't emphasize enough that you're all winners. I want to thank all stakeholders. I mentioned our track majors. I also want to thank all the Jedis and everybody else who was involved in our challenge this weekend. I'm not quite sure if you had a level playground for our teams. Cyber Justice Warriors are seasoned Odyssey hackers and former challenge winners, I believe. And I think Odyssey was new to all other teams, of which most are students, and yet they did an awesome job. Although maybe it sounded like that, the jury decision was not a walk in the park. But with a little wisdom, like I said, of the stakeholders, we eventually reached a unanimous verdict. Maybe it's also good from our side to tell you why we chose Cyber Justice Warriors as winners.
Eric, I totally agree with that, but I'm going to ask you to hold it for a moment because there's a certain guy in this call whose heart is pounding right now, and I don't want him to pass out or collapse with excitement. I'd love to hear, if it's okay with you, Eric, a little bit from Alexander, and then we'll come back to you. Alexander, welcome back to Odyssey, of course. How does that feel?
Exciting and again very scary because we don't know. We know actually that the real Odyssey is about to start, and we are looking forward to do some great progress with the stakeholders.
Fabulous. I love the fact that you already queue me up to say, of course, Chapter 7 ended yesterday. Today is Chapter 8. Chapter 9 begins tomorrow, and that's where you are in the lead. But tell us just a little bit, within the boundaries of this challenge, what was it you built this weekend that you think the judges were impressed by?
In very short sentence, I would like to share that our solution is a machine-to-machine information sharing protocol that enables synchronized defense among different stakeholders. So here we're talking about a communication protocol that can be used by IT service providers in order to detect attacks within the SME sector. And we want to do it in an automatic fashion in order to reduce the human factor and improve the speed of response. So we don't want to really eliminate the people in our solution, but we want to focus on really building the next level and automating as much as possible.
I think that's a great word, automating as much as possible. So doing the heavy lifting for the humans so the humans can focus on where they add value, right? Instead of having to search for things and crunch things and calculate things, we can better use machines or your technology to do that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Alex. How do the detections get in? How does that work?
So let's say you have SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, who have firewalls, intrusion detection system, intrusion prevention systems, and they are monitored by their security service providers. And we want to try to automate these detections and spread them in a decentralized network among also the other stakeholders, which are IT service providers, but also small and medium-sized enterprises, but also public sector actors.
Really well explained and perfectly clear. I think for small medium enterprises, they don't have a chief security officer, right? So basically you add a little bit of that capability to their infrastructure layer with such a communication protocol.
Exactly.
Impressive.
Fabulous, impressive. But in the previous hackathons to which Alexander is familiar, we tasked or invited teams to build an MVP, a proof of concept, something like that. But this year we said that's not good enough, especially as you can do this from the comfort of your own home. How do you get this into the real world is where it matters, where the rubber meets the road, as has often been said. So Alex, I'm curious, how do you see a pilot program to test this over the coming months or so?
So I think first we need to sit and talk with the stakeholders to align the ecosystem, and also then have some kind of a formal agreement on who's going to do what and when and how. And then we can develop actually the real MVP. And then test it in reality within the next 3 to 6 months, hopefully.
Yeah, and you make that sound super simple, but I have a little bit of background information. I know when you say stakeholders, particularly when we're talking about SMEs, that's not going to be an easy task to get.
Well, that's where Klaas can bring some magic, and also the network of Eric and his stakeholders. I think because that's actually. It's not that they have this challenge that drops out of the sky.
No.
There's a good reason that they have it. So also eager to learn from Eric and Klaas how they can take it forward.
Yeah. And we're going to ask them that in just a moment, because before we go to Eric and Klaas, there is something we need to share with Alexander, and that is, of course, the award. The award that we talked about at various moments in the live stream across the weekend, and that was, the digital representation of the trophy you get as a winning team. That was made digitally, actually not by us, but by you all in the track. All sorts of complicated stuff. The award looks something like this. There's 2,940 small blocks which represent minutes. That's how long the hackathon was. There are some larger blocks which represents the wows that you were giving each other, and then there's the branching on the inside of the structure which represents the ecosystem joins out invitations, however you chose to use that. That comes together, is run through a whole bunch of complex algorithms that creates a truly unique digital art piece. We couldn't complete it last night because, of course, we needed to know the name of the winning team, because that's getting embedded in there as well. I don't understand the technology behind this, but that gets uploaded to the blockchain somewhere. These guys can probably explain it better than I can.
Not the picture itself, but
the code, the
metadata,
the data of it. We will send you the keys, the tokens, I don't know how this works, the stuff that you need, Alex, to be able to say that belongs to us as a team. We're the only ones in the world, and it is the only one in the world. So there's your trophy on top of the prize money. Well done. Eric, Klaas, you're on the hot seat. Was intrigued as to how you see that pilot program. How do we start to get this? I mean, and this is something which simply just doesn't exist. You've never found something like this in the world. That's why you took this challenge on. We see it's really important. Where do you start?
Well, before I go into that, we have some pretty clear ideas on that. I think it's good to mention that we also, and I do not want to make things complicated, but have a little extra challenge for Alex and his team. The nice thing about the solution they came up with is it's technical, and it's independent on the willingness of small and medium enterprises to report crime or manually contribute to an online knowledge base or something. So that's actually, I think, one of the main reason why the jury said, okay, this is our winner. Yet all the other teams came up with brilliant ideas, and actually we would like to have a discussion afterwards. And actually from our side, we also want to continue working with the other teams to, for instance, look into how open CTI, paranoid Android, can be also aligned to the solution Alex and his team came up with, or the concept of anonymity, which Hans Rocks designed, or Hans Rocks 2.0, or the smart Q&A the Cyber Squad came up with, or the word scraper from Cyberosity. And what we also think is very important, because we are talking about technical stuff here, is that we include, or try to include somehow, the more human factor-based cybersecurity attacks, which SMEs suffer from. And I think we, in a pilot and class, fill in the gaps if you like. We, I think, have a very good network with a lot of different stakeholders, but we will select a few IT service providers, security companies, and SMEs to work this out with as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and if it's not clear to the folks watching this live or in the future, I know Eric and Klaas, we know Eric and Klaas, they're from here in Groningen, and there's two things that these guys can do well, right? And that is connect people to the right people.
And put things in motion.
And get stuff rolling.
Yep.
So, wow, cool that, no team here is a loser. And in fact, Eric, you're just offering to have conversations and say, nobody walks away from here unless you choose to. Let's see how we can make that happen. That's truly the Odyssey momentum spirit.
Yes.
What else have we got? We're running short of time. Rutger, what would you like to add on top of all of that?
Well, yeah, I think it's really exciting that normally you have quite big companies, governmental institutes, etc., running these challenges. But in this case, the challenge is specifically aimed at small, medium enterprises. And in these times when we are more dependent on our digital infrastructure as companies, right? The analogy with a 911 center is right, I think, because being online, having a proper IT which is safe, which protects your data, and above all your continuity, and your continuity protects the families that work in these organizations, because they need to work together through these digital means. So in that regard, it's here the power of numbers that can be achieved, and it's incredibly empowering. I think the message Eric puts out there to say, okay, there's this base the team of Alex is creating, and a lot of these other solutions fit very well with that. And I think if there can be some kind of toolkit for small medium enterprises, well, I think that's exactly what Eric and Klaas have in mind. That is something that can be used anywhere in the world, right? And in that regard, it's super cool to see what came out of this. Really impressive.
And of course, I guess one of the upsides of working with small and medium enterprises, it's easier to get them. It's easier to find the willing ones as opposed to the unwilling ones. You don't have necessarily so many layers of hierarchy and bureaucracy and corporate policies and stuff to navigate through. So, and frankly, there's more of them. So I can imagine that you'll start slowly, but when it starts to gather momentum, sorry, bad pun, I know, then that really could start spreading quickly. And as Eric pointed out at the beginning, Digital doesn't care about boundaries.
Nope.
So there's no reason why an organization on that side of the planet can't be helping an organization on that side of the planet real time, digitally, and maybe those organizations are being helped by machines or robots or intelligences or, I mean, it's, for me, this is mind-blowing stuff.
Absolutely.
Fabulous. If you're wondering who we are and what we're talking about, then we're here. We've just done the finale for the open source 911 for digital spaces. Cyber Justice Warriors were the winning team of that. But the challenge leads have said, actually, we'd like to discuss how we can talk with all of the teams because it's interconnected and it all makes an awful lot of sense. Congratulations once more to Alex and the team. Thank you so much to all of you for being good sports this weekend. I'm going to let you go off and get some sleep or go to work or whatever it is you feel the need to do for the rest of this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will be back on this live stream in approximately 10 minutes, 15 minutes perhaps, where we will move from 911 for digital spaces to opening up real estate. Watch this space. We will be back. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day, good night. I don't know where you are or when you are going to be watching this. We're live here from the Odyssey HQ, what was Momentum Mission Control for the weekend. As you can see, it's beautiful here, so we might as well be sitting here talking to you because that's much more fun than the weather. I'm here with Rutger van Zuidam himself, and we're here with a group of other people, challenge leads and team captains or team representatives from all over the world to talk about, if I'm not mistaken, opening up real estate.
Yes.
We have actually three of the challenge leads, I believe, on the call. Just checking that they're all in. Do we have Dirk? We do. There is Dirk, Dirk van Barneveld from the Dutch Ministry of Interior. And we have Joe Bronkers. Joe is there for me in the middle of the screen. It could be different for you. He is from, and I don't know if, I assume you're a Dutch company, so I'm sure it's Fibre. But on the screen behind you, it's Earbiff because it's reversed. So might want to think about that for your Google calls in the future. Or it's a digital. Oh, there we go. That's easy for you to fix later. And Nick van Appeldoorn from the Kadaster. And what's interesting about these three challenge leads is they are all veterans to the world of Odyssey.
Yes.
Been with us for more than one season. But again, just like all of the team representative captains here and all the other participants this weekend, being a veteran of the physical events that we've held in the past few years is not enough, because this was the first time we've done it digitally, online, in Momentum, so everybody's a newbie.
Kind of. Well, yeah. I think it's also very cool that Misha is in the call, one of the main stakeholders in the challenge.
Fabulous.
We don't see that very often, but really, really good. And of course, the veterans do know a lot about the process. And I think they were equipped with great teams. So I would love to hear more on what happened over the weekend and what kind of results were achieved.
Yeah, so normally it's really easy for me because there's one challenge lead, so we get into the conversation and I know exactly who to pick, but I've got three, so sometimes it's a little tricky for me to direct the right question to the right person. I'm going to pick because it feels like a Nick day. I'm a Nick, you're a Nick. So I'm not Nick from Apeldoorn, you're Nick from Apeldoorn. I don't know if he's from Apeldoorn, it's just his name. Nick, if you could unmute yourself and join us for a moment, please. You're from the Kadaster, and for anybody who isn't Dutch, that's the Land Registry Office, or that's the closest translation I've found so far. That's correct, right?
Yeah, great. It's the Land Registry, yeah.
Fabulous. So why is this challenge and opening up real estate that's perhaps a little... I'm seeing Dirk saying, Nick is our spokesman. Dirk, I might be pulling you into the call just because you've said that. I might not let you get away with that. But Nick, if I understand your challenge, opening up real estate, and I don't know how good the view on this camera is, but I can see a lot of real estate from here. And you use the word object, so that most people would assume that's a building, but it could be other things. But buildings, let's keep it simple, is registered in one and in fact many places, right?
Yes, that's true.
And if I remember rightly, that is actually the core of this challenge. So could you explain to people why that's and I hate the word problem, but you'll understand me, why that's a problem and why this challenge is important.
Well, when you're outside, it's really easy when you talk to people, because you just see we're talking about the same physical object in that sense. But in a fully digitized world where you collaborate with each other, share information, on the one hand, you have a lot of opportunities to solve challenges because there's a lot of information. On the other hand, you also have, you can have difficulties because all these digital data sources, how to make sure they apply to the same physical object. Because when you make, for example, policies, you want to make sure it's based on the right information, and you want to make sure those data sources are about the same physical object. So that's why we came to this challenge.
And maybe for the folks at home, because most people unfortunately are not dealing with real estate and probably not thinking about this too often. What kind of data sources or data holders are you talking about that you tend to work with?
Well, of course, buildings have a whole life cycle. So in the beginning, it can be an architect or a building company. When it gets used, you have registries like Cadastre for the ownership, but you can also have tenants, for example. There's a lot of information when buildings are used. How is it used? For example, also energy consumption. And when you move to a circular economy, you can also demolish buildings, reuse the materials. So the whole life cycle within a building, a lot of parties that have some kind of the information, but also using their own identifiers, so an address or a project number and so on. And in that collaboration, we want to incorporate some certainty.
Fabulous. I couldn't have put that better myself. And one of the things I think you really showed the nuance here is it's not just about the physical object or just about the square meters or square whatever it is sitting on, the geography, the piece of earth. That's two separate pieces of information, but what's happening inside it as well, or around it, or what effect it is having on the environment around it. And you can start going down a rabbit hole of what is real estate and what does it mean. So I guess this is exactly why you think if it can be opened up, there are a host of opportunities that we may not even understand yet. Is that right?
Yeah, it is, and that's why the challenge was so interesting, because the solutions are not applicable to just one organization. They can be used by many organizations because you can imagine a lot of use cases. So that's what I think was a lot of fun on this challenge.
I think it's also worth mentioning that this is actually a common, but in the real estate and especially project development, right, where you have new homes, this is already being done. If you look at the database, all the project development companies are maintaining together, they operate that together, and then they feed out all kinds of parts of that database to different outlets, so to say. And so collaboration across the board in the real estate space happens a lot already, and I think that's also what you're leveraging with this particular challenge, right, Nick?
Yeah, because it's already happening, the collaboration, the data sharing, and we just wanted to add some certainty. For example, is it about the same physical object? So it's already happening, and we're trying to do our best and help in that. Well, let's call it a momentum or a journey. Yeah, it's already happening.
Good, fabulous. And I'm going to pick on one of the other two. Maybe I'm going to let Dirk off for a moment. Maybe we can go to Joe. Joe, I'm just curious. How was your weekend? What was the experience like for you?
Yes, well, I was very much inspired because we had 4 teams already working on 4 complementary use cases. So when you had one team, you saw the other team that was actually the follow-up of the first team. Then you went to the third team that was a follow-up of the other 2. And what made it very clear to me is when you look at all those 4, that they really find their way to work together and to see how they can be interoperable with their solutions to each other. And I think that's really great that we could see that already.
Wow.
But that's interesting. You say you have 4 teams doing complementary stuff. That's fantastic. That's the very essence of momentum, I think. But at the same time, there's a slightly competitive element to this mass collaboration. And we're here for a finale, and we're going to, I believe, announce a winner. So how do you go about choosing a winner when you've got 4 separate things that are somewhat interconnected?
Yeah, they really challenge us. So we only had 1 hour, but we used 2 hours for the jury deliberation. We really needed that to find the real winner.
Yeah, and that's really interesting you say that, because previously when we had the physical hackathon just a kilometer or so that way, time was of a real crunch. We couldn't have given a year ago. We couldn't have given you that extra hour because we had thousands of people in the room waiting. But by going digital and moving the finales today, you took that extra hour of your own choice. But actually, it didn't interrupt anything. It didn't interrupt the finale awards. So I think that's one of the areas where going digital is actually improving the experience, or upgrading the experience. So I'm really pleased that you. Not that you had a tough time, of course, although that's a good sign in itself, but I'm pleased that you took the time to do that. We've got a whole bunch of people that want to know, did I win? Let's move forward. Just before we do that, I want to point out that the opposite of winning is losing. in the real world. Maybe, but it's not in momentum, right? We don't have any losers. We don't go around like this because you folks have showed up. You got involved. You've got interested. You have visions on how to make the world a better place, make the future different from what it is today. And as we saw from, I think it was the Space for Good team last year.
If you pick up the connection and move forward, find out how you can be of value with the connections you have built over the weekend, and not just the weekend, but also all those months of preparation, that is something you can leverage if you pick up on it. So I think that is what you have all achieved in that sense.
Exactly, and as I was going to say, Space for Good last year were not the team who won the prize, but they did go ahead and make a fantastic pilot program with their challenge leads. So I would encourage you, if you don't win today, you'll all walk away with some cash money prize because it's a collaborative environment. Don't be disheartened. Maybe celebrate with your team for the successes you do have and keep going. Here's how we're going to do this. I am going to set a drum roll running in a moment, and then I've actually been asking the challenge lead to name the winning team. And so we already heard from Nick, we heard from Joe, and we happen to have a third challenge lead. So you know what's coming, Dirk. I'm gonna ask you to unmute your microphone, and once the drum roll is over, and I say 3, 2, 1, you're going to name the winning team. I assume that you know the name of the winning team as you are the challenge lead.
Yeah, I do.
that was actually
good question, Nick.
Yeah, no, it was actually a way I could get the microphone tested.
Yeah.
But so that's what we're going to do. But I just wondered, Dirk, is there anything you want to add before we announce that winner?
Well, just what Jo said is true. It was very hard to compare the solutions because they're quite different. But after much deliberation, we came up with a winner, which we think really deserves it. But I also want to stress we would like to discuss with the other teams about how going further, because all 4 solutions are worth investigating further.
Oh, wow. So, teams, you heard it here first, win or no win. The invitation is open from Dirk there. To have a conversation and find out how you can keep going forwards instead of saying how you can't keep going forwards. That's the collaborative spirit that we love to see here. So thank you so much, Dirk, for that. Once we've announced the winner, there'll be some delight. I'm sure we'll go talk to that winner for a bit, and then we're going to come back to one of the challenge leads for some
let's do it
updates. So
do it.
I'm going to get the drum machine rolling. It's a Zaudam version 1.0, and let's go. Okay, Dirk, when you're ready, 3, 2, 1. The winning team is
Recheck.
There we go. Emilian and Emil for me in the top right and bottom left. Happy people by the look of it. I can't cut to both of you live. That's not going to work well. Which one should I speak to first? That'll be Emilian, if we could get him full screen, and you can unmute yourself. Hello, sir.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, congratulations for being the
Congratulations.
Winners. That's a good job.
Thank you, and big thanks to the challenge stakeholders and all the teams. And I just want to reiterate what was already shared, that it was really not a competition. I didn't feel it like a competition, although it is a kind of competition, but it is a mass collaboration effort. And within our small challenge, we managed to really work in this close cooperation, help each other, and so we do hope that this will continue in the near future.
Very nice.
Well, I think it's now up to you. You know, we have the challenge leads, but I think it's up to you all as teams to take the lead in making sure that happens. Emilian, I can't remember. Are you based here in the Netherlands?
We run a Dutch company, but we are coming from Bulgaria with Emil. And I believe that you also work with Bulgarian developers.
A couple of them, yes. Based in Sofia.
Small world, small world.
Yeah.
Okay, so a collaborative and a global, or at least I guess European level effort there. That's good to hear. So Emilian, can you tell us just a little bit about what was it you built that you think the judges thought, okay, this can really help open up real estate?
Yeah, not really sure, but perhaps one of the things that we really prioritized during Momentum was building some very essential infrastructure components. So this challenge was about unique object identifier as a connector, as a unique identity of real estate objects, and being able to synchronize the data exchange, especially when you have this multi-stakeholder process. And we decided that in order to unlock this potential, we need to create some very essential infrastructure components. So this was the generator of the UI, unique object identifier, a basic search engine for the UI, and some functionalities for linking attributes or data documents to the UI, any kind of data and documents, and also being able to see the historical overview, what happened in the real estate over time.
Fabulous. Let me hold you there, because you used a couple of terms that maybe not everybody's familiar with. So a unique identifier is, I guess, like a serial number that is truly unique and is a single identification. And my understanding is that's important because today everybody who has information about a real estate object is probably using their own identifier, which makes it impossible for you to talk about the same thing as me, because your registration number and mine are different. We can't compare notes. Yours might be numbers, mine might be words. It could be that simple. And you're saying, how do we create a truly unique identifier for every, and I guess any object future, that my system can reference, so I don't have to change my system too much. Your system can reference, you don't have to change that too much, and we can all then start to work together. And if I've got that right, that sounds very, very simple until you look out of the window and go, there's an awful lot of real estate objects in the world. That's not trivial. No. Is that am I close?
You put it absolutely correctly, Nick. And please also, for the general audience, keep in mind that these unique identifiers, they can go at a very low level. So it's not really only about the building. There is an identifier of the apartment, the wall, the window, the construction materials. So it is a way to manage the whole life cycle of the buildings. It is a way to maybe use this as an instrument for managing some policies. Imagine this aligned with the European Green Deal, speaking about the energy efficiency of the building, speaking about the circularity aspect, speaking about demolishing buildings and reconstruction. So it is a way to have this as a, let's say, a barcode on a global level.
Yeah.
Something that is universal, something that can be translated by any kind of institutions, businesses, and something that can really synchronize and facilitate this data exchange between them.
Yeah, fantastic. And I mean, this would be big enough at a national level as an ambitious project. But of course, you know, digital doesn't know boundaries, so I can assume that global domination in a collaborative, open way is probably your goal. Creating an MVP or a proof of concept or just the tech was not the only challenge for this weekend. We asked you to think about how you would then take this into a pilot program in the real world. Can you tell us a little bit about how you see the next few months of making that happen?
Yeah, this is also very much dependent on the challenge stakeholders and the direction that they will set and the specific topics for the pilots.
This might be a moment for you to get your wishes in above and before they have their say. So go for it.
No, just to say really a big thank you to all challenge stakeholders, all the contributors, especially the Odyssey team and Jedis and everyone that participated in this. But speaking about the challenge stakeholders, we managed to build very good communication. We had a number of discussions and brainstorming sessions. And we somehow identified possible directions for pilots. They're still not confirmed, so it is a process. But maybe going for a building passport, going to a renovation passport could be a possible directions for pilots. Of course, this depends on their agenda and the priorities they have on their list.
Yeah, I think a building passport has been on Jo's wish list for a couple of years already. So happy to hear that as well. It must be in this case that you're dealing with a lot of, let's say, interaction with all kinds of standards that need to be certified. How does your solution interplay with that?
Yeah, definitely it is a challenge, and it is not our strength because as a blockchain startup, we don't have this experience in the real estate sector. So it will be a matter of very intensive communication and collaboration, I assume.
Yeah.
And perhaps here we can really link this data and these standards to the UI, but in a way that this information can be validated. Also using blockchain technology, with electronic signature, with verification on the blockchain, with the digital identities of the users for the access control of the data. So we see this as an opportunity for a really mass collaboration effort that perhaps will also involve other teams and a lot of other contributors.
And this is, I assume, also the part of the open source strategy that you envision moving forward.
Definitely, unique object identifier is something open, inclusive, something that should enable new kind of digital infrastructure. So everything should be transparent. It should enable other startups and companies to build applications on top of this infrastructure component, and we very much look to collaborate with them.
Basically, what you're doing is giving utilizing an IP address, but then for a building. Right, you're bringing the building online.
Kind of, yep.
Cool.
Okay, I thought I got it, and now you just twisted my worldview by another degree, and it's like, oh, wow, that opens up an
programmable buildings. Yes, Nick. Yes,
exactly. Yes. Again, congratulations. And one of the things that we promised you over the weekend, of course, was not only the cash money prize, but an award not generated by us, but by you and your challenge track teammates. And we've got that ready for you. It looks something like this. And it is for those who may not have joined us at the weekend or are watching this in the future, this is a piece of digital art that was created real time throughout the weekend by these folks using data. So it totally fits all of the principles of momentum. There's 2,940 small blocks that represents the minutes of open time in the hackathon. All of your wows and all of your ecosystem join commits, offers, invitations, whatever you want to visualize them as, have been blown together into this piece of unique digital art that is three-dimensional and fully scalable. You can zoom in and out of it, etc., etc. Obviously, we couldn't finish it yesterday because we didn't know the name of the winning team. That has now been done and embedded into it. The data of all of that, and I have no idea how this technology works, is getting sent up to the blockchain, which means that this piece of art, digital art, is truly unique, can be verified as unique, and we will turn the keys or the tokens or the proofs, whatever it is, over to Team Recheck, Emil and Emilian.
Yes.
So that you can show the whole world that you own a totally unique piece of digital art. And that might not sound much, I mean, it sounds incredibly cool and science fiction futuristic for me today, but I can imagine there's some cool stuff in that world to come. Mm-hmm. But we're not here to promote those solutions. I'd like to go back to one of the challenge leads to just talk a little bit more about what this all means in terms of, now we know which team has won.
Yeah, why did they win? And
you've said, why did they win? You've said the other teams are also welcome, and to talk about what it's like to run some pilots in the future from your end. Who would like to take that? I'm looking at Nick, Dirk, and Yo. They're all looking like.
I think Nick.
Don't give it to me. I'm so tired.
Nick is up for that.
Yeah, sure. Well, this team won. The challenge was also based on adoption, because I think the concept of theory is quite clear, but when you don't have adoption, it doesn't help. And I think the Recheck team from the beginning really focused on how to get adoption, how can we collaborate with other teams. And I think, as Emilian already pointed out, also the pilots of what we're going to do after Momentum also depends on our stakeholders. So then I'm especially lucky with Jo Bronkes because I think he knows everyone in the whole world. So it seems we already has lined up a lot of companies that already talked to the teams, and they're going to discuss after this. We're going to give them a podium. They can present their solution, and then there can be multiple use cases because it's an infrastructure to share information. So we will keep the conversation going, make sure the right teams are there, right companies are there, and just see where's the most sense of urgency, because I think we need to start there. And when I'm right, you already arranged that this Wednesday already is one moment they can present their solutions, and there will be more in the future. I think this will be an ongoing conversation to see where's the most sense of urgency or where's the most benefit to be gained. And that would be a really interesting pilot thing for Recheck and maybe also for other teams.
Fabulous. That makes an awful lot of sense to me. I'm looking at Rutger to say, any last thoughts or words about this challenge, this set of teams, this set of challenge leads?
Well, I would like to learn a little bit more on if I think especially for this case, adoption is the real challenge, right? As you said, there are a gazillion objects out there. So what kind of stakeholders or players would you welcome, let's say, in the next 3 to 6 months to this, let's say, project space? You've basically created a space of opportunities, right? But you have really tangible prototypes to move forward. So when we're looking at this real estate space and your stakeholders, what would you welcome in the next 3 to 6 months, so to say, to take this forward? Who can join and how can they contribute to that?
I think maybe you can best answer that question because you did a lot of effort creating the ecosystem.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, well, I think what is important is that we show the market what we developed.
Yeah.
Until now it was theoretical and it's complex to understand. But now we have 4 very good examples in which we can show the market what we're talking about. In the next few weeks, months, we will have several global meetups, meetings, stages where we can present the solutions, all the 4 solutions to really a global audience in real estate. So we hope that we can encourage companies to step in and to start pilots with them. But we also will do several things by ourselves. We are now at the moment composing an international consortium to apply for a large Horizon 2020 call in support of the Green Deal. And we already have large organizations from Germany, from Netherlands, from Spain, from Portugal, from Switzerland, from Austria. They like to collaborate. And I think we need to prepare this before the end of January. I think this will be a massive opportunity to implement all 4 use cases that we develop now and to further develop them towards real market product. And then in the last, we will not alone focus on the Green Deal. We already have 3 contacts in the United States. We have some contacts in Australia. We have some contacts, some pilot projects that are in preparation in London, the UK. So there will for sure be some possibilities, but it's depending on the interest of the parties, and that's the difficulty. We give them, they're curious to work with the UI, and now we can give them half a solution. And I think that this will be very good opportunities for all the teams.
Sounds like you're going to have a busy next 6 months, and if the teams follow up accordingly, then they will be quite busy as well.
Yeah, I see it as an opportunity for all of us together.
Yeah.
And I think we just started with something, and now it's up to all of us to make a success out of that.
Yeah. I think that's also very much how I know you, Jo, but also what you only can hope from a governmental agency like the Ministry of the Interior and Cadastre, the Land Registry, is that they serve as a connector and also enable all these parties to move forward collectively. So from what you're telling us, that is about to happen. So very, very good.
We're also going to do some roundtables with the European Commission and some national governments to also bring it under their attention. I think we need to build these ecosystems, and that's what we try to do.
Perfect.
And you know what I love about this? I love the way you always just name dropping countries and large, super important organizations and governments, but this is not bragging or humble bragging. This is a very serious commitment to getting stuff done with willing partners all around.
This is the result.
Planet.
This is the result of years and years of work that has been already done by the challenge leads and their stakeholders. This is the accumulation of that, and I think that is so nice that this is not the first time also for Cadastre to be with us, and over the years basically you see this understanding of what we are trying to solve together evolve and grow each year, and really what I get the feeling that this is leading towards a breakthrough, because the solutions also come to a maturity level that you can actually apply them, and that basically anyone involved in developing buildings, buying, selling them, so also the players on the market really are going to understand.
Transporting them, recycling the materials in them, supplying energy to them.
It's becoming a no-brainer because all that accumulated knowledge that is now in there, and normally, let's say, real estate. I think it's interesting, but it's not my field of work, so to say. But if you look at the things that are coming together and how you are able to improve the living spaces of people, yeah, that's insane. That's really, there are so many opportunities there on a global scale. Really exciting.
Absolutely, and despite the complexities which tend to be hidden behind the scenes, super easy to explain to somebody to understand, and then extrapolate what the impact could be. Gentlemen, ladies, folks, peoples, we are pretty much out of time, so I'm going to recap. If you are watching this live and have no idea what we're talking about, or you're watching this in the future but forgot, we've been talking about opening up real estate, where our challenge leads from the Cadastre, Fibre and the Dutch Ministry of the Interior have awarded Team Recheck with the top prize, but extended an invitation to keep working with all of the teams in the very best momentum collaborative spirit. So thank you so much. We're going to shut this call down now. Enjoy celebrating, sleeping, work, whatever it is you have coming up next. Thank you so much, and congratulations again to you all.
Bye-bye.
We are back in 12 minutes or so, where we will be, we're going to Nature 2.0.
Looking forward.
That I guarantee you is going to be a ride of some sort. 12 minutes, same time, same place. Thank you so much. Good morning, afternoon, evening, day. I don't know where you are. I don't know when this is. We are live here from the Odyssey HQ Mission Control. It started off this morning as bright. There was never any sunshine. It was grey all the way through, and now it's starting to turn into darkness. This is a continuation of the Momentum experience in extreme.
Just 15 hours of
and we're halfway through. It's going to be just fine.
Yep.
I'm here with Rutger van Zoudam, of course, and a whole bunch of people dialed in because we're here to talk about building critical infrastructures. That's the challenge. This is the finale. That is
beneficial for society, right?
Yeah, that's not in my script, but I'm seeing thumbs up from all the people on the screen, so that must be true.
Yeah.
Thanks, you completely made me lose my train of thought.
Oh,
we are here to talk about
cozy.
building critical infrastructures that are beneficial for society, and this is the finale. I'm back on track. This is the finale. Something we used to do on Sunday in a very, very hurried fashion. Now we've gone digital. We can do it on Monday in a more relaxed pace. We don't have forever, but we're going to make a good show out of this. And when I say we're going to make a good show out of this, I'd like to bring in our challenge lead for this challenge, and that is Jan-Peter Dominic, of course. This is not Jan-Peter Dominic's first rodeo. He's here from Enexis, of course. He's very well versed in Odyssey. Of course, this was your first Momentum because it was the first Momentum.
Yes.
But my guess is whatever I've got scripted now doesn't matter because because it never matters when it comes to Nature 2.0. And Jan-Peter, I just want to start with just shortly, how was your weekend with this digital experience as opposed to the previous physical experiences?
It was amazing. The co-creation with the teams was so thrilling. And this year it was even more about helping each other because we made the challenge a bit more difficult. But one of the highlights was Friday, 1 o'clock, I believe it was the team Methuselah who was in their session, and all the other teams who actually have different streams, so different things they want to build. Lots of them were in the challenge, and the chat was on fire. So we were having our exploration live, and all people, also a number of Jedis contributing. It was mass collaboration as I couldn't have had imagined it before. It was great.
Wow, right. That's obviously great for us to hear. That's you know what we hoped and maybe dared to dream, but could never promise until after it happened. We would only know. So thank you for that. What I know, because this is not our first rodeo, Nature 2.0, this is a conversation we could have and indeed have had for hours, right? You were gracious enough to send us a short video clip that explains this in a way that the general public now live, if you have no idea what we're talking about, this is going to help, but also in the future, and it prevents you and me from getting deeply philosophical and needing beer and whiskey. So I'm going to ask, if it's okay with you, for the tech team to roll that video. I believe it's just a minute or two.
Yeah.
And that will provide the basis for whatever comes next. Is that okay?
Super.
Fabulous. Tech team, please roll VT.
What do you think is needed to make the world a better place for all? Have you ever been stuck in your way to fix a problem you really care about? What was the hurdle? How did you tackle it successfully? Did it surprise you where the additional options came from? Do you ever feel something is wrong with the systems of today? What is it that you observe? What are the hurdles that keep it from going right? If you imagine yourself a tree in nature, is there a situation in which the hurdles don't apply at all? It ain't what you don't know that gets you into trouble. It's what you know for sure that just ain't so. Did you ever laugh about the orthodoxies of the past? Can you imagine tinkering with today's orthodoxies? Now imagine you are a tree again. Can you laugh about the human orthodoxies of today? Do you see a glimpse of the hurdles and imagined orders that you really would like to tackle or dismantle? If you look around you now, can you already see instances, anomalies where this already happened? Can you imagine how many people like those hurdles to disappear? And can you imagine that those people would like to help each other? Can you imagine the additional degrees of freedom if we do this intrinsically motivated, co-creating? So, what do you think is needed to make the world a better place for all?
So there we go. That's kind of like the basis of where we're going to take this from, and I would love to give you some time to think about that, because it's not necessarily obvious or logical, so it's very easy to understand, but it also requires a bit of a shift and of the way you think.
It resonates also greatly, I think, with what we've discussed earlier in the Hall of Nights, when we could still be in the same physical space, where we had Otto Scharmer on stage, where you really go through a process. When you hear something that is not immediately easy to integrate with your current system of thinking, right? And what people usually do is push that out immediately. Kind
of like an allergic reaction. You want to fight against it. It's just natural.
It's usually because the system needs to adapt and to integrate it, and this is difficult. It's just like corporate innovation, so to say.
You mean that's not easy?
No, exactly. So, and that's also why I deeply appreciate the work of Nature 2.0 is continuously challenging the ideas we take for granted. Some people, of course, love to experiment with that, and each year we see a very interesting bunch of people experimenting with those ideas, getting rid of all kinds of dogmas that are now part of our common thinking, and you can appreciate how a grid operator, a DSO, is looking at this and have by now also accumulated a couple of partners, right, that have the courage to be on board of that exploration and that journey.
Absolutely.
So really looking forward to hear what has come out of this rabbit hole weekend.
We spend, I say we, you spend a lot of time going down the rabbit hole, and not just the weekend. I know that Jan-Peter, you insist on a lot of preparation because this is such a non-obvious way of thinking and doing stuff. So this is a deep rabbit hole that I think you've all been down, and now you're coming back out of it. I saw a comment being dropped in the chat there. Please don't do that, because that will be broadcast to the whole world. But in this case, Slinger was okay. He said, I think my brain has been upgraded to 2.0. I mean, that must be making Jan-Peter's day, that I can say. Jan-Peter, I know my script is going to go off right now, because every other challenge has declared one or maybe two winners, but my understanding is that's not what's going to happen next. Is that correct?
Yes, but what I also wanted to share, if that's possible for you, it's is what how does people working on their dream help for critical infrastructures? Are we able to share the drawing that we created about that?
We are. You sent us two, I believe. One was specifically about the 5 teams, and then the other one was a bit of a more holistic one. I think you mean the holistic
it's about
one.
4 critical infrastructures.
Yes. I'm going to go like that, and that should be coming on screen as you talk.
Yeah. So the great thing is, as soon as people start to break paradigms, to see dogmas that aren't really true, they are making the world a bit the same because there's one less hurdle. And in the preparation, those 4 critical infrastructures discovered that they actually have the same systemic problems. So for us, the first thing was to discover that we are actually the same. The second thing is that we were in this challenge. We didn't ask the teams to solve our problems. We asked the teams to work on their dreams. And they have been cracking hurdles from day one. And the great thing is that every hurdle they crack, you crack for everybody. So we as critical infrastructures, and you can see that and on top of the drawing, every team showed us how to see opportunities that we couldn't see before. And that's the power of not only mass collaboration, but actively looking for hurdles. And just to say that it can be so helpful to not ask people to work on your problems, but be invested in their problems, because this is an engine of true collaboration.
Fantastic. I think there's a phrase, it's probably a meme or maybe probably a misquote out in the world of innovation that basically says, the thinking that got you here is not the thinking that's going to get you out of, and it usually refers to some sort of negative, problematic situation. But we don't need to go too deep down there. And that's what you're saying is if you on behalf of the 4 critical infrastructures come along and say these are our problems, please fix them, you may be actually contributing to them not getting fixed. And
we give them also all our restraints, because we taken them for granted. Yeah. And by the teams challenging themselves, challenging the hurdles that they see to realize their dreams, we become aware of our own hurdles. So they giving us the questions to explore. And that's something completely different as discussing about answers we like or don't like. Mm-hmm. It are the questions that open our minds.
Yeah, and for Horizon 42 kind of exploration, that is particularly interesting, right?
But I can also imagine.
And for the 2030 and 2025 solution, where people then got really surprised.
And I can imagine, if we're just talking about this and having a beer and it's a few people, that's one thing. But this must be for the companies behind the infrastructures quite a position of vulnerability. You're asking people to say you're in the way of solving big things, making the world a better place, becoming a better company, infrastructure, etc. So for a large organization to be able to take that on board, it says an awful lot, I think.
Yeah, because you will find out how you are part of the problem in the first place, I think.
Which nobody wants to admit.
Exactly.
And the very first thing is that we get a better understanding of our surprises. Yeah. Because the world is continuously changing. The energy system got sustainable. If you look at it in 2003, start of sustainability, and TSO had to intervene 3 times. In 2011, the TSO was intervening over 1,000 times, and there were 17 days at which he didn't intervene. So the system change is already happening, and we are not noticing it. Now with the commercialization, with the solar parks, we're seeing the same. So how can a critical infrastructure be prepared for the future? This is where we need the collaboration. This is where we need to rethinking. Because as a grid operator, I want to ensure that everybody has energy always. Mm-hmm. And this is why the collaboration with the team is so essential to us. It's not about the far future. It is to understand what surprised me. Because there was a change yesterday that I didn't notice today. Tomorrow I notice it.
But it's
and
too
then
late.
I got astonished.
Yep.
But I wanted to notice it yesterday. So it's not far future thinking. It is essential to be resilient in the current changing world.
Yep.
Fabulous. You sent us another image, I believe.
That's for the. That's to explain what happened at the jury.
Okay, so that's a subtle clue from you to not show that one just yet. I've got some information on my screen in front of me, but I know you, you know me, you know what I want to do. I know that you're not going to let me do that. So I think it's best that, I explain that the other challenges have a winner. Sometimes they split into two if there's a very, very good reason, but we encourage. You don't believe in that, right? That's help me out here.
Winning is a form of escalation. So if it's the end goal, it does something systemically. It is causing greater peaks. You can imagine that as DSO, we look differently on peaks. So also, again, coming from a systemic thing, we are interested, how can we create flow by taking away some hurdles?
Fabulous.
And this is what we have been doing in the challenge as well.
All right. So instead of a winning team, what are we going to be announcing in the coming moments?
What are we going to be announcing is what happened at the jury, and that was amazing. Because we had 2 jury members who weren't part of Odyssey before, and also not of the Momentum Days. So they just flew in. They didn't know anything. The first deliberation was a 2 o'clock deliberation. And they were touched. They were emotional about what they saw happening. Because in the pitch, the team started to disappear. They were routing for each other. They were helping for each other. They were assisting each other. It was as if you see different entities become one. And that was so great that they took 2 decisions. The first decision was that we know we are the hardest challenge. As Rutger has shown, as you see in the video, we want you to challenge everything. And we give you a very, very tough time. And all the teams put in their time, were willing to explore, were willing to discover. Also on the places where it's very uncomfortable, they went for it. So the first jury decision was that we're going to reward every team with €1,000.
Kaboom! Congratulations, teams.
Wow. Really cool.
We're just changing the... Yeah, there we go. Lots of happy smiley faces and some slightly confused looks. Yay! Well done. But I hear that's the first part, so there must be a second part.
That's the first part. The second decision was that especially with the first 5 teams that presented, there was this unity. There was this ecosystem of ecosystems born. And we, as no other, want to see this materializing now. Not in 2052, like Rutger is saying, but we believe it can materialize now. And the great thing is there are places for that. There are living labs where new concepts are helped and are asked to be self-maintaining in 2030, for example. So what the second jury decision was that we are going to make available €15,000 for the first 5 teams as a whole to come up with a pilot proposal for such a living lab or another environment if they would choose. Because of course, they are the ecosystem and we are there to help. So, how?
I'm seeing the same thing as you. People are like, wait, does that mean yes? I think it. What? Yes. It's okay. They'll catch up in a moment. I realize this is a surprise for them.
So maybe show the picture now, then I can, in fact, when the teams forgot the order in which they pitched.
No problem. It's yeah. They're going. Yes, please. Yeah. It's up on the screen now, but of course, it's entirely.
I cannot see it. Okay. The 5 teams are Eden, who were the mycelium of all the teams. Hey, you have seen Jeroen in the chat. He's doing it here also. It is his way of living. He can't do anything else. It is Methuselah, it is Breakers of Change, it is Time Academy, and it is DoNet. Those 5 teams we already reached out to because it is a proposal, and we want to hear if they were willing to do it. We, of course, we have to define some boundary conditions if they need it. But basically, we asked them, are you willing to put in the energy? Would you like it to create that proposal in the 6 weeks that we have towards Ignite? And all the teams said yes. And there was one team captain with a team in another time zone. And there the team captain is already on board. And we are waiting for the others to wake up.
Fabulous. I'm going to try and recap that. You said all the teams walk away with a token appreciation, €1,000. That's not insignificant, so congratulations there. And then for the 5 teams that you just mentioned, 15,000 group budget is, I guess, the best way to do it. That isn't awarded to them directly, but to use to set up you call it kind of like a living lab. I know it'll be like no other living lab ever, because Nature 2.0, of course.
One of our stakeholders, one of our ecosystem partners, is already working on this proposal.
Fabulous.
So this is where we're going to talk with them and with our whole ecosystem, how we're going to formulate it. And basically our offer is to create this proposal to be part of the big European proposal, if I understood it correctly.
Fabulous.
For this living lab.
And that means that essentially it's kind of like the prize fund that keeps on giving, because it'll be used to help generate this and start it up. But then, of course, once it's started, it's going to be available, I assume, for other people to come in and contribute. And I'm seeing so many
It's all about building communities, and communities that link it. It are ecosystems of ecosystems.
Yeah.
So we have this thing that has no name now, but it is all out of the connectiveness and the energy and the gratitude amongst the people to help each other. So it are totally new kind of incentives, but it are the incentives of old. It are the incentives that are authentic, that we already know. And now we have liberated them and brought them back to innovation where they should be part.
Incredible. We've got some time.
Great that you can now take them forward in a concrete manner. That I think it's really impressive to see after starting with machine to machine and then moving forward to Nature 2.0, that this has now reached a level of maturity where you can take it forward with ecosystem partners together. So hats off to that, JP, and all the ecosystem partners and all the teams. That is really, really impressive, because there are many people that are looking, or better said, searching in this field, and you are with this exploration finding things, and now you want to put them in action. And I think that's where the magic really happens, and that's also where you find each other. So really, really.
And to give a clue
really
to
cool.
the others who are looking, we are not looking for answers. We are looking for options, because if you are looking for an answer, you get stuck.
Yeah,
if you have thousands of options, you become unstoppable.
Yeah.
I love that. Find out how to become unstoppable. We do have some time, and I'd love, as much as I could do this all day and all night, I'd love to hear from some of the folks who were out there also plugging away all weekend. I think we lined up 2. I'm going to start, if I may, with Jessica Immelman from Space for Good. Are you on the call?
Yes. Hi.
Hi. Where am I looking? There I'm looking. I think we're going to make you full screen so the whole world can see you in all your glory.
Yeah, hi.
I don't even know what to ask you, to be honest. How was your weekend? What's happening?
It was utterly profound for our team, and I think for the whole Nature 2.0 track. We transcended into a new paradigm for ourselves. I think personally, and with our team, we went through these iterations, some peaks and some valleys, and we're reverting to traditional ways of thinking and being pulled out of it. It was an extremely uncomfortable experience in breaking these norms and opening ourselves up to this infinite and abundant realm of opportunity, really. So there was a crash moment where we started saying, okay, well, perhaps, and then the agendas were shattered again, and that agenda breaking was the essential part. For me personally, I've walked away feeling more comfortable in the pursuit of what we will hopefully achieve. Congratulations all, and I feel that in removing that ambition to commercialize everything. And creating that synergy not only amongst ourselves, but with our group was focusing on reconnecting with Mother Earth, in creating that synergy with her and using the data available to understand what she's saying to us, that we can transcend ourselves into a new era. So yeah, we're still trying to find the words, but thank you all. I think we are different after this.
I thank you so much for that, and I cannot promise you're going to find the words, because I have a feeling, just as you think you've got them, they're going to be gone, right? You know it already.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for joining us for a moment, and I'm wondering if we could also bring in Jeroen Nijkamp from Project Eden.
Yes, hello.
Where am I supposed to be looking? There we are. You're on full screen live, and there we go. You just said hi.
Hi, Mom.
To the whole world and your mom at the same time. Fantastic. I mean, I can imagine your weekend experience might be similar to how Jessica and Jan-Peter might have described it. But tell me, what did you see happening between the teams here that really changed your perspective or surprised you, or I don't know, pick something that you'd like to share with us?
Well, we started this whole Nature 2.0 journey with the idea of sort of, creating a new narrative for basic income, and we had preconceived notions of what we might be building and what we might be tackling, but we kind of came at Nature 2.0 with the intention to sort of hack nature, but in the end, nature hacked us, which was a really profound effect in the sense that every moment, it felt like every hour or almost every minute, we were constantly unlearning things as opposed to learning new things, which was really impactful. And fairly early on, we as a group at Project Eden, we let go of the idea of, okay, we're here to build a solution and we're here to tackle a problem. And we looked at it more, like JP said, from a mycelium approach, from what is everybody building and how can we build everything together. JP said in the last sort of stand-up that we had together, which resonated with all of us really well, we lost Project Eden, but we gained an ecosystem of ecosystems. And and he always said in the run-up to the hackathon that all of our building blocks would be the same. And they really turned out to be the same. Without forcing it, we very naturally emerged at a synergetic sort of approach and perspectives and solutions, and it was magical.
Wow, there's some strong words in there. Good to hear. I have a feeling one of those quotes might make it into some of the after movie type stuff going on, because when you say we came here to hack nature and nature hacked us, that's definitely I'm sorry, what? Moment. So no promises, just my gut feeling there. Rutger's looking at me like, shut up, Nick, we don't make promises about that sort of stuff. You're right, I'm sorry. There's something we did promise you, though, that I can be responsible for, and that is not the prize money, of course, that's already been handled, but the award. This might have been difficult in the physical hackathon because we printed a certain amount of awards and they were 3D printed in real time and. We've had to digitize all of that. I've got a feeling that you might all be far nerdier than me, so I'm going to murder this and you're going to laugh at me. But your track, your challenge, your teams, your teammates, your competitive, but you don't have competition in here.
Just your whole track,
collaborative track teams, etc. Have making the award over the weekend. It consists of 2,940 little blocks. I'm going to ask the tech team if they'll throw it up. They are already one step ahead of me. Thank you. 2,940 little blocks, some larger blocks that represent the wows that you gave each other and received. And hidden in amongst all that structure is some branching that represents the ecosystem joins and kind of like handshakes to collaborate. That has been turned into a piece of digital art. We are attaching all of the team names to that because, Jeppe, I assume this is going to all of them. Yeah, he's nodding. That will get crunched, coded, whatever it is, put available. The proofs will go onto the blockchain.
Yes.
If they haven't already. And we will send you the keys to the kingdom to be able to prove that you are the one and only shared owner of that one and only piece of digital art. Still can't quite get my head around that tech, but I'm assuming, yeah, there we go. I'm getting a big thumbs up. I don't know if there was a thank you or a Nick, you did a good job explaining it. I think it was probably a thank you or a shut up and move on. We got a couple of minutes left. Rutger, do you have anything you want to add on to the end of this? Otherwise, I can let JP have the last word.
Well, I think made my remark earlier. I'm very eager to learn what will be next level for Nature 2.0 after each year is like this new wave of, I would say, awareness that grows about what you're actually trying to do together. I have great admiration for that. It's non-trivial. It's very special that this is happening, and always a pleasure. And I'm grateful to have you all on board of this journey. I think what I also meant with Horizon 42 is that you don't know when it will happen. So that says nothing about when it should happen, but if it happens, because it's about the pennies that drop. And I don't mean business model with that, but you know what I mean.
It's about the unexpected aha moments where you think you're talking about something, and then you do an Elon Musk. He's live on stage. He's presenting about the BFR, and this actually happened. And you saw him go live to the whole world. Interesting. I've just realized I'm probably the best way, he didn't say it quite like this, to move any product to anywhere on the planet or even off the planet the fastest possible. There's a whole, I hadn't thought about that. Anyway, back to presenting the thing we're here for. He didn't think of it in front, it just dropped in at the moment, and that's what you mean is you don't know when it's coming, you don't know what it is when it's going to come, and boom, there it is.
Yeah, and that's where I know JP focuses on connection, and that's the only place where it can really grow, because that's also the space between stories. Charles Eisenstein talks about, and that is where the reintegration with nature can really happen. So I think you can be proud of that together.
And of course, there's no point me trying to end this without giving Jan-Peter the last words, because he will do it even if I give him the space or not. So, JP, you understand this better than anybody. What comes next?
Yeah, for me, it's important to share my thanks, and also to share that I am humbled that all of the team members opened up and were willing to explore, but that also the organizing team was there to work day and night. I'm humbled by the openness of our 4 critical infrastructure parties who took a deep dive in exploring themselves and now are hungry to, during the Ignite process, become part of this ecosystem. To start mingling with those teams they were looking at afar. And last but not least, Nick Rutger, but also Stefan, who I called so often, and your whole team. Thank you for creating arenas, places where we can explore and evolve. If it's from machine to machines that can do everything, with the first ideas around Nature 2.0, and now where Nature 2.0 has become really a deep dive. We couldn't have done it without you. So thank you very much.
Cool. Thank you, JP.
Yeah, thanks. That's
really, really nice.
Wasn't necessarily where I expected you to go, but now we are sitting here feeling slightly humbled as well. But that's the mission we set out.
Yeah.
I'm out of time, I'm afraid, so I'm going to wrap it up. If you're just tuning in and wondering what's been going on, that's okay. So do we. This was the finale for the Building Critical Infrastructures Beneficial for Society Nature 2.0 track, where there was no winner declared. If you're not sure what I mean by that, just roll backwards. It's pretty self-explanatory thanks to the video and some slides that JP has shared with us. Congratulations to all of the teams. I can imagine you might need some sleep by now, so enjoy that whenever it comes. And I noticed there were an awful lot of accents, regional accents in this challenge, so good job on being truly global based there. Congratulations, thank you so much. I'm going to let the team cut that. Before I say, we're going to take a short break, a much needed break, because I can't think anymore. It's not going to take too long. I think we've got about 25 minutes, and then we are back. I'm getting a whole hour. Oh, that means I can pee and maybe even put some food inside me as well. So we will be back here
18:45.
18:45 Central
CET.
European time. We're going to put it on the live stream so you can find it. And yeah.
Thank you all.
Thanks. Cut me out of here. I'm done. I'm toast, and I'm not done yet.
Bye bye.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good whenever you are, because you might not be watching this live, but in the future, we're live here from Groningen at the Odyssey Momentum headquarters. As you can see, it is now pitch black outside, and we are here with Rutger van Zoudam and a whole bunch of people on the call to talk about a fossil-free future.
Yes.
We've got our challenge leads in the call, of course. That is Michiel Sintony and Axel Eriksson from Vattenfall. Good to see you in the call. And we've actually got two challenges within this challenge, right? Two tracks.
Yes.
One is about smart meter data and one is about balancing the grid. And ironically, they're deeply interconnected, or at least that's my feeling. You could do one without the other, but why it makes it much? Why am I explaining this when we've got the experts on the call? I don't know. If I may, I'd love to start with challenge lead Michiel Sintony.
Hi, Nick.
Vattenfall. I mean, fossil-free future sounds impressive, but actually that's not the full title of the ambition, right? It's fossil-free future in a generation.
Exactly. We put a timeline on it, and we want to do that. So I want to raise my kids, or when my kids get married, I want to have them living in a fossil-free future.
And one generation, is there, I mean, that sounds like a deadline or a timeline. What does a generation mean from Vattenfall's perspective?
So if you give birth today, then the girl or boy is raised and give birth again. That will be one generation.
Wow, that's actually not that far, right? I mean, that could be as little as today, let's be reasonable, 20 years plus 40 years from now. Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay, fossil free. That's a heck of a goal, especially for an energy company who, is in the business of making energy. Yeah. If I may, I'm going to ask you about the smart meter data challenge. Smart meters, in many parts of the world, particularly here in the Netherlands and I assume Sweden, have been around a while. So what's the, I hate the word problem, but what's the thing here that you're trying to solve that makes it a challenge worthy of such collaboration?
So yeah, for the four last past years, for the last four past years, it's really hard. Like
it's okay. We're not live. We can cut and edit this. Oh wait, we are live. Don't worry.
We are live.
Welcome to my world. Take a breath. It's okay.
Yeah. It was a long and exhausting weekend and really fun to do. What we saw is that we did a lot in improving technology and stuff like that. And then we looked at our core metrics of the energy system, what the smart meter and the smart meter data is for the western part of Europe, where smart meters are already active in. And we have a really good system in the Netherlands and in Sweden, but with new emerging technologies, we can even improve it and really change the way people think about energy and the way we can help people and also improve their behavior on using energy. And with that, we need a core metric to help them. And we now see in the current smart meter infrastructure that we are having a delay in the system, and if we can go to real time, we can really help people becoming fossil free in one generation.
And the delay is like once a day, right? You can read the smart meters, quote unquote, once each day, right?
Exactly.
So when you move forward to, let's say, near real time or real time even, in your vision, what would that unlock? How would our lives change because of that?
Yeah, we have something really simple examples. For example, when you forget to put down or to turn off your lights or put down your heating system when you're leaving the house, as such an example. But we also saw what happened with internet and with smartphones. So if you enable real-time data, people will be will become much more creative on creating applications that help that fossil-free future that we strive to do.
So in that regard, sorry, Nick, I guess the challenge has two main sides is, on the one hand, you want to increase the accuracy and let's say without the lag you have now, right, without the delay. And on the other hand, I hear a clear opening up mission.
Yeah. Exactly, and what we currently see, we can learn a lot about the infrastructure that we have in the Netherlands and in Sweden, but we see also the German market is now opening up for smart meter, and there is a smart meter data infrastructure architect. But with new technologies that we have at today compared to what we had in 2002, 2003, it's a completely different world. So we can do much more today than we could in those days, and this is where I really want to challenge the industry to go outside the box, even outside the Earth, and go into the galaxy of momentum to really search for really new solutions and new ways of thinking. And what we saw with the teams that were in my track and in my challenge, they were really enabling the wow factor in really approaching the problem in a different way, and I was really impressed by what the teams delivered.
That's awesome, and we've talked before. Obviously, this is not your first Odyssey rodeo, and I think an example of where you're saying, we're taking inspiration from the internet when that was created and mobile phones were created. Nobody really knew what would come. There was all the stuff that we could imagine, but it was all the stuff that we never imagined. And I guess from an energy company, whether it's Vattenfall or any of them in the world. At some point in the past, nobody imagined that potentially every house or every object could become not only an energy consumer, user, but actually a supplier, a producer of energy. And so the grid wasn't necessarily built for that. Smart data meters, etc., are kind of, historically one way. How much are you using, but not necessarily how much are you giving back, and. So it's kind of like that level of thinking again is what you're trying to be open for. Of here's the things we see. What about the stuff we don't see? Let's make sure we don't write that out by accident. Is that right?
Exactly. So we want to create a possibility of new opportunities.
Wow.
Really good. That's a really good one.
Meta level thinking. I love it. We've also got on this call the winner of the Smart Meter Challenge, and that is Thomas Medemer from Bencom. Welcome, Thomas.
Good evening.
And welcome back, indeed. Not your first rodeo with Odyssey either, right?
No, this is our third one in a row. Each year the majority of our team is always jumping to start the Odyssey again, and previous to hackathons, and we always have a whole team of people who want to join, and unfortunately I can't bring everybody from the office, but a lot of people always want to join because everybody knows how awesome this weekend is to experience.
Fabulous, yeah, and of course with Momentum being a digital thing, from our perspective, you could be more than welcome in the future to bring all of the company, but maybe that's not smart for the company because they have to keep it running. So can you tell us a little bit about why this challenge and what you built this weekend to deserve a winning place?
All right. Well, the trigger for us is always consumer centered, and because we always feel that the consumer needs to be in control of their own data, whatever data it is. In this situation, the smart meter data. And as Rutger already mentioned in the start, like he quoted smart, and I kind of agree with that, because so smart are the smart meters not these days. We want to improve the smart meters to make them really smart. So that's the goal of the weekend, and to unlock all the extra possibilities of what you can do with the data, but also basically the simple things that currently the smart meter is running in a delay of 24 hours. So the consumer is not interested in 24-hour-old data when you're trying to figure out your energy transition goals, and to play around with it doesn't motivate you. So that's a big part of it. Also, that sometimes meters can get errors. Well, nobody's noticing that. Those kind of issues need to be resolved to facilitate the energy transition. Also, the local initiatives come way better forward in our solution, that you, for example, you want to make use of your national provider such as Vattenfall, but you also have a local initiative nearby and you want to make use of that as well. And then you can combine those things, and that's what's really hard now, and that's also factors we solved in our solution. And we're going to work with a gateway that we add onto the old meters, and in the new meters you can just adjust the protocol to that gateway protocol, And the big advantage of that is that we don't have to replace all smart meters we already placed in the past few years, which cost in the Netherlands already 1 billion euros. So that's not something you want to tell the end consumers, let's replace them all again, please.
Wow, no, definitely not.
And so we want to extend the lifetime of the current placed smart meters.
And you've created a way that appears to be possible. You've created your concept, actually proof of concept, minimum viable product, whatever you want this weekend. But contrary to your previous Odyssey experiences, Momentum was not about the tech and just the MVP, minimum viable product. We said, how would you go about taking this out into the real world through some sort of pilot project with, of course, your challenge leads, hopefully. Can you tell us a little bit about what you see in the upcoming months of getting this into reality?
Well, the goal is to get it actually a small pilot up and running within 6 months. I think that's already quite a long time. I think we can do that quicker, but let's set the goal to that. And then we start with just 100 households where you 50-50, you do 50 with a new smart meter and 50% you do with the old smart meter with the add-on, and then take it from there. And that's not that difficult to make it happen because we actually build it already from A to Z, including consumer's permission, which is registered on the blockchain that you can see what the consumer gave permission to. So we already have the whole layout is already here. We just need some smart meters connected and take it from there and fill the database with relevant data. So that's the smart goal. And then from there on, I think we can scale it up extremely quick to maybe the next pilot of 25,000 households, and then world domination for the pilot.
And what is the challenge with this first pilot? What would you like to prove, where, let's say, stakeholders can join in on this, and that enables them to make the decision to go from the first 100 to 25,000, so to say?
Well, in this market, the grid operator is really an important player because they are owner for the smart meter for the consumer. They're responsible for it, and they always have a lot of privacy laws they have to be taken into account. And we have proven that it's possible. Now let's do the proof in the pudding method, and let's show it works for 100 households. And if you can show that, then there's no limit, because if it works for 100 households, it will also work for. You can add a zero number and another zero behind it, and it won't stop it. Yeah. And well, for example, today, because we heard the announcement this morning already, we already made contact with a lot of people. Michiel also, we immediately talked about it, and even grid operators already called me like, how can we help now, and what legal input you need today from me. Wow. So that went quite quick already.
That's very good. So and Thomas, I mean, this sounds like a pretty critical piece of software in a crucial infrastructure. How do you ensure that we are not completely dependent on you guys?
On us as the Bancom group, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, what is your open source strategy in this?
No, the project will be open source, and we welcome everybody to join to improve our project, because we need everybody. Everybody can help, is open to help. So if somebody has input for us, feel free to contact Michiel, either me, and we take it from there. And that is no limitation. We can. That's also what's proven in the hackathon, the old school hackathon name about the momentum. What we proved in the last 49 hours is that we. 49 hours. That we worked with other teams, and we couldn't have done it without all the input of all the stakeholders. For example, Saturday evening, we noticed a legal topic that would have completely floored us if we didn't know that, and we could immediately work around it, and that input is valuable. So it's an open source project, and feel free to join, and the developments are coming.
Best way to move forward, Thomas. Great.
Well done. And what I'd love to hear there is, I'm famous for saying if I get asked to help organize a hackathon or something, I don't care about the hackathon. I want to know what your strategy on Monday is, because hackathons are just the start of a process, not the end. And to hear that literally the next day, cool stuff is happening. Michiel, if it's okay with you, I'm going to move over to Axel for a moment, so that we can talk about the balanced grid, and then we'll come back to talk about the broader perspective. Axel, welcome.
Thank you very much.
You were leading the perspective of balancing the grid, and I suspect for the average citizen this means nothing and doesn't make much sense until you explain it. Can you give us an example of why balancing the grid is important?
Sure. I'll do my best. So basically, in the power system today, all electricity demand and generation has to be completely in balance. So whenever you turn on Odyssey over the weekend, there will be a big power spike, and some other kind of power has to come in to meet that. And this will, of course, increase when we have more electric cars, etc., in the system. And what's happening, because we want a fossil-free grid, we add more renewables. The spikes will also happen on the other side, on the generation side. And both of these events means that we will need more resources to balance these with each other. And so it happens that, of course, there are a lot of different assets around the grid which we could use for providing this flexibility. Right now, it's only big power station that is used to do this balancing. But what if we could use all the available assets from households or offices, etc., to help provide this balance? This is what the challenge is all about.
And in your country, Sweden, that is also, I think, increasingly a challenge, because you've added so much renewables to the equation, right?
Yeah, so you're right. So the problem is that the power system was designed to be quite stable, because there was not many changes happening. And in Sweden, we often use hydropower for doing this balancing, but the hydropower stations are, of course, not designed that way. So if we do too much balancing like that, they break. So we have to figure out new ways of providing this balancing when adding more wind power, etc.
Yeah, and just for anybody who's watching this now live or in the future, hi to you too, who might be wondering why does renewables cause a problem on the other side? It's actually quite simple, right? Wind is less predictable than burning stuff or running water, and of course sunlight doesn't happen every day, or rather, hopefully it happens every day, but for only half of it, and in Sweden, not even half of it for half the year.
But the other half of the year is extra, right?
Yeah, exactly, and then even that's not predictable because of things like clouds. So, the holy grail of going fossil-free actually causes some challenges, which is what makes balancing the grid right now a really important challenge to get fixed, right?
Exactly. Yeah, you're completely right, Nick.
Fabulous. And so we're here with, of course, the winner, or rather, I should say, two winners of your track Balancing the Grid. Can you tell us why you didn't go for one?
Yeah, so this is of course really difficult to pick only one winner when we felt that both of the teams have a really good understanding of the complexity of the challenge, and because this is of course a rather deep problem on very many different layers, both from a technical and societal perspective, and both the teams showed that they could really understand what kind of processes were in place or needed to be in place, what kind of stakeholders needed to be involved, and both managed to design very good pilots or rather proof of concepts, maybe I should say, that could actually solve these kind of issues. So that's why we decided to pick both of them, because they complement each other very well, I think, in terms of where they are active and which kind of stakeholders they can get on board.
Yeah, and of course, from our perspective, it doesn't matter whether you picked one or two. It's just our recommendation to you. If there's a clear winner, run with it, because it's not, as I said, it's not just about this weekend. It's about what comes next, and it's double the work for you to take on two teams. But if they're so connected, like you say, and you're prepared to make that commitment, then that's just even more.
If they can complement each other.
Go for it.
Go for it.
So I'm going to look at my script here and say let's bring up Thomas from Intellect EU. You had a heavy weekend just like the rest of us. Can you tell us what was it that you saw in this challenge and then built that has resulted to this position?
Yeah, sure. So I think Axel stated the problem quite well. So we have this need of flexibility. We want to get rid of the big fossil fueled power plants, but those are the ones who provide today the flexibility. So we should replace them. And then we looked at, actually, we have houses with electric cars, electric heating. Everybody has a lot of flexibility at home, but there's just no way we can use it on the market. There's no way to monetize this. So our goal was to look how can we bring all these households, all this flexibility that just sit boxed inside, and bring that to the market. Of course, it's not just possible to use current markets and processes to onboard suddenly millions of assets. The processes today are not scalable. the trust model doesn't work that way. System operators have personal connections today with their flexibility assets. They won't have a personal relationship with every household. So we look like, how can we make the onboarding as easy as possible? How can we make all the processes to sell this flexibility, enable this flexibility automatic, but how can we keep the trust between the provider and the TSO? So we worked out,
So how did you manage all of that?
Yeah, so of course, we didn't reinvent the wheel, so we weren't the first to tackle that problem. We built further on existing technology stacks, for instance, the Energy Web Foundations, but we saw that there were still big pieces missing, and especially this trust factor I mentioned a few times. This is really the missing piece. So I think we and also the other teams saw this, and we kind of came up with the same solution, but on different time frames in the market. So still the same idea, but a different way we worked it out. So we used a kind of reputation score that's stored on chain, and that score is updated after every time period to deliver flexibility. And in that way, the system operator or other parties who need this flexibility are sure that the assets they contract actually can deliver the flexibility, because we have a transparent way to indicate that it is a well-behaving asset, and assets that don't well behave will get a punishment, lower scores. So yeah.
So you're making assets personal. in a way, you give them a reputation. That is, I think, a very interesting concept.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well done, Thomas. I'm going to move over to the folks at Startblock for also being, I guess, co-winner of this. Hello, sir. Anton, how are you?
Yeah, hello. I'm not an Anton. I'm Grigory, but I'm also a representative of Startblock.
Of course, Grigory. Sorry.
I'm fine. I'm fine. Thank you. Not a problem.
Forgot to update my notes there. Grigory, can you tell us a little bit about what it was Startblock Online saw in this challenge and how you, or what you built to solve it?
So, as Axel said, that there is a problem in the market that only a small part of the potential users can take part in an energy market. And our goal was to propose a system who can incentivize users to take part, which can give an opportunity to end users, to households, to take part on, in our case, in demand response markets. So that's why we propose a system, a platform with a rating system and transparent income distribution among these users based on this rating.
How do you get to a rating of that user?
So our goal was to incentivize these users to fulfill their obligation, and the idea is the following: if user was able to fulfill his obligation, which were given on this demand response event, he will gain a rating. So during this demand response event, if he wasn't able, he should distribute his rating among the users who were able to fill his gap.
So you are also quite interested, I guess, in the other challenge, the smart meter data infrastructure, to get all that information as well.
Yes. I suppose the smart meter challenge and bound the grid challenge are connected. So if we want to make a step to a full decentralized grid, we need a smart meter to collect data directly from a user and so on.
So how do you think Vattenfall will and other energy companies will benefit in participating in this kind of solution, what you are proposing?
So our solution was just a transition step. It's not a full decentralization of such system. So in our solution, we just need an aggregator who can collect the data from all systems to build a load profile of system and collect information from data meters. Our system, it's a self-manageable system. So we give an opportunity to users to come to agreement between this decentralized group of households, for example. But we still need some information from an aggregator.
Yes, of course. Yeah. Nice.
So Vattenfall becoming an, I don't want to say important middleman, but still having an important role in this whole new system, I guess.
Yeah, their clients are data providers, and they need to work with those aggregators.
Exactly. Gregory, thanks, and obviously congratulations to all three teams for their winning spaces. Michiel, if I can come back to you for a moment. It's all very well producing these proofs of concepts, these MVPs, but you know as anybody other, until it gets out into the real world, it makes for a fun weekend, but to get to a fossil-free future within a generation, I mean, that's a mammoth task because, quite frankly, Vattenfall, you're a great Swedish European-based company, but there's many energy companies all over the planet, and they've got to get on board with this too, otherwise you can't achieve the goal, right?
Exactly, and that is why mass collaboration is so important in sharing the knowledge and sharing the commitment to hack the climate crisis and not only flatten the curve of COVID, but flatten the curve of the huge problem that we are facing with the climate, and hopefully with this we can have a reach out to the rest of the world to join us in this climate crisis that we are moving into, or we already in. So yeah, and Rutger also visited our R&D department, our lab, last February. That was one of the last trips that we could make with COVID, and there we showed him how hard we work on this climate crisis, even with the fish population.
Yeah, that's an amazing story, Nick. So if you look at the responsibility a company can feel about being part of an ecosystem. And we talked about Nature 2.0 just before this, talking about reintegration with nature. Well, I think the folks from Nature 2.0 can learn from this example because, and I recommend people look it up, Vattenfall has a accelerator, where they actually simulate underwater currents to see how the salmon will swim, because they are responsible for the biodiversity in the river in which they have the hydropower plants, and they're not the only ones. Also other companies have that in that same river, and if that salmon doesn't swim upstream, it doesn't spawn, and the population can die.
And that's a problem.
And that's a problem, because, of course, many other species are connected to that. So in that regard, I was hugely impressed by what they are doing, because with that responsibility and that piece of R&D that's being done right there, they not only ensure, let's say, the energy supply, but also to do that in a way that preserves the nature for generations to come. And I think that's the interesting thing we can definitely learn from companies like Vattenfall, is this integrated thinking. And it's not just EU rules or whatever kind of obligations that there are from legal perspective, but when you actually visit, Stefan and I had the opportunity and we learned such a great deal, and it also takes a different perspective on these challenges, right? Because if there are multiple energy companies in one river, then again you need this collaboration, and nature is a stakeholder.
Only one of them, in this case Vattenfall, doing their very best isn't going to make the difference enough.
Exactly.
And Michiel, that I mean, for me, that's the one that gives me goosebumps. Is that, you know, you're a very serious player in the market. You're setting this example. You're inviting these folks to come along. I want to talk just briefly about this pilot phase that we're heading towards. Odyssey Ignite is part of that, of course, but you set your own path. You're saying we need these folks to come. What other stakeholders do you need? Who are you looking for? How can they how can they get involved? Because of course not everybody can jump on right now. You're not ready for that. But if you don't get the right people in the next, I don't know, 2, 3, 6 months, then a year from now also is going to be hard.
Yeah, so for the pilot project, we hope that we can engage with the Dutch stakeholders. We already put out a massive input on that and a lot of work on that in the last 1.5 years. And also we let them join into creating this challenge. And for the future, if we look at, for example, the German market, we would love to connect with the people that are responsible for the German grid and the German rollout of the smart meter. So why not learn from hopefully the best in class? If you can have the opportunity, why not join, right?
Yeah, I mean, it would be horrific to think about any country in the world implementing stuff that we have already proven is good proven product, but not suitable for the future. This is their chance to basically leapfrog and maybe even overtake you by getting that advantage. But that's innovation, that's life.
It's a next level for complete industry, what's being proposed here. And I think, we should embrace that as the Netherlands, but also in Europe in a broader perspective. Because if you only think about the amount of startups that can build on top of such an infrastructure, it is insane, and that can definitely happen in the EU. And very happy to that Vattenfall is leading that way.
And just like Michiel said very eloquently, this is creating the opportunity to create opportunities. So I think that
does it.
There's nothing more I can add on top of that. We're just about out of time for this. If you have no idea what we were talking about fossil-free future within 1 generation with the challenge leads from Vattenfall and the 3 winning teams. Congratulations again to Bencom, Intellect EU and Startblock Online. Great job. I hope you have fun celebrating. And as we've already said, this is not the end, it's a beginning, and you've already started today with that hard work. So on behalf of children of the future, I guess, I wish you all a lot of luck in achieving that goal. And of course, if I or we can help, please do let us know. Michiel gave a shout out there if you can help with this pilot program, if you're in the Netherlands or particularly Germany. And I guess if I'd have asked Axel, he would have said, we need some Swedish people too. Of course, then find them, they're available. LinkedIn works, and make a little part of history happen. We're going to be back in, I think, 5-6 minutes, where we will move on from talking about this stuff to one of the follow-up finales for this evening. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Goodbye.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, I don't know when or where you are. You might be watching this on the live stream, or you might be watching this some point in the future. Welcome to you both, because you might be doing it now and in the future. Hadn't thought about that one so far today. It's like the red pill and the blue pill.
At once. It's purple.
Purple, there we go. We're here live at Odyssey Mission Control. Momentum has been happening for the last days, weekend. I'm here with Rutger van Zoudam. As you can see, it's pitch black outside. We've been having a lot of fun doing the finales today. And we're here for the finale with our challenge stakeholders, challenge leads, and the teams have called in. Not all of them, of course, the representatives or team captains. And we're here to talk about conflict prevention.
Yeah, wow.
We're going to find out which the winning team is. That's coming to you soon. But, you know, I'm going to build up some tension and make these folks even more nervous. You know, they've been awake and burning flesh. Although I see that we've got some folks who have brilliant sunlight behind them. So I'm guessing they're at all around the world and further away. So they look well rested, and I'm thoroughly, thoroughly jealous. If it's okay, I think we should bring in our challenge leads.
Absolutely.
And I'm a good Englishman, so of course we will start ladies first. And we have on the line Gertie Aarts, and she's the challenge lead here, coming in from the Dutch Ministry of Defense. Gertie, you're now full screen. If I could ask you to unmute your microphone and join us.
Thank you, Nick. Good evening from Rotterdam to Nick and to Rutger.
Hey Gertie.
Yeah, lovely to be here. And wow, what a great time that we have over the whole weekend with everybody, with your team, with our teams, with the ecosystem. We absolutely loved it. And we would like to congratulate you guys at Odyssey that you really pulled it off. Mass collaboration online, you did it. Congrats.
Very good, Gertie. I have to compliment you on your awesome headset and mic. You look like a true operator of some kind of spaceship that went into orbit and did great and awesome stuff. So I really love the looks on you.
We're ready for takeoff in a minute.
Very good.
It totally fits with the theme. Gertie, if I may ask you so bluntly, because we don't know who's watching this, it could be the general public, it could be some of your most important stakeholders now or in the future. Conflict prevention, I mean, this is not an easy subject to talk about. What you know, there's no point in me saying why is it a challenge. Obviously, nobody in the world really wants conflict, at least I hope not. But what does this challenge mean for you?
For me, I think I've a strong connection to it personally. I'm somebody who likes to see a better world. That is exactly the reason why I work for defense. So I feel very strongly connected to this challenge. I'm happy to do this with Dirk-Jan Broks, my colleague from the policy branch, who is the head of conflict prevention policy team. I'm flying in from the Innovation Center of the Commander of Defense, and we cooperated together with the teams to really make the conflict prevention challenge happen this weekend. The challenge is about a digital architecture for peace, where everybody is an actor and where everybody is a sensor. And we're looking for an early warning system that works. And what that means, that works, that is very important 2 words that makes all the difference between having data and having action. Because there is a humongous amount of data being collected right now, but there is no timely action. A very good example, pandemic, COVID-19 we are in right now. We have had many years where virologists indicated that something like a pandemic could happen. Scenarios were in place, scenarios were exercised, but no action from the most important people in the government. Only action when the crisis was there. Maybe Dirk-Jan would like to add something from his military experience. Dirk-Jan.
Fabulous, thank you for that. We're just going to switch the screens over. Dirk-Jan, I think that was very clear and concise, but what is your add-on to that?
As for me, it's very important that to realize that conflict prevention is not about the military. If we are talking about conflict prevention, a lot of people always look to the military, but it's not about the military. It's really with other partners. For us, as the military, is very important to find those likely partners. And that's very nice with this Odyssey. For me, once in a while, a very bumpy ride, far outside my comfort zone, but it was great. And especially meeting unlikely partners like Simon Franken of PRU, JP Dominic, Nation 2.0, but especially Stilla Elworthy and Fritz from Business Plan for Peace. What a very inspiring people to meet.
And Dirk-Jan, if I may interrupt you for a second, we're having just a little bit of muddiness on your audio. I think it is understandable, but I think you just mentioned something really important, and that was Scilla from Business Plan for Peace, because when she presented at, I think it was Polaris?
Yeah, Polaris in the Hall of Nights.
That for me, I mean, I've got goosebumps just thinking about it right now. And if I'm probably going to murder this, but I condense it. She said, look, you know, conflict, war, better said, makes a lot of money. There's a lot of incentives for some people, unfortunately, to do that. And the only way we're going to stop that is to make it better for them to not have it. A business plan for peace. And I was just like, this is so obvious, obviously at a very, very, very high level. This is a no-brainer, but it must be one of the most impossible tasks on the planet. And that just made me, like you, very, very inspired as to how we can think differently from, you know, all the I suspect most of you have always grown up knowing conflict and knowing that, you know, things happen there, and we have defense systems and defense organizations to try it. And yes, it's defense, but it's also, yeah, now inspired, mind blown.
I think also where you're getting at, Nick, is what I hear Gertie say is that there are a ton of systems, there is even more data, and yet we don't have it yet, right? So then what is the breakthrough thing that we are looking for? And what Dirk-Jan is saying is actually realizing that, okay, there's because Dirk-Jan makes a leap, not just a step, right? He says conflict prevention is not about the military. No, I didn't think that in the first place, because wasn't the military supposed to be in the conflict? So
well, that depends on your perspective.
Exactly, but so even if in a very positive way, right, to be peacekeeping. Yeah. Or stuff like that. But then there's still conflict.
If you have peacekeeping, there's a reason for it.
Exactly. So in this way, what Dirk-Jan is talking about is even preventing that from happening. So how do you prevent that from happening?
It's and kind of like a meta level down the rabbit hole of where does this whole thing really begin instead of what we think it is.
So then if you talk about the military being involved in conflict prevention and then realizing that it is all about human behavior, because that was actually, I think, what Dirk-Jan was pointing towards, right?
So actually, I was trying to build a bridge to Gertie.
Yeah. Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah.
Perfect. And we're here because...
Gertie? Oh.
Yeah,
okay. I had to unmute myself.
Yeah.
No, you're right. So that's why we participated last weekend in your hackathon with all those fabulous teams. We wanted to tap into a different pool of knowledge, experience, and creativity to come up with solutions that we ourselves probably would not think of. And we have had from every team an interesting angle and interesting solutions. Do you allow me to present the key for every of the 5? Do we have time for that?
I'm getting a thumbs up that we've not only got time, but please do. Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, then I'll start with Teriak. Teriak is building a solution based on peace indicators, allowing local people to act as early warning sensors for decision makers to act at the higher decision-making levels and take de-escalating decisions. That's one. Topple of Chris built a solution based on peace credits, allowing peace builders to better measure their peace outputs, excuse me, and unlock new sources of innovative financing to support their work on the ground in conflict areas. So that was 2. 3, Athena, using AI to provide comprehensive, reliable insights on upcoming conflicts and their causes, and share this information through blockchain with all relevant stakeholders in conflict areas to act upon in terms of de-escalation. Then we have, as 4th, the mamas, focusing on better decisions made by decision makers at the higher political levels by experiencing the effect of their decisions through VR. Because virtual reality is the ultimate empathy machine, as I learned from the mamas, Gudela and Frederick.
Holy moly.
And they also indicate every time a little bit of mother energy is really needed in this area to compensate for all the masculine testosterone, right?
No argument
and then,
for me.
And then we have Disciple, who is focusing on unmet, non-controversial, basic needs as a source of conflict, and help people to become aware of these needs by an app with a chatbot. So those are the 5 fabulous teams that we worked with for the whole weekend, and together with our ecosystem partners. And yeah, we had really difficult time to pick a good winner, because we think each of these solutions have potential to be worked in something great.
So I was listening along there, and fantastic that you can summarize these so articulately as well, because again, this is not easy stuff. And I was just sat there thinking, that sounds good. That sounds good. That sounds pretty good too, because they're not focused on solving the same thing.
Right.
So I'm curious how you and the jury came to the decision of, not who you decided, but how did you come to the process of a winner when you're comparing, sort of apples with oranges and lemons and a peach and then a potato as well, just for fun?
Yeah. No, you're right, Nick. That was a challenge for the jury. I have to say we had a fabulous jury. Every person in the jury had a 6-person jury, and each person had a different angle, looking from a different perspective. We had an excellent tech guy. He is a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force. He developed white flag protocol. So he is a blockchain guy, and he was very intensely involved with all the teams. He actually could really check firsthand whether the code that they had written was sound and solid. And so we had a good brief from him on the results of each of the team. But we also had a behavioral specialist, of course, Dirk Jan and myself. And who did I miss, Dirk Jan?
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Oh, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, yeah. Our humanitarian colleague who work on early warning on an everyday basis, and they used data to help them with that. So, we had a 2-hour deliberation, to be honest. Well, first of all, we struggled with the Miro board. We are not very avid Miro board practitioners, but we made it work. And then we had about an hour of conversation to really go through again and again the positives and the negatives, or the weaker points of each of the solutions of the teams. But to indicate what Nick was asking, what was the basis for our decision to pick a winner? Well, beforehand, we defined 6 criteria that we thought would be vital for any solution, that they had to comply with that. And I'll explain to you now. That is, the solution had to be timely. So the solution had to help de-escalate conflict before conflict reached the tipping point of violence. So very important, timely. Then we said, okay, it needs to be useful. So people need to be able to use it in an everyday setting, and it should contribute to de-escalation. Thirdly, we said it has to be inviting. People should want it to use. So it should be simple, even by people who cannot read or write. So that makes it attractive to use. And fourth, it has to be safe. It should be used by people, should be able to be used by people and know that when they share or they provide information, that it is safe to do so, that it will not harm them. Also, that it has to be trustworthy. People who would like to act upon the information that they receive through this medium, they have to understand that the information can be trusted. Otherwise, you don't want to act. And the last criterion was that it needs to be accessible, with easy access, also in terms of hardware and infra, also in situations where the infrastructure is broken, and that it can be the physical infrastructure or the digital infrastructure, as is very often the case. Look like Syria, for instance, or Iraq, or any conflict-ridden area in the world. And that is exactly the kind of environment where the military ultimately has to arrive to put things in order.
Right.
So, and that's why we bring our own infrastructure with us. So 6 criteria.
Wow, I've got to say, if I can just break in for a moment and give you a moment to breathe, of course. Rutger, holy cow.
Yeah, I'm blown away. This is so impressive because it's like, it fits the military. It's like, this is how we're going to do it. Bam, bam, bam. It's absolutely clear. No doubt about it.
No, not this is how we're going to do it. This is what you need to achieve in order to get through. Wow. And of course, the military joke is in there, but at the same time, we're talking about big issues, conflict. I could make a funny joke about we're solving world peace here, but we might actually be going in that direction. And then at the same time, you are able to make such crystal clear criteria. And I was listening, and there is a very clear choice of words in each of those criteria. For example, it must be useful. So no more, great, we've got the data, but we can't do anything. If we can't do anything with it, don't even go there. Wow, I'm stunned. Not surprised, but my heart's beating faster.
It fits a 4 o'clock stand-up.
Absolutely. Oh yes. Nobody came back to us and said that they did a stand-up earlier than 4 a.m. I suspect there might have been some at 2 a.m., but they would have been hangover from. So you win the award. I'm making this up on the fly for the earliest stand-up ever.
The early bird. Yeah.
But Gertie, I was interrupting you and giving you a moment to breathe there. Before we get into announcing the winner, is there anything else you want to add about that process?
Maybe I can add the motivation without stating who the winner is.
Okay, yeah. And without, these are some really smart people here, so you've got to be careful to not let it slip with a pronoun or they did this or they did that. I trust you on this one.
Right. Well, the team that best fulfilled the brief was a team that fulfilled the 6 criteria I just mentioned, that provided a technically sound pilot, that provided a solution that not only we, but also our partners considered realistic and interesting and useful, and a solution that would be able to attract real interest from partners, as already has been shown during the hackathon. So they have already contacts with people from our ecosystem who would like to continue to work with them.
Wow. Okay. So
also
again,
pretty clear.
Clear way of getting there, and then a clear they did this, and this, and therefore that made it possible for you to declare them a winning team. Of course, that says nothing about the other teams. I'm just going to put out a little bit of a disclaimer. Here at Odyssey, we don't believe in losers, which is typically the alternative to winning. There are no losers here because you folks impressed the heck out of me. You spent an entire weekend and many months preparing for this to try and make the world a better, safer place, not for yourselves, but for all the people around you and 8 billion people and all the people in the future as well. So there's no way you can walk away from here feeling like a loser. There is a cash a reward for every team to recognize that, but of course there is a team that is going to win a prize. I do want to remind you, and I'm looking in the camera, but you're over there, sometimes it's a bit of a dance. Last year, the Space for Good team did not win the prize, but they did go on to land and work on a really impressive pilot program with their stakeholders. In fact, I think, I'm pretty sure it's the largest certainly the largest we know of in Odyssey.
One of the bigger ones.
And that's without winning the prize. So
it's all about moving forward, following up, and believing in what you're doing, and finding out how that can be of value.
Exactly. We had 7 chapters across the weekend, as you well know. I consider this chapter 8. Chapter 9 starts tomorrow, or maybe for you it already started this morning, especially with these funny time zone things. I'm so jealous of the people who have sunshine. So chapter 9, it's all up to you collectively to go make that happen. So here's how it's going to work. We're going to set a drum roll, and then I'm going to count. Wait. And then I'm going to count down from 3, 2 to 1, and then I would invite Gertie and Dirk-Jan, if you wish to join, you can unmute, to declare the winning team. Then we're going to go talk to that team for a little bit, and we will come back to Gertie and or Dirk-Jan for a bit of a wrap-up, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
Fabulous.
Go ahead.
So, Dirk-Jan, if you want to join in, unmute yourself for now. We're going to start the Zoudam 1.0 drum machine and count you down with 3, 2, 1. The winning team is...
Teriak.
Teriak. There we are, Munir.
Congrats, Munir.
Look at
and
that.
the team.
Look at that.
Thank you.
Look at that big smile. There's applause here as well. Congratulations. Even the tech team. Well, it must be so fascinating for you to watch an event like this and come in like, oh yeah, we do cameras, we do tech, and it's like, wait, you're actually changing the world? We are. That's what we're trying to do.
They are.
Yeah, they are. I'm just sat here talking a lot. So if I could get Munir up on the screen, he's had a moment to breathe. Hello, sir. How are you?
I need more than a moment to breathe, but this is, I'm just honored, really. And I want to spend most of the time just talking about how incredible my team was in making this happen. I mean, the engineers we have are wizards. The academic mind, Mateusz, he fished out this concept of looking at piece indicators from the bottom up, and we just wrote from there, and we saw that this matched the briefing perfectly and formulated a strategy to just really fill those criteria. So happy that was recognized. Couldn't have done it without the stakeholders. Andrew, Sean, Axel, the other engineers on the team are, like I said, total wizards, but thank you. We're just really, really honored. And it's a joy to be able to join our paths of working on blockchain technology, but we all have humanitarian backgrounds and interests. So it was a dream come true to be able to or at least potentially make a difference in peacekeeping. Thank you so much.
Wow. I love to hear that. One of the things I was going to ask you is what attracted you to this challenge, but now you've made it clear if you have a humanitarian background, then this would make an awful lot of sense.
Yeah.
Thank you for the gracious acceptance speech, but I want to take it a little bit further than that. What was it that you collectively built this weekend?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, what was it you built this weekend as a team?
Oh, yeah. Would you like me to present the little slide, or
the slides will be taken care of by the tech team? So if you just
perfect.
Don't give us the PowerPoint version. Just be a human. It's fine. What was it?
Sure. So using a concept, it's a bit of a paradigm shifting concept for how to detect an early warning of conflict. Rather than looking for signs of conflict directly, you ask members of the community who know the specific indicators of what peace looks like in their community. You survey them and you identify those peace indicators through a very intimate, very nuanced, bottom-up process. An interesting example is, I have a Lebanese background. The first time I went to Lebanon for the first time, I crossed into the neighborhood that was controlled by Hezbollah, who, as you know, internationally are recognized as a terrorist organization by many. But when I entered this neighborhood and our car had to be inspected by Hezbollah soldiers, I talked to my friend who was picking me up and lived in that neighborhood. I said, wait, is this serious? Like, is this Hezbollah, like the terrorist group that's inspecting our car right now? Should I be worried about that? And he was like, no, you should only really be worried about that if you don't see them there. So as you can see, peace is context specific. And if you bring an outsider's perspective to interpreting peace on the ground, you can't really react properly and you can't react early. So what we do is we fish out what the local definition of peace is, and then we equip the people on the ground with a smartphone application where they can report if that peace indicator has disappeared. And what makes this magical, in our opinion, from the tech side, is our blockchain protocol that our engineers have built, which uses a web of trust system. So the peace builder on the ground, who is the first person to survey the public, he arranges the surveying of the community members on what those indicators of peace are. And as soon as those indicators of peace are declared by consensus, they end up on the app. The peacekeeper takes his application. He starts to scan in other people to use this system. And what that does is it creates degrees of separation from the peace builder. So as degrees of separation are scanned in, and this eventually is going to go out into the community fully, there's no limit to who can use it. The degrees of separation from the peace builder reduces the trust of that signal. And that's where the trustworthiness and how we're able to get reliable data. And with this system, you have everyone on the ground is a sensor. They're looking for indications that violence might be happening. And they're actively monitoring this. So if they see, for example, that there are no men at the market today, and usually when there were no men at the market in the past, it was followed by a raid or an invasion. So people can just say, very easy system, it's a green check mark or a red no mark. They can just hit the red no mark, and the more of these signals that come in, it'll reach the proper decision maker at the local level. And if escalation is necessary, we can bring in international reactors as well.
And do they? What kind of direct feedback loop do they get from this?
Do you mean the people on the ground?
Yeah, yeah. If they provide information to the system, what is the kind of direct feedback loop you can get from that?
Yes. So the system, as the people on the ground are monitoring for these peace indicators, it is sent up to a level for investigation, and the person who's in charge of investigating can activate local reactionary forces. It can be law enforcement. It can be the peace builder who calls in international peacekeeping actors like the Ministry of Defense, for example. But what the feedback loop is in terms of actually refining these peace indicators is that if there are too many false investigations, if, for example, tons of signals were coming in that there are no men at the market, the local peace builder who is at the center of receiving these signals goes out and sends a team to investigate this market and to investigate possible raids, to really start looking into this. If it turns out that too many times it was a false alarm, then the community can have a feedback loop in redefining what those peace indicators actually are. Maybe it's not a peace indicator that there are men at the market. So this is the iterative feedback loop at the local level, and the feedback loop at the top level is they can see eventually, as the signals come in, what are the real indicators of peace. And just as another interesting point, there's a lot of research being done on how you can scale peace indicators. So because indicators of peace are very localized in communities, I mean, it could be at the neighborhood level, ideally. There's a lot of research being done on, do these 5 peace indicators of this neighborhood also apply to other communities in the state, in the country? And they're actually finding encouraging research that they do. And that really helps the scalability and cutting down costs and just finding threads of what peace actually means across all communities eventually. And we could do longitudinal data analyses on these in the future, across a period of years. But there's a lot that can be done with this data.
So basically, you could look at all the environmental and context data, and then also look at the data produced by let's say the templates that can be used to have these peace indicators, and then collectively basically learn what applies the best, right? What are the indicators that work for certain environmental and contextual circumstances? That's the
Indeed. You can, what we like about this system and what encourages us is that it grows. It's an evolutionary system. It evolves over time. I mean, if you're looking at an early warning system in the classic sense, which is looking from a top-down viewpoint, it has its definition of peace, and that definition of peace only really grows in understanding of what peace is based on that person looking down. But when you're taking this definition from the bottom up, it's constantly evolving, and what you can do with that data is very encouraging over time.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna cut in there because I'm conscious of time and we got some stuff we want to do. But I've got to say,
sorry. I have a ton of questions, but
no problem. No
wow,
problem.
it's looking forward to
and we're doing this
to talk further with you because it's really inspiring.
Well, I was just going to say I'm really inspired by this because again it's as simple as says as simple as you've turned it upside down and said. Top down hasn't been working. What if we try bottom up, and how could we do that? And you found some interesting ways, and I have no idea if they're the right way or not. But you've probably found a million ways to go figure out how to possibly do this, and that opens up opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. I'm stunned, and I got a feeling this is going to work because again, it's you've broken it down to something so simple to understand. But on the other hand, we are talking about solving world peace. So I'm curious to how you get into a pilot program. So Gertie, in a minute, I'm going to ask you about what comes next because there's something I've got to do beforehand for Munir, and that is we promised you over the weekend not only for the winning team the prize money, but an award created by, in fact, all of you and your teams in your track. It's a piece of digital art, and it looks something like, click, should be on your screen by now. This was comprised of 2,940 minutes, that's the tiny blocks, the length of the hackathon, of course, plus all of the wows, plus all of your ecosystem joins, invites, handshakes, etc., mashed up through a bunch of algorithms to create this genuinely unique piece of art that represents the hard work of collaboration in your track. And that has been digitized. We've added your team name and some data that is relevant to that. That has all been, and I don't know the tech here, you're the blockchain guys, coded up, thrown on the blockchain, validated, digitally signed. We're going to send you the keys, the castle, the tokens, whatever it is, and you and your team have got non-fungible bragging rights for eternity. So well done again to you. In the meantime, Gertie, I said we'd come back to you, and maybe you'll hand it back to Dirk-Jan. That's fine by me. What next? How do you start taking this ideas like this, and getting them out into the real world? Because again, like you said, technology is out there, data is out there, but until it becomes actionable in a timely manner, it doesn't really help.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Well, because we didn't know what to expect, and Dirk-Jan and I, we work for a government organization. There's no way we can claim money for something that is not there yet. So that we cannot define in any means. So what we come up with is that in the coming weeks, before Ignite, we'd like to organize a workshop with Teriac, but also with the other teams, if they're interested, to see whether we can enrich the concept of Teriac by inputs from the other teams that we find interesting. We think that it's possible.
Oh, so wow.
It's not for any reason that we had more than an hour debate, because we think there are strong points in each of the solutions. And I don't know whether teams are interested, but if they are, let them decide and join.
Fantastic. That's a twist in the tail.
With us and with our partners. So not only with defense, but also foreign affairs and everybody we have worked with, and see how we can build it further and go towards some track to operationalize it. Also, we are looking for the right platform where we can showcase the solution of Teriac internationally, and to attract attention for this solution, and also to attract new partners who would like to join in the whole effort to create something that we can really use.
Fabulous.
So that is what the plans are.
So that's your next steps. That's already ambitious, and I think I can hear a sort of call to action there. If somebody's watching this now or in the future, and this sounds great to you, and you think, I know how to get involved with this, or I can offer something, or I have an environment where this could be tested, or it doesn't matter. If you've got something to contribute, you're welcome to get in contact and try to make that happen. Is that right?
Yeah, Gertie, you may remember our friend from India at the lunch meeting we had with Scylla, and Mr. Toby Simon, who spearheads the Synergia Foundation that pulls together a really high-level officials in the intelligence and security community all around the globe, but especially in the area of India and up north there, as well as the Middle East. And so I'm looking very much forward to bringing you, to reconnecting you, basically, with this amazing new narrative, because I'm very sure that that they will be interested in this.
Oh, super!
Yeah.
I will be very interested, and I know Dirk-Jan as well, to reconnect with Toby Simon. That would be awesome, really. Cool. And with all the teams, right, guys? With all the teams.
Yeah, very
fabulous.
Good.
We're getting thumbs up.
We continue working. We continue working if they want.
Exactly. Yeah. Could somebody from the tech team or the crew just do me a favor? Send Rutger an email to remind him to make that connection.
Yeah, no worries. This is so inspiring. I won't forget this.
I know that, but we've got another 17,000 shows to do today. Who knows what's coming up? So they'll take care of that. If it's okay with you, I'm going to wrap this up. If you have been watching this on the live stream, thank you so much. If you're watching this in the future, thank you so much. This was the finale for the conflict prevention track with our challenge leads from the Ministry of Defense here in the Netherlands and teams from all around the world. Twist in the tail. There was a winning team, Theriac, and congratulations again to you. But all of the teams are invited to keep the communication lines open and please be proactive about that. There is no losers here if things can be adapted and integrated. That is the offer from our challenge leads.
Yeah, I have to say, Gertie, Dirk-Jan, all the teams, for Gertie and Dirk-Jan, it was their first rodeo, as Nick puts it. But you can be really, really proud altogether what you have achieved in this journey. Because yeah, it blows my mind. It's truly inspiring what you have doing in there. There's a lot in there for the future.
I look forward to reading the case study of this one in I don't know, a year or two when some progress has been made for sure. If you're watching on the live stream, we're going to take a short break because we're going to move from conflict prevention to energy singularity. I guess that means we're going to have Ed on the line, and you all know Ed, of course, because he's got the best voice ever. I'm looking forward to that. We are back in 7 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody.
On the call.
Thanks,
ciao.
team.
Thank you.
Thanks, Odyssey team. Ciao, ciao.
Yeah, ciao.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good whenever and wherever you may be. It's very, very distracting to do this kind of introduction live to camera when I see Ed opening a bottle of champagne. That is just not on, sir. I'm on the water and I'm going to keep it that way. I'm here in Odyssey Momentum Mission Control headquarters in Groningen. You can see it is pitch black outside. I have no idea what time of day or night it is, but it doesn't matter because we're in a digital world. I'm here with Rutger van Zoudam, of course, and we're here to talk about energy singularity. Not the simplest of things to be talking about after so many hours of hacking over the weekend and much more. But we're going to get through this, and we're here for the finale. Oh, hang on 1 second. I think the tech team just put Ed's camera full screen on the live stream because they want to see you opening that bottle of champagne, and that looks like a good bottle as well.
You have to help us count.
3, 2, 1. There we go.
Nice.
And I love the fact, of course, our tech team is clapping because Ed knows the right way to open champagne is not to pop the cork, but it's just to let it ease out of the bottle. What are we here for? We're here for the finale, the point where we talk about what the challenge was, what the teams have been up to, who the winner and or winners may be, and of course to talk about the future, because it's not just about the Momentum weekend, it's about so much more. Ed, there is no better person in the world, not just because I'm tired, of course, to explain to me what energy singularity means. And for the folks watching this who have no idea, you actually created 2 streams within this challenge. But before we get into that, can you just give us an idea of the bigger picture of the vision here?
Yeah, energy singularity is a singularity generally is something where everything converges to one, and that's what we have to do in the energy sector actually to make the next transition step, kind of in the as a whole system. And so we have designed a system where we test exactly that. We're testing the energy singularity, we're testing the new system. And because the new system, there is still a lot of white spots to discover, we tiered apart the challenges into 2 streams. And so one stream is just the trading part, which is the trading part which could, in future, everyone will become a participant in the market. We don't know how many years, it depends on regulation. But as the values are so small, there will be bots trading on their behalf. And so that's what we wanted to test. At the same time, the grid will be accounted in a much more granular. And so the DSO team, the grid operator team, they were testing how to manage this grid in such a completely new environment, where there's so many more participants. And then as this whole setup will provide way more degrees of freedom for final consumers to participate in markets. We therefore had a stream 2, which was discovering new degrees of, how this new degrees of freedom could be translated to final consumer. And this is, creating social networks, local networks, communities, and so forth. So, yeah, we tested 2 things. We saw it's working. We will definitely go deeper there, and you will see in the next runs of the hackathon, it will slowly converge to one thing.
All right, hold that.
It was all one story, but wrapped in two streams. Yeah.
Fabulous, thank you. Hold that story for one moment, because you do this all day long, and it's easy for you to forget what it was like to never know any of this information, because you're working out into, for what some people might think is it's kind of like a science fiction level of the future. Of course, if I remember right, you hope it's not science fiction, it's science reality, and it's right now very soon. So we're talking about a couple of things that have changed in the world, if I remember rightly, and I can just bring it down to an everyday person level. And that is one, all of a sudden, almost anybody is able to start producing energy instead of just consuming it. And whether that is putting solar panels on your roof or having a windmill in your garden, or we don't need to go into the details, but That's obviously very interesting, but the market of, okay, you've produced this energy, some of it you'll use yourself, but maybe you have overcapacity. What do you do with it? Who do you give it to? How can you sell it? What is the taxing? There's so much complexity there because we've never done it before. We've never invented that. And then on the other side, as you pointed out, we've got the grid, which was, the energy grid. There's many of them all over the world, of course, but it was designed to be a more or less one-way street, which is from the giant energy centers towards the users, whether that's industrial or consumer, it doesn't matter. And now, of course, we've got this reverse direction that it wasn't built for, but it needs to deal with. And of course, then we've got, as you say, the peer-to-peer element of it can't be centralized anymore because that's just not going to work. Is that right?
Shall we add him to our PR team?
Ed, you know where to find me, right? It's not difficult. But am I getting that right? Is that kind of where we're at with this?
You sound like a pro over there. Yeah.
Fabulous. Thank you. Wow. Okay. So again, changing the world.
Did you say that from? Did you read that, or did you know that?
I didn't. I've got an Excel spreadsheet in front of me. There is no way there could have been that much info. And now all the teams are looking like, is my name on that spreadsheet? It's too late, and you can't rewind it.
Let's dive into it.
So you said there were 2 streams. So it means we're actually giving out two prizes, and I'm looking at you through the camera here. We're giving out 2 prizes, right? 1 for each stream. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, then if I may, let's start with the first stream.
The trading part.
Yeah, stream 1. It says here on my script, deploying peer-to-peer energy markets. That is stream 1, right, Ed?
So stream 1 is about the trading agents. Yeah.
Jack.
It's where great fees battled intelligent trading agents, and we had 3 very pro teams.
All right.
We had 4 teams, but one was not competing. The grid operator team was not competing, yes.
Fair enough. And this is not your first Odyssey rodeo, so you might expect what's coming. Are you able to, either of you, both of you, say a little bit about why this team won without giving it away, or is it so clear that it would blow my story?
So the thing is, we weren't even part of the jury for this team, so it was actually Etienne. So I think it would be ideal to ask this question to Etienne.
Cool. Oh, nice. You're right. Etienne is here on the call, so we can do that. I'm fried. I'm sorry. Totally missed that. Where is Etienne on our screen? Hello, sir.
Hello.
Cheese for breakfast, you said in the pre-roll. I'm very, very jealous. Etienne, sometimes this is impossible, I realize that, and I'm putting you in an impossible position. Is there something you can say about either the winner and why they won, or if not, the process that you and the jury went through?
Okay, so we followed your indicators, which were fine for us, and in fact we were 4 judges, and we discussed why we marked the different indicators the way we did. We were more or less aligned with various difference, because what was interesting was that one judge did not participate to the whole of the weekend, and therefore received the information through the presentation, and he had a slightly a different opinion because of that, but that was interesting to factor in as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so in the end, we just added all our points and verified that everybody was happy, and that's how we selected the winner. But I must say, 2 of the 3 competing teams were quite close. I won't say more right now. Anyway,
thank you.
We judged mostly on the quality of the technology developed, and especially the potential for future implementations.
Fabulous, and of course we brought you into the call on the or onto the screen at the suggestion of Ed, and I didn't properly introduce you. We just used you by first name. So for anybody who's watching this, and I'm now of course going to murder your last name because we're live on air. Etienne Gehein from NG, one of the challenge leads for this energy singularity. Etienne, if it's okay with you, I'm going to ask you to announce the winner of this stream, because you are the challenge lead, but I'm going to guide you through the process. So in a moment I'm going to start up our drum machine here sitting on my left, and then I'm going to count you down from 3 to 2 to 1 and invite you to name the winner from stream 1, if that's okay with you.
That's okay.
Fabulous.
My favorite task of the week.
I got you memed yesterday, and I wanted to make you memingful today.
You're the best, Nick. Well, let's get this over with.
Let's get the drum roll running. And Etienne, if you would be so kind, in 3, 2, 1, the winning team is...
Rebase.
Rebase. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Congratulations.
And I believe that is Sebastian, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Sebastian here from Rebase MD.
Fabulous. Congratulations, first of all. Also on the epic backdrop you have behind you there. Thank you for taking the concept of the momentum and our holodeck one step further. At least I assume that we inspired you and not that you inspired us. Can you talk to us a little bit about what you and the team built this weekend?
Absolutely. So basically what we've been working on is smart agents for local energy markets. And we were, 3 or 4 great teams with data scientists from all different areas in the energy sector, and very complementary. And it was really cool to work together with these different teams. But one thing that we realized from this competition is that this hackathon is difficult to develop these smart agents. There's so much data that needs to go into them. The algorithms needs to be very fine-tuned. And even when we take this to the live system, with all these different ITC protocols that need to be followed, and different appliances like heat pumps, EVs, batteries, etc., it's difficult. So what we realized is that actually we need more brain power to solve this nut. And our solution is basically creating a community, a collaboration community that enables to get more of this brain power by crowdsourcing.
I love the fact he comes in here and says, yeah, it was difficult. That's why it's a challenge. Just pointing out.
My question would have been, what is the difficult part of this? I think also, if you're working as data scientists, you could have the urge to basically go like this. What kind of information do you exchange with all the different stakeholders to get to the best possible fine-tuning of the model you are proposing?
No, but I think we did very well in this hackathon. I think it's very easy to say when you develop trading agents. I'm a former energy trader myself, so I know about secrecy in that space. Let's say like this. But in this challenge, I think we actually had a very collaborative approach, and all the teams shared their ideas with each other.
It's amazing.
Which I think was really inspiring.
Yeah.
And then to allude to what Etienne said in a previous internal meeting that we had, is that then you can actually start understanding why you get the results that you get. When you understand different components that goes into this, so that it's not only black boxes. Mm-hmm. So that was really cool to see.
Cool. Congratulations. I'd love to spend more time talking about this, but we've actually got more stuff that we need to talk about, because there's the second prize in this. Congratulations again to you and the team. I saw your eyes flicking up and down as you were talking to us, so I'm assuming you've got some notifications of congratulations and happy stuff, so enjoy that. I don't know whether I need to talk here to Etienne or Ed, so I'm going to throw it out there. I've got a little note here that before we go to stream 2, there's another thing that we want to talk about in stream 1. Is that correct? This is very, very awkward for me because I've got notes that are a little unclear. I'm just going to ask you, is there a second prize or recognition that you wanted to talk about, or have I got bad notes? All right, stunned silence. So it may be an issue my end. So what I'm going to say is, Stefan.
Maybe the wow factors?
Okay. Rutger heard what I just heard. Stefan said, just do it. I know the notes are right. So I'm looking at the boss. Can I do this? You've got the same notes I have.
No, no, I'm seriously.
All right, I'm going to do this because I know Ed's a good sport. Whatever way this turns out, it's going to turn out. And hey, it's your job on the line, not mine. You said do it. D for option, do it. We don't do it. I'm being told in my ear that there is actually a second prize within this stream, and that's for a smaller amount of money. That's €1,000. I'm still looking at Ed and Etienne, and they're going, I really have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I have an idea, but I wasn't sure who's gonna announce it, because the thing is, I wasn't in the jury there, So, but
I'm going to turn it over to you because now we've wound the teams up, and they're like, what the heck? Are we going to announce it? Are we good for this?
I think yeah.
What could possibly go wrong? We're only live, and so. With limited information, but it can only be a bonus for you, and it gives you a really good reason, whoever this team is, for contacting your challenge leads tomorrow to find out, okay, but what was that? I would like to announce I'm going to call it a recognition for a team called, and I hope this is right because this is going to be so embarrassing, Oli Systems? I see somebody smiling, that's a good sign. If somebody could wiggle the mouse so I could get some names and we could zoom in on, I think it's Kan. He's nodding. I'm hoping that's your team. Is that you? This is making me look like such an amateur. I'm sorry. No, it's not you. Okay. Wow, Ed. I'm sorry that I'm completely screwing up your finale here. I'm being told it's.
Can you call an Etienne to clarify? But our planning, they shifted the pot around so that, because the teams were so close, that the second and third award are more meaningful. But Etienne can maybe explain.
Okay, we're going to pull Etienne back in, and wow, I feel really bad for putting you on the spot here, sir. But hopefully you have the knowledge to give us a little bit of clarity. Is that so?
I'm afraid not too much, but I can imagine.
I feel like we're back at Friday again. Sorry.
No. I said that two teams were really close, and that's right. Rebate and Oli were in our marks quite close. So initially we thought, well, awarding 2 awards out of 3 teams sounds like everybody wins, but I guess then the challenge leader has decided to do some gesture anyway, because
totally
it was
very good.
Such a close thing.
Fabulous.
So I'm not too surprised, and I'm all for it.
Great. Well, sorry about the miscommunication there. That clearly lies on me. Any complaints, bring it to me. Any invoices, send them to Stefan.
You're just creating disruption, Nick.
That is what I do. This is Anna, you know I live for this. Actually, Etienne mentioned something there that is really important, and that is, from my perspective personally, and I think from Momentum Odyssey, there are no losers here, because you're all walking away with an award anyway, and a prize, and you're trying to change the world. That's awesome. So you only lose when you stop. I can't imagine any of you are going to be stopping. But there is one thing we did promise, and then I've got to keep rolling on because we've got more to talk about, and that is the award. The award that we promised over the weekend. It used to be a physical trophy. How do we do that digitally? Well, you all collectively did that in the track. You were doing stuff in Momentum. There were 2,940 minutes. Those are represented by small blocks, and if I go like this, you should be able to see it online right now. 2,940 minutes translated into small blocks. All the wows that you gave are translated into those bigger chunks, and then hidden in that structure are some branches that represent your ecosystem, joins, invites, handshakes, etc. So this is a truly unique piece of digital art created by you. That's getting wrapped up with the winning team name, zipped up, put on online digitally. The proof,
it's an NFT. It's an NFT.
The proofs of the NFT are going online. We'll send you the keys to the kingdom so that you can prove and have eternal bragging rights on that piece of digital art created live this weekend. I think we're back to Ed and Anna. Is that
Stream 2?
That makes sense for Stream 2.
Yeah.
Stream 2, Ed, are you able to give us some insight into either the process, or I'm seeing here you also made an interesting decision.
Yeah, I mean, I must really say it was hard, because what the Stream 2 was about was creating a new enabling people having a relationship to energy and utilizing it in different ways. So 1 second. Sorry.
Live news, important updates. It's probably the pizza being delivered, but that's fine.
People close by.
Yeah, we have a couple of kids running around here. Yeah. So so the thing was, different solutions triggered different emotions in the judging team, and we were 4 people in the judgment team where everyone had the same amount of votes. And so there was very different reactions inside the judgment team to the different solutions, which was good, because that's what the app's supposed to do, and to touch on different emotional level. And so at the end, kind of the criteria went into direction. How could this be deployed? And then how would the team be able to deploy this as well, to build this, and how variable, or let's say how is the team able to adjust, to pivot and adjust the views and so forth, and that at the end led to a solution, but it was definitely a longer discussion there. Yeah, so it wasn't easy.
So
really, it wasn't easy.
They are all winners.
Yeah.
So fabulous. I've got one question. I'm going to cut you off just 1 second. I just want to make sure, because I don't want to screw this up. I'm a perfectionist. Do you have how many winners do you have of Stream 2? Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 3? Is it 4? Is it 10,000?
So we have 2 winners.
Fabulous. That's what I wanted to know. Rutger, you wanted to.
Yeah. So how can you get different emotions in the connection with energy? How does this work?
Yeah.
Well, Amelia, for example, sent a pumpkin pie worth of energy to her dad. Another app, Streaming Potential, got people amped about, supporting their favorite artist and amping that artist. And Revolt talked about, working within your community and enlarging your community, starting from, your local store onwards.
So the thing is, on emotion level, there is 3 or 4 different personas that were targeted. In the first team, it was a younger persona targeted, probably. Then more the artist community, local communities around art and so forth. And the third one was more the conscious, the conscious kind of doing good personas, collecting your carby, making your world a greener, your community a greener world. Is different stories, and of course you have different personas there, and we were different personas in the judgment team, and that's why it was like one judge said, this is, I could imagine this, the slight adjustments here, and then it sounds really sexy. And then the other person, simply because it was were closer to the target persona.
Yeah, what resonates with you is what you tend to favor. I mean, that's human nature, right? Wow, that sounds like it was a fun judging process to be a part of. I have to say, of all the things I've done in innovation and hackathons and judging is the thing I never want to do. It's so painful. Is it okay if we follow the same process? I don't know how we're going to do this. Well, you've already said there's going to be 2 winners, which now there's teams looking ahead going, oh, hey, I've doubled my chances. This is awesome. So we're going to do one, and then we're going to do the other one. And the tech team's looking at me going, there's no way that's going to fit in time. So we're going to speed it up. Ed, you can pick either one you want. That's fine. If I can get a drum roll, please. Rutger, thank you very much. 3, 2, 1. Ed, the winning team is
Streaming Potential.
Streaming Potential.
Revolt.
Oh.
And the other one, Revolt. There we go. And look at that. You're next to each other on my screen, which means nothing for you at home. Let's bring in Edgar from Streaming Potential, as you were first.
Yeah. Well, I'm very overwhelmed. It's great. Yeah, we really struggled, and Ed knows about this persona and how to tackle this challenge. It is, like you introduced in your story, Nick. It is so complex to talk about energy and to abstract that away. And that eventually we took that into a concept where, on the one hand, you have artists that look for that want to get paid, or that bring creativity to a community. And on the other hand, you have the prosumer that over time can basically stream their energy to those artist community. And by creating a win-win, the community grows. So that is eventually what we all came up. And but yeah, all the other teams also did a very good job.
So I can hook my solar PV up to a band.
Yeah.
I think my mind just melted a little. That is cool. Such a simple concept to bring something so abstract into the here and now. Wow, it's not often that I'm speechless, and I really am now. That's amazing. There is, of course, the digital award. We're going to have to split that between you and your co-winner from Revolt, but we're going to talk about that award for a moment. Again, exactly the same thing, digitally created by all of you. The credentials are all specifications all the same. We're going to have to tweak it slightly to make sure it represents both teams, but with the magic of technology, it looks something like this. And congratulations for being able to split 50% of that with your team. If I may, we're going to flick over to, I guess it's Kieran, I think. Oh, and kudos for having your team on your backdrop there. That's nice work. Do I have it right? Is it Kieran?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Fabulous. From Team Revolt. How does that feel?
Great.
Fabulous. I like it. He's a man of many words. It feels great.
What can I say? I mean,
pretty much anything you want, but we are live.
So I'm first of all, I want to say thank you, Ed, but also congratulations, or Ed and the entire jury, and also congratulations to Edgar and Sebastian. I mean, this weekend was. We were building. I had a lot of thoughts and a lot of ideas how we can actually build communities, and also like shareable items or shareable objects for communities which represent energy but are not fully like kilowatt hours or something as boring as that. And I must say this weekend was extremely inspiring also for our solution. I mean, all the different ideas which came together like brought us also to rethink about what we build and how we approach the problem. And yeah, I mean, it's great that we have 2 winners to some extent. I mean, of course, you want to have it all, but it's great to have you, Edgar, also, because I think we had a lot of similarities and a lot of thoughts which were going to the same direction, and but with different outcomes at the end of the day.
Awesome. So great to hear that. Congratulations again to you and the team. Can you, you're one step ahead of me. Flip me over to Ed and Anna. Ed, I want to ask you, because if I remember rightly, you've put quite a lot of effort already before the hackathon into before the hackathon. We don't have a hackathon anymore. Before Momentum, into what's going to happen after Momentum, because again, you're one of these people that says, it's great to hack for a weekend, but how do we get it into reality? What's coming up? We said MVPs are the baseline now. A pilot program or a pilot project, or at least a plan around one from the teams, hopefully with you, is the way to go. What comes next?
So maybe before we go down that route, Anna we would like to say something to the third team.
We have to say that we're alone. They won our hearts. And as they are graduate students, and we have a lot of competition for our paid internships, but the offer is on the table for anyone on the team to let us know, and we'd love to work with them in that way and recognize their amazing talent and the effort they have put in this weekend. They were really amazing. So in the true sense of the word, we really find all three teams to be impressive winners this weekend.
So just to repeat again, we just made an offer to all the students from the from Stream 2 Team Desagy for a paid internship after, as it fits into their study.
Brilliant.
Wow, there's a twist in the tale that I wasn't expecting. Do we have anyone from that team on the call?
Yes, hi everyone, and let me just say thank you so much, because I think this entire weekend for us was really an honor just to participate. And shout out to my team, because it was a team effort and it was just a great opportunity for us to really bring the energy transition to life and work on our ideas. So thank you.
Fabulous. No. Thank you for being awesome, and your team as well. And please do seriously consider taking it up on that offer, because that might be just too cool for words. Ed and Anna, thank you for doing that, of course. Back to what comes next.
Yeah, so for us, this hackathon, it was actually part of a development process, and with the little difference that in this little hackathon, we did as much as we usually do in 2 months.
I'm sorry, Ed, you broke up there. Could you say that once more, just a little bit more clearly?
So I even got so in 3 days, as much as we usually do in 2 months.
Fabulous. Just wanted to make sure of that.
I think the strongest statement I received as a feedback from one of the board members of our partners here, and it's a board member of a fairly large company. He said, what he saw at this hackathon, the results, and he looks at what it cost him actually to to get to these results. He gave a benchmark that the cost approximately accounts to 3%. What you see, I get a compliance thing here.
Yeah, I can see that. It's
a well-known consulting company.
I didn't
report.
finish. Yeah,
it's okay. Privacy has been maintained.
So the results that cost him, to participate in this hackathon is roughly 3% of what it have cost him to get from a famous consultancy company.
And the quality wouldn't have been as good, I guess.
Oh, Rutger, you could have just taken the compliment, man.
No, it's about the process that
it's a clarification. It's a clarification, Rutger. Thank you. Yes.
I think with all the data and the simulation software you guys have created, you can bring up the quality a lot more as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah, this will accelerate. This is so. The next step is we just with this hackathon we validated ideas. We got new ideas. We filled the backlog, and exactly. Yeah. So we in fact from our perspective, we haven't talked with most of the companies now which were competing in the streams, but from our side we plan to work with each of the company.
Brilliant.
But we still have to discuss this. Yeah.
Fantastic. The quality of this track, all the tracks this year, this season, still blows my mind. So if you're watching this live or at some point in the future and you're wondering what all that was about, that was the finale for Energy Singularity. I am going to give Mr. Van Zoudam the last word in a moment, because we have to wrap up very, very shortly to get into the next finale. Rutger, anything more to add on top of energy singularity?
Yeah, before we go into self-sovereign identity, what was also kind of a simulation but in a very different way, I think I want to encourage all the partners, teams, but also other people who are watching this to have a very close look at what Energy Singularity has done over the past year and over the past weekend. Because if you look at simulating what could be the future, then there is a ton of more things you want to simulate, because you want to find out how a new system would behave. Right? And as we are in an age where systems are in a transformational phase, so to say, the work that Energy Singularity is doing is inspiring for all the other kinds of fields. If you're looking into how you want to develop medicine or whatever kind of data-driven scenario thing you want to look at, this is where basically they uncover the future, and you can really shorten the response time with an insane amount of quality that comes with it. And then you can act, you can basically become anti-fragile with that. So I think for other industries it's very, very inspiring to have a good look at what these teams have been doing over the past year, and also at the way the D3A software is being built, completely open source, with these kind of teams together. That is next level innovation.
Absolutely, and that almost pretty much wraps it up for the Energy Singularity Challenge. Of course, we had our challenge leads here from Grid Singularity and NG. Oh, Ed, yep, I hear you breaking in there.
You know the best about it? We're having so much fun doing it.
That's what it is about.
There we go, rocking away with the champagne. There is a call to action implied in all of that conversation about the future. If you think you have a way to help Grid Singularity or NG move this or any of these teams forward and accelerate that time frame, as Rutger said, reach out to them. These are some of the loveliest people I think I've ever had the chance to work with. And Anna, about that thing, PR, call me. You know where to find me. Have your people call my people. You know how it works. Thank you so much. Congratulations to the teams, of course, and enjoy getting some sort of sleep or back to work, whatever it is you do. We will be back in about 6 or 7 minutes to talk about self-sovereign identity. This is a track within, or a challenge within Momentum that had a slightly different flavor to the rest, so I'm intrigued to see what happened there. See you soon. Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good whenever or wherever you are. I'm here live with you, of course, but also with Rutger and a whole bunch of people on my screen here in Groningen, or we're in Groningen, of course, they're not. They could be anywhere in the world. And we're here to talk about self-sovereign identity. This is the finale where we're going to announce some winning prize money and that kind of stuff with these folks here. But we've got quite a lot to get through because this track was very different to the other tracks.
Yes, this was not just about creating new solutions, but actually applying them for all the other challenges. So in different kind of sectors, industries, different kind of use cases. So identity as such is identity, but when it gets applied into processes where humans interact, then of course you get the benefits of, for example, self-sovereign identity.
Exactly. I think it was Jacob, and just give me a thumbs up if I'm right, that joined us during the Getting Ready event a couple of weeks ago, and he sort of boiled it down to, and I think these were my words repeating you, but SSI in itself, identity in itself, is a challenge that pretty much all other teams in Momentum would have needed at some point. So asking them to do it on top of what they're doing is kind of like doing double work. And you collectively decided to take that load off them and say, let's do SSI as a track and allow other teams to leverage what we're working on instead, which, I mean, that is the collaborative spirit that we're talking about, right?
This is next level hacking.
Next level hacking. So I'd like to bring in some of our challenge leads, one at a time if I may. Giulietta Marani from DigiCampus. Hi.
Hello.
Hello, how was your weekend?
It was amazing. We were struggling in the beginning, especially me, because I never flew before, but for the rest it was really good. We had a lot of connections to other teams, so very happy about it.
Great, great. And I mentioned Jacob, he's also here as one of the challenge leads from the Dutch Blockchain Coalition. Yes. Jacob, if I may ask, what was your weekend like? What did you learn the most that you maybe was unexpected?
We had already decided, as we told indeed at the Getting Ready, that we really wanted all the teams to connect, also to other teams in other challenges. What I really hadn't expected and was really positively surprised by was also the connections between the teams within the SSI track itself.
Great.
So there were a lot of teams that were actually helping each other integrate and building on top of each other's components. That was really amazing and super to see.
So even though you have perhaps the track that was most set up to be most interactive, the amount of interactivity still surprised you. That's like meta level collaboration. I love that. And if I may, on to Peter. SSI, this is something that your everyday person is perhaps not really familiar with. Why this is important? Maybe we don't think about identity. Maybe we've forgotten the possibilities. Why do you find SSI so important?
Yeah, I think that and I also told that in the kickoff that we did in the Ridderzaal. In a world where, let's say, everything is digital, you have digital transactions and you have to know who and what you are doing business with. So identity turns then into digital identity. And if you look at, let's say, the philosophy behind, let's say, the approach that we all have taken in the past few years in Odyssey, then it's all about decentralizing. It's about, let's say, putting the power with the individual as, let's say, low in the hierarchy as possible. So self-sovereign identity, I determine what you can know about me, for which time, for what purpose, etc. And then also I will want to be able to withdraw that if it's no longer, let's say, to my satisfaction, so to say.
And really about putting that power of control back to the owner of the data, which should be the rightful owner and not distributed across everybody they've ever interacted with, ever.
And as Dutch Blockchain Coalition, Peter, you have somehow identified that this is actually better for also the governmental and corporate players that are united in this coalition. Why is that?
Yeah, I think that in the Dutch blockchain coalition, it's all about, let's say, developing solutions together. It's a sub ecosystem, you could say, of the larger ecosystem in the Netherlands and also in an international perspective. So we are used to working on use cases and on projects all together, but really in the area of self-sovereign identity or digital identity, there it's really about this collaboration. I mean, it doesn't. Let's say in all of our use cases, it's not of a big use to work on your own, so to say, which you can do in other technologies, for instance. But in digital identity, it becomes even more apparent, and also because, let's say, both the organizations on, let's say, the private and the public side also have different roles to play. And that's what we bring together in the coalition, but also in the Dutch ecosystem, because I always say I want to take a broad look. I'm not interested so much in the coalition in itself and those about 40 or 50 organizations, but really working in the broader scope of the overall ecosystem.
Great,
lovely perspective. And as I've already mentioned, if you're watching this from home live or at some point in the future, this track is not like the other tracks because we're not giving out one award. In fact, we're not giving out 2 awards. This track decided to create a total of 6, 4 of which were what have been termed as bounties. So I guess they were kind of like sub-challenges within the challenge that you wanted a specific focus on. So we have bounty number 1, adoption driving, bounty number 2 for a multidisciplinary process, bounty number 3 for interoperability, bounty number 4 for surprise us. So that's the wild card of think even beyond what we can perhaps think. And I have in front of me some results for those. And then there were the 2, head prizes, if I may call them that, which is for the validation lab, and that's a serious amount of effort and acceleration help from the ecosystem and our challenge leads here. So if it's okay with Peter, Juliet and Jacob as well, I'm going to go through the first 3 of the bounties. So I'm going to leave surprises until the end. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Fabulous. And of course, we're somewhat limited on time. We planned this weeks, Stefan and I, weeks and weeks in advance, and we had no idea that, or at least I had no idea there would be 6. So I'm going to go through the first 3 quite quickly and go into detail on the last 3. So here's how we're going to do this. We're going to do this 6 times. Can you imagine that? You're going to give me a drum roll. I'm going to say 3, 2, 1. And Peter, Peter, it's Dutch, not English. Do you have a list of bounties 1, 2, and 3, adoption driver, multidisciplinary process, and interoperability in front of you?
I do.
Fabulous. Then I'm going to let you take the credit of announcing number 1, bounty number 1, adoption driver. Drum roll, please. 3, 2, 1. The prize goes to
Rabobank.
Team Rabobank. That's Kim and Co. Nice. Well done, Kim. Oh, look at that. She's even got a, what do you call those things? Tutor. That's what I'm being called. Tutor. Okay, it's a tutor for now. Congratulations to you folks on winning that bounty. That is a job well done. We're going to do it again. And I'm wondering, actually, do the other challenge leads also have this same list in front of them? Julietta, do you have a winning name? Don't give it to me yet. Just a yes or no for the multidisciplinary process. Bounty number 2?
Yes.
Oh, then we can share the glory. Drum roll is going in 3, 2, 1. The winner of the multidisciplinary process bounty is
Lunapunk Labs.
Lunapunk Labs. There we go. Horns at the bottom. Job well done to Josh there.
Nice backdrop, Josh.
Good job. And we're loving the Pink Floyd, of course.
Yes.
Although, now that you've brought that up, I'm wondering, is Peter celebrating something other than momentum, or did he decorate especially for us?
Sounds like it looks like he had a party.
Of course, I celebrate momentum, and I decorated especially for momentum, obviously. And it's also not a background, but it's real. So.
Fabulous.
Very good.
Awesome. Great stuff there. And then I'm going to very quickly look at Jacob. I can assume, where can I find you? There you are. That you must know who the winner of the interoperability bounty is.
Yes.
Fabulous. You know how this works. What sort of rubbish drum roll is that?
It wasn't started yet. It was just warming up.
You were warming up. Okay. If I could get a real drum roll now, please. And in 3, 2, 1, the winner of the interoperability bounty is
ODSSI.
ODSSI.
Nice.
Well done. Who am I looking at for that?
Peter.
Where is Peter? There we go. Well done. Congratulations. Fantastic job from all of you. We're going to come back to our challenge leads about that after the remaining prizes are allocated. We've got the number 4 bounty, Surprise Us. I don't know who wants to be the announcer of that, because I've split it. Oh, Peter says, I'll take it, no problem, he knows who it is. But before that, without giving away who it was, how much did they surprise you?
Yeah, well, they surprised us a lot, I think, because we started, of course, preparing this a long time ago, and we have to move the event several times, of course. So
you noticed that?
Yeah, you know this.
Sorry.
Lost some sleep about it, probably, etc. But it played out well. Then it's even harder to predict what teams might come up with. And let's say that the winning team really contributed to the ecosystem and to the development because it added something in addition that we didn't think of when we started this challenge. And we think it's really solving a problem that we have in the SSI arena. And besides that, they were a good example of working together with several of the other teams within the challenge, and as a kind of sidetrack, also developing something that they originally planned to be their first deliverable for this weekend.
Awesome.
So maybe
I'm going to pause you there before we get too far and somebody goes, wait, I think that's me. I've made that screw up too many times myself. You know who it is, so I'm going to ask for the Van Zoudam drum roll machine to do its thing for the 4,000th time today. And the bounty number 4 Surprise Us Award goes to Team
ODSSI.
Boom! Double win on that one for scooping up the bounties. Can we bring Peter Verhagen from Odyssey in? Hello, sir. I don't hear you, but I don't think you're on mute either. That
maybe now.
Yes.
Double mute?
Yeah.
Yes.
We can
speak up
now.
And everyone. Yes. Wow. What should I say? Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's a start. Yeah. Also,
however,
for me,
I also would like to thank Rabobank because we jointly built the credential catalog. So I would say this is a joint prize.
I'm sure nobody is going to object to you handling that however you wish. Also, congratulations on a very inspired team name, I have to say. But can you tell us just a little bit, what was it that you built that surprised your challenge leads?
Well, I think what you mean is the credential catalog that we built.
No, I think that, let's say, the credential catalog was the original plan, but what I call, let's say, the interoperability engine is for us real additional.
The whole thing we built. So So what we built is, you could say, the engine for SSI, meaning that if you go to a website with a wallet, no matter what, no matter if it speaks IRMA or Hyperledger Indy or YOLOCOM, you go to a website, you can transact with the website, similar like you transact at a web shop. You get to choose the SSI solution of your liking, and you can just transact. So we make it really, really easy for issuers and verifiers to use SSI. They don't have to do all the heavy lifting. All the heavy lifting is done by what we call an SSI provider. It's like a gateway to SSI. And during the hackathon, we connected IRMA, we connected Hyperledger Indy, YOLOCOM, we're going to connect Rabo IDA. So that's, let's say, the first look at what this feels like. And in look and feel, it's really like paying with, choosing that you pay with Ideal versus Visa on the website.
Wow.
And we think that was our vision, and we managed to pull it off, and it actually worked. We also helped another team set up their IRMA service as well. So we proved also in another team that you can actually do it. So we were also amazed that we made, because we thought we'd never make it, but we did.
And it's all open source.
And it's all open source, and you can download it at the DigiCampus GitHub.
Awesome.
Wow, you just made that sound so simple to me. This goes back to something, I think it's been a running theme of this momentum, is this kind of like, it's not an app, it's not a platform, it's kind of getting up into protocols and gateways and being ambivalent to who it's going to do its job with. This is exciting stuff.
This is inspiring plumbing of critical communication infrastructure for the 21st century. This is really impressive.
Awesome, great stuff. Thank you so much, Peter.
Thank you very much.
And if I may, I'm going to go back to Peter Verkulen here, because we got 2 more to give. Wow, it doesn't stop. It's like you get a prize, you get a prize, and you get a prize. You are the Oprah Winfrey of self-sovereign identity. This is awesome. I don't know how you want to do this, because we've got 2 teams that take the top prize, if that's the right word. I guess it's do you see it as a joint prize, or is it 2 separate?
I'd like to give the floor to Giulietta. That's our own Oprah Winfrey. At least she resembles her more than me, because I'm a man. So she will explain about it.
Fabulous. Giulietta, no pressure. You've been dropped right in it by Peter on the spot there.
Yes.
How would you like to handle this?
So it's 2 prizes. So they both get a place in the GovTech validation program of Yes Delft, and to help validate their idea and their solutions. And I can say something, because they both were working with existing technology, so that was really good, and added something. I don't know, I can reveal one at a time or together, whatever you want.
Yeah, this is hard. How do we do this?
One at a time.
Let's do one at a time. You know who they are, so I'm going to let you choose. I'm going to fire up the drum machine.
Yes.
It's funny when I do it. It's not so much funny when you do it. Because if I do this now, not only are they getting nervous, you're getting pissed off too. And in 3, 2, 1, the first winner of the GovTech Validation Lab is...
Hyper42.
Hyper42! There we go. There's a happy-looking Marcel. If it's okay, Giulietta, we're going to have a quick chat with Marcel and then come back to you.
Perfect.
Marcel.
Yes.
You're still on mute, so take a moment to unmute.
Yes.
Take a
thank you.
breath.
Thank you.
So,
what shall I say? Thanks for recognizing what we did, and thanks for awarding it. So happy to talk further about what we can do together.
That is great, but you don't get away with it that easily. I'd like to know what it is you did.
Ah, right. Okay. What we did is we thought that SSI is a great concept, but it's still missing an indispensable functionality, which is mandating. Mm-hmm. And mandating comes really close to identity, but you need a way to do that in the SSI concept, and that's not there yet. Only TNO has written an excellent white paper about it, and we implemented it for this momentum. So it's now possible using our solution to do peer-to-peer mandating, completely compliant with the SSI concept. That's what we did.
That's great. And what kind of other teams in other tracks were you looking for or be able to find?
Right. So we talked to many teams. We talked to Team Gimli, which, if I stand corrected, they won in the cargo track, right?
Yeah. Partially,
I won't say that it's because of us, of course, but we were glad to work with them. We collaborated with the Dutch tax authorities, who were very interested in the flexible way we could do our handle all kinds of mandates.
Yeah.
We talked with KVK. We talked with Team. Oh, let me look it up because it's too much for me right now.
Too much collaboration for one weekend.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I talked to so many teams. So
this is good. This is good.
we get the flavor.
We talked to quite a few teams, and the funny thing was they all recognized the issue and they all understood how they could use it. So that's the benefit.
Brilliant.
Awesome. Good job, and of course, congratulations to your team. If I can go back to Giulietta, because we're still not done. It's raining. It's raining prizes and appreciations here, which is, let's face it, also the Odyssey momentum spirit. Where are you, Giulietta? I've lost you on my screen. I see your faces. There you go, up in the top. Are you ready to do this again once more?
Yes, and the next one.
Whoa! Hold that thought. Let's build some tension because what I do want to.
Oh no, but I'm not going to say the name yet. So.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Oh, he understands this.
I'm tired, as you can imagine. And I thought for a moment, but you know what? We've stretched stretched it long enough. Sorry, Julietta, I interrupted you. Please go ahead.
No, the next team is going to win this prize also because they got a lot of stakeholders already on board, which is very important. So you can get a drum roll in now.
And just why is it? I mean, for me, it's kind of obvious, but for those at home who may not fully grasp this, why is it important to have lots of stakeholders for a concept like this?
Well, just for the validation lab, it's very important that you validate it with real stakeholders in the real world that's going to use your solution. So that is important for us. So connecting already to stakeholders and having commitments is key to a validation lab.
Yeah, and that's because, of course, if you go check it with one organization and they say, that's fantastic, we'll use it tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
And you go build for that, and then you try to take it to the rest of the world and they go, but that doesn't work for me because it doesn't take into account this and this. And of course, it's about identity, it's about self-sovereign, it's about open source, so you've got to avoid those pitfalls, right?
Exactly.
Fabulous.
Exactly.
Let's fire up the drum machine. And in 3, 2, 1, Julietta, who has won the final spot in the GovTech Validation Lab?
It's WorkBy.
Team WorkBy. I'm looking for Rick on my screen. Where is Rick?
Thank you so much.
There we go. What a big smile. Look at that. Fantastic. And I can't tell if you're in some sort of spaceship holodeck or a loft construction there, but it looks great behind you. Rick.
It's my own apartment together with my... they're hanging here for a couple of months now. The original... canvases of all the different tracks.
Fantastic. We should get some of that framed
Really cool.
on the Odyssey swag store if it's that popular. Rick, tell us, what was it you built this weekend with your team?
Yeah, thank you. So what we did is we saw that SSI is actually a solution to a big problem that we see in the real world, but not a lot of people understand it and therefore also do not use it. So we try to make it easy, and we want to make sure that people are able to own their own data, and therefore they need to control their own identity in the first place. And what we did is we're going to actually build this for an existing company in the Netherlands, for APG, and together with the Dutch Blockchain Coalition, we are going to give a lot of employees a career wallet where they can store their credentials and their assessment results, for example. So on the field of adoption, we want to actually let people use their identity. And I'm very grateful that we can, together with Yes Delft, work on this. I actually hoped for winning this prize because I think it will definitely bring us to the next level. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you and your teammates, of course. And yes, indeed, this is a prize designed to take you to the next level.
Yeah, I think it's really great to see that APG again takes a step forward in the path of innovation, and looking forward to see where this can grow into. Because if that can be tested out thoroughly within that, let's say, population of employees, then you can also, of course, think more in a broader scale. But really cool, you have found a playground to do that.
I really hope so. Thank you, Rutger.
Yeah.
And indeed, APG, who are no stranger to Odyssey and innovation, just a small organization there to be getting to work with. That's awesome. Who am I coming back to? I guess I'm coming back to Peter. Peter, sorry, it's been a long day. To wrap this all up, is that right, or should I be looking at Julietta? Or even?
No, that's fine.
So it's all about. I mean, the great thing is you've got this validation lab. So the next steps are. I'm not going to say they're easy, but they're already laid out. The path is there. But what do you see in the next, 3 to 6 months that will take the work that has been done this weekend and really start to level it up?
Yeah, I see that in various dimensions because even with 6 prizes, we actually did not have, let's say, a sufficient amount to reward everybody. You see it also from the fact that half of the ecosystem prizes were won by teams in this track. So you really saw this outgoing spirit and collaboration spirit, and even to a much bigger extent than what we could have hoped for when we started this a year ago.
That's nice.
Yeah, I think that on several aspects. I mean, of course, for the 2 teams, we have the scale-up facilities with Yes Delft, but we are looking into 1 or 2 more spots to find some funding for that and some space for that, because we think that maybe 1 or 2 teams more can be into that. And I think that, let's say, the work of Rabobank and the SSI team, both the credential catalog and also the what I call in my words the interoperability engine, that's definitely something that we will start using tomorrow in several of the use cases that we are running. And one of them you may know of is called Unlock. That's about using let's say the SSI principles to prove you have a negative COVID-19 test, and based on that you can either participate in an event or get, let's say, in generically access to a facility or to some rights to do something. That's definitely something where also the interoperability engine and the credential catalog will be of much use.
Wow.
Basically, we see the emergence of a complete SSI stack that fits together as a toolbox, yet it doesn't need to be managed centrally, and that is, I think, something unique in the world. Peter, you have a vision on what happens in the rest of Europe and how this can be connected?
Well, let's say if you look just at the European perspective, there is of course a lot of connection between the Netherlands and let's say the European endeavors. We also had Daniel Dusseuil, who is the convener of the European SF initiative, as part of the jury. TNO is also playing a central role in the SF Lab facility. So I think we have all the links at hand, and of course, let's say, collaborating in that dimension will be even more difficult than in our own, let's say, tiny 300 to 200 kilometers country. But yeah, we have all the basics to be successful also in that arena. I mean, you can also turn it around. In the end, there will only be valid solutions when they are really also international. So I think we can, based on what has been achieved here, we have something to add on a European level. Daniel was also very enthusiastic about several of the pitches, not only of the SSI pitch. So we'll definitely take it from there. Well, not starting tonight because everybody deserved a good night's rest, I would say, but tomorrow 8:30 would be a nice time to follow up.
You heard it here first. Challenge stand up for Chapter 9. We're in Chapter 8 right now. Chapter 7 finished yesterday. Chapter 9 teams, that's the one where you get to take the lead and keep going.
I would say the European level of the track in another edition of Momentum would be interesting to explore then.
Yeah, fully agree. And you see also a lot of yes nodding faces, so I'm not the only one.
Exactly. And there's one thing you think I've forgotten, but I haven't. That is something that we talked about during the weekend, and that is not the prize, but the award. An award not created by us, but by you. You folks already know this already, but just in case you're watching on the stream or later and you don't know what this is, it's a trophy. It's a token of appreciation. How do we do that digitally? Well, these folks did it whilst they were working so hard in Momentum during this weekend. So if I do something like this, it comes on the screen. You can see there a genuinely unique piece of artwork created by you. 2,940 small blocks. They represent the minutes. A whole bunch of wows, that's the bigger chunks in there. I don't have the numbers, of course. And all of the ecosystem commits, joins, handshakes, invitations, of which I think you collectively must have had the most. based on your track, of course. That's all thrown together through some algorithms, turned into a piece of digital art. We're adding the winning team names into that. That'll get scrambled together in a nice way, turned into a non-fungible token. We'll send you the keys. You have bragging rights for eternity. Congratulations to all the teams. Rutger, last words on self-sovereign identity?
Yeah, this was actually when you do this in the physical space, you can totally imagine it, and that's how we started out shaping this track, of course. And then I have to say, this track is at the very core of the game and meeting design for Momentum, because of the achievements that they were looking for. And I can remember the scoping session we had in The Hague for this, with incredible amount of people who were all giving amazing input, and then that was squeezed into a very concise, very clear pathway forward to get SSI applied. So to see that it actually happened online, that is very, very impressive and inspiring to see. Really, really glad that worked out. I'm looking very much forward to also all the feedback that comes from that. But for now, I think you have made it work, and that's really, really incredible. So I'm really proud that this track is the success that you say it is, and that it enables you all to move forward. So really, really, really well done.
Absolutely, and I've just noticed, and it can't be left unsaid, I don't know why I didn't notice it sooner, sorry about that, but Jakob actually has a pretty spectacular backdrop there. If I remember rightly, that is the skybox from chapter 6.
Yeah, and still one running now.
You and I loved it so much, we put it up as the infinite skybox.
For now.
Wow, yeah, exactly. The graphics engine that were behind this is it's incredibly impressive stuff. So, Jakob, thank you there for displaying a little part of the system. I really appreciate that. If you're wondering what the heck was just happening, we were talking to a lot of folks about self-sovereign identity, awarding not one but 6 different prizes there with our challenge leads and the teams. We're going to be moving from self-sovereign identity to sovereign nature for their finale. That's coming up in about 7 minutes, right here, same time, same place. So I'm going to say thank you so much to all of you folks. Congratulations to those teams and the rest of you. And I will see you all soon. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Rock on.